Chapter Xi Delphi. When to Apollo's world-famed land we came, 3 radiant courses of the sun we gave to gazing, and with beauty filled our eyes, Euripides, Andromache. If leisure is the nurse of sympathetic understanding, 3 radiant courses of the sun are none too many to give to Delphi. The inner meaning of this center of Greece needs not only to be quarried out of history and literature, but also to be garnered from the abundant beauty of a landscape which created as well as framed a unique religious life. At the chief oracular seat of the god of prophecy, antiquarian curiosity about its early legends and primitive cults makes way for the realization of Apollo, the far-darter, ruling the glorious temple, wherein all men find welcome. A modern journey is a successor to the journeys and pilgrimages undertaken through many centuries by the men and peoples who sought from his omniscience for knowledge and advice. Even the protagonists of shadowy antiquity were brought thither by their hopes and fears. Heracles, the national hero of Greece, driven by Hera to madness and murder, asked at Delphi where he should make his home, and was sent by the oracle to begin his 12 labors. Agamemnon, anxious lord of the Greek armies, sought advice of the god. Io was started on her long wanderings over the earth and through literature because her father was commanded by Apollo's ministers to drive her from her home and her country. Because of a Delphic response, the infant son of Laius of Thebes was exposed on Mount Cithaeron. Deipus, on the fatal day when he killed Laius, was on his way back from Delphi, whither he had gone to ask if he were son of the Corinthian king who had reared him, and where he had received the ambiguous answer that he was fated to slay his father. It was when, as king of Thebes, he sent to the Pythian house of Phoebus to learn by what deed or word he might deliver his pestilence-stricken city, that he unconsciously invoked his own doom. And it was again the Delphic oracle which closed the pitiful story by prophesying Deipus's final reconciliation with the eternal will. But these ancient demigods and kings move in a world only half realized by us. Their dooms and their emotions have the remote nobility, the superb universality of the Attic drama through which chiefly they are portrayed. It is in the vivacious pages of the charmingly pious Herodotus that the desires of living men and women seem to surge, in failure or fruition, about the Delphic tripod. From the foreign kingdoms of Asia, from Greek colonies in Africa and Italy, from rock-bound island harbors, ships were constantly spreading sails at the impulse of national distress or personal ambition to furl them in the port that lay below Delphi. From Lacedaemon, deep in the hollow of the southern hills, from Thrace's widespread plains, swept by the northern tempests, from the wild mountains of Arcadia, from rich Corinth and bright Athens and every other city of Hellas, men made their way in chariots, on mules, and on foot to the knees of Apollo. Mountains and rivers, rude valleys, and hostile villages offered no obstacles, nor were the suppliants repelled by the dark sayings, dim and hard to know, which were often their only reward. Kings hurried off embassies at the first signs of rivalry. Adventurers stopped to question the god before carrying new colonies beyond the seas. Quarrelsome states and cities asked for advice in their fratricidal plots. Wealthy cities desired to know if they could always count on their revenues. Ghost-haunted towns asked the meaning of their specters. Agricultural communities were eager to learn how to restore dying crops. Ambitious politicians sought encouragement in their pursuit of power. Sick men prayed for health, childless men for offspring. Indeed, to the irreverent, the Pythian priestess must often have seemed to carry a load of oracles as jumbled as that of Aristophanes' sausage seller, who came staggering into the marketplace. Athens with responses to sell. full of Athenians and of lentil porridge too, of Spartans, of fresh tunny fish, and of the men who in the market measure false the barley groats, of you, of me, and of affairs in general. But Aristophanes himself was at heart as conservative a believer in religion as Herodotus had been. And to piety like theirs, existing from generation to generation, was due the position that Delphi held not only as a source of knowledge, but as the conscience of Greece. Sometimes in public affairs this conscience seemed to recommend prudence rather than righteousness, as in the wretched advice distributed at the time of the Persian invasion. In private affairs, such as athletics or the use of trust money, the oracle was always on the side of owner. It must be borne in mind that along with the widespread acceptance of the oracular responses went a rationalizing independence of judgment, which sometimes overruled the religious instinct. Cases of obstinate self-seeking in spite of the plain injunction of the god betray the exercise of this judgment on a low plane. But, soiled though it sometimes was by ignoble use, the mental independence of the Athenians, at least, was a magnificent possession. It saved Hellas when Crete and Argos, and all the lesser brood followed the prudent warnings from Delphi. It chose an uneven fight for national freedom in the very face of the accepted conscience of the whole Greek world. Only an understanding of the noblest aspects of the role played by the Delphic oracle in Greek history and life can throw into sufficiently high relief the splendid revolt of Athens, when Persia threatened her liberty against an ecclesiastical authority which had become debased. The historian who is the best guide to a dutiful belief in Pythian Apollo tells the story with implicit sympathy. Not even the terrifying oracles that came from Delphi and plunged them into fear persuaded them to abandon Hellas. They plucked up courage to await the invader of their land. Nor is there here any inconsistency. The faithful in all religions have refused to identify the sins and follies of the priests with the will of the gods. The Persians might intimidate or buy the ministers of Apollo. The Alcmeonidae, exiled from Athens, might bribe them to do their selfish will. Cleomenes of Sparta might purchase his throne from them. But the pious had always the refuge created by Sophocles for Iocasta, when she declared the oracle was false. It came not from Phoebus, but from his servants. When the Persians had been defeated, Athens, on the flood tide of victory, freedom, and power, raised noble memorials of her struggle in the sacred precinct of the oracle, which had advised her not to fight. When the modern traveler has brought himself to see that this was not done in grim humor, but in unbewildered piety, he is ready to undertake his own journey to Delphi. Of all the possible approaches, none can be happier than a drive on a moonlight night up from the little port of Atia, the inglorious terminus of the 8 hours' sail from Piraeus through the canal and along the Gulf of Corinth. The comfortable carriage road winds through the moon-blanched olive orchards and vineyards of the ancient Chrysian plain, mounting gradually toward the steep slopes of Parnassus and its attendant mountains, and twisting in long courses among shadowy hillsides which only hint at rude crags and deep ravines. Perhaps it was some such night as this that led the writer of the Homeric hymn to Artemis to see the sister of Apollo, slackening her fair-curved bow and going to the mighty hall of Phoebus in the Delphians' rich deme, and arraying there the Muses and the Graces' lovely dance. The exquisite grace of the landscape, half hidden, half revealed through the fragile veil of silver light, seems like a gentle preparation for the epiphany expected on the morrow of the god of the golden blade. The carriage passes very early by Amphissa, the capital of modern Phocis as it was of ancient Locris, and an hour later halts to rest the horses at a dim corner of the village of Chryso, a name which preserves that of the Chrysa of antiquity. All this drowsy territory has been the stage of one of the significant dramas of history. The modern demarche hospitably presses water from the village fountain upon modern wayfarers. The Chryseans once used their strategic position as owners of the whole wide plain to plunder pilgrims on their way to the shrine. This evil monopoly gave way, early in the 6th century, to the powerful confederation of 12 Greek states known as the Delphic Amphictyony, whose representatives met at Delphi twice a year and ruled the affairs of the sacred domain. During almost 150 years, with unquestioned right, whatever internecine wars were in progress, delegates from Thessaly and Boeotia, from Athens and Sparta, from Phocis itself, and from other lesser states could pass and repass through Crasa, while the fertile plain went untilled. Even after war invaded the protected territory, the existence of the council was not endangered, but the constitution of the delegates changed with the fortunes of battles. By the middle of the 4th century, the Phocians were struck from the list, and the Macedonians added. Philip had become the chief actor, seizing his opportunity when the men of Delphi, at the instigation of the Athenian delegate, Aeschines, attacked the men of Amphissa because they were turning the consecrated wilderness of the plain into cornfields and olive groves and filling up the empty places with prosperous houses and busy little potteries. A series of easy steps led to the overthrow of Greek freedom. But under the compassionate moon, the sentimentalist continues his way, in willful oblivion of the catastrophe of the drama, to the point nearest ancient Delphi. This is the tiny village of Castri, which less than 20 years ago was plying its life on the unconscious surface of earth spread over the ruins of the sacred site. At great expense of money and trouble it was picked up by the French excavators and deposited, safe and whole, a little farther to the west around the sharp corner of the mountain, where, in fear of slipping into the deep valley below, it curls close to Parnassus's side. Here lodgings may be obtained either in a conventional hostelry or, preferably, in a low-eaved peasant house, where on cool nights a wood fire glows in a big stone fireplace and the light of candles is eked out by diminutive copper lamps, which would have seemed primitive to Agamemnon. The popular time for ancient pleasure seekers to visit Delphi was in the middle of August, when games were held in honor of Apollo. At that season, if ever, the slopes and peaks of Parnassus were accessible, but the burning heat as the rocks reflected the sun's rays, alternating with heavy thunderstorms as the wind rushed up from the valley, must have modified the comfort of visitors. In the spring, the modern traveler will find an equable and pleasant climate. And also, prepared as he may be for the solemnity and the lonely grandeur of the scenery about Delphi, he will discover unanticipated qualities in the landscape which are illuminative of certain elements in the significance of the place. A walk along the highway that leads from Castri to and through the ruined precinct reveals both the expected and the new. Toward the southwest lies the Chrysean plain, filled with olive groves. Beyond its gray-green breadth gleams the Corinthian Gulf with the far-off mountains of Arcadia girding the horizon. Directly in the west, the snow-capped mountains of Locris, the highest in central Greece, fret the sky. Southeastward plunges the valley of Delphi, formed by Mount Parnassus on the north and by Mount Surface on the south, and watered by the river Plistus, which in a long line of gleaming argent seeks its westerly home in the Bay of Adia. The valley of the Plistus lies in full sight after the Chrysean plain, and the gulf beyond it have been blotted out by a turn in the road, which leads sharply around a large, rocky ridge, the barrier between the new town and the old. This ridge formed the western wall that isolated Delphi in lonely remoteness between the bare steep rocks of Surface and the cliffs of massive Parnassus, which spreads its huge buttresses over the surrounding country. Rising 2,000 feet above the level of the sea, these cliffs present a magnificent expanse of gray and red limestone, and still reflect the brilliant morning sun, true to their ancient name of the Shining Rocks. Where they bend around in their long course, a deep gorge is formed from which the storied spring of Castalia still issues. Above the gorge, invisible when one stands under the cliffs but conspicuous from lower levels, rise twin peaks, seeking a proud supremacy. Superb mountains, precipitous cliffs, deep ravines, lonely valley, all are here. But here too, softening, transfiguring, some unforeseen influence is at work. Over the mountains of friendly, familiar sunshine casts a gentle glamour. Olive trees fearlessly silver the long slopes that stretch from the shining rocks to the glistening river. In jocund profusion, tripping through the valley and climbing up the steep places, pink and white almond trees flower like blushing dryads. The far darter has chosen this hour to lay aside his bow. No longer does he come, angered in heart, with his bow on his shoulders and close-covered quiver, while in his anger the shafts on his shoulders are clanging, and like to the night is his coming. But he lifts the golden lyre that quencheth even the lightning spear, the bolt of Zeus' immortal fire. Or perhaps Apollo has abdicated for a time, and it is Dionysus who is concealing the terror of the oracle beneath the sparkling audacity of spring. For the worship of this multiform god had a strong hold on Delphi, and the beat of his unseen feet, as he was wont to lead his Maenads in furious dance among the uplands of Parnassus echoes through. Greek poetry. According to one set of legends, Dionysus was the first to hold the oracle. According to another, Apollo regularly departed for 3 months each year, leaving the more fiery god of inspiration in charge of the sacred tripod. In any case, the relation between the divine brothers seems to have been very amicable. An old vase painting represents them as affectionately shaking hands under a palm tree. The scene of the Dionysiac revels was the broad tableland which lies, more than 3,000 feet above the level of the sea, between the shining rocks and the peaks of Parnassus. Here amid the wooded ravines and open meadows the flashing, flowing Dionysus, god of all ardent life, lord of the ichor of spring, held one of his many courts. It is significant of the unparalleled inclusiveness of Greek ideals that not only on the topmost heights of Caucasus and in the vales of Lydia, but also above Apollo's temple where were inscribed, in letters of gold, the maxims of the 7 sages: know thyself and nothing too much. The god of mad impulse and unchartered freedom should have been seen to leap and dance, and give to his female followers the note for the Bacchic tune. Every 2 years, when spring flashed out for the first time, and sorrow might be swallowed up in joy, a torch festival was held in his honor by women of the surrounding country. Even from Attica women made their way to join in the celebration, traveling over the same sacred way by which the Athenians periodically sent their offerings to Delphi, and which Apollo had taken. On his civilizing march through the wild places of men, escorted with great reverence by the road-making people of Athens, the passionate desire for the mad nocturnal revels, which awaited the Bacchantes at the end of their long journey, was attributed by Euripides, who must often have seen the procession starting out from Athens to Tyrian women on their way to the service of Phoebus at Delphi. Detained in Thebes by the civil war of Oedipus' sons, they tease their imaginations with visions of the rock that flasheth a splendor of light, and the cloven tongue of the torch's flame, of the vine, that each morning offers up its giant cluster to brim the cup of the mystic ritual, of the snow-smitten, lonely ridges where, with souls unafraid, they might be wreathing the happy dance. But mortal women were not the only companions of Dionysus. The exuberant play of nature, the change from death to life as winter made way for spring, not only goaded human hearts with a divine torture, but peopled the hills with lithe nymphs of untouched soul, rollicking with Pan and even with the greater god whose joy, to spirits touched to finer issues, was more terrible than sweet. Pan and the nymphs had their special dwelling place in the Coratian cave, which Pausanias mentions as one of the 4 most famous caverns of the whole world, among a total number past finding out. It was certainly the most remarkable one in Greece, a country abounding in caves that open upon the beach or in the deep sea, and in mountain caverns due to the frequent honeycombing by earthquake and subterranean currents. Very large and containing 2 chambers, it lies about 7 miles northeast of Delphi, near the top of one of the low hills which form the northern boundary of the Parnassian uplands. According to the descriptions of travelers, the greater chamber has slender stalactites hanging from the roof at both ends, and at the inner end stalagmites rise from the ground to meet them. The other chamber, like a remote shrine, must be reached through a narrow passage and lies in almost total darkness. At the mouth of the cave an inscription was found containing a dedication to Pan and the nymphs. Certainly a fit abode for divine embodiments of soulless nature was this vaulted, echoing grotto, whose cavernous mouth opens upon the widespread beauty of an untamed world. Aeschylus may have seen the Corinthian rock, or he may have trusted to the eyes of others in describing its hollow loneliness, the home of birds, and the resort of deities. If it is difficult to disentangle the myths which connect several gods with one place, it is still more difficult to understand the legends which hint at the infinite complexity of each god in any one of his own several spheres. In studying the Delphic Apollo, the clear outlines of the great god as he governed the Greek world will best be preserved by noticing those stories which have been preferred by the poets. It was natural that Aeschylus should penetrate beyond any individualized form of divine activity to primeval forces, following the legend which made Apollo a late heir to the first owners of the oracle, to Earth herself and to her daughter Holy Law. It was equally characteristic that Euripides, with his eye for vivid detail, should have been attracted by the story, which begins with Leto's golden-haired son coming from the fruitful meadows of his birthplace Delos to the Dionysus-haunted summit of Parnassus. Under its shadow, amid the thick-leaved laurel, lay as guardian of the holy place a dragon with gleaming talons. This horrid monster the young god slew, thereafter taking his seat upon the golden tripod. Earth, appearing only as the mother of the dragon, sought to wrest from him the right of prophecy. But, swift of foot, he fled to Olympus and the throne of Zeus, and the king of the gods laughed and shook his awful hair and gave to his youthful son in perpetuity the sovereignty over the Delphic abode. The Homeric hymn to Apollo, which contains the oldest account of the killing of the dragon, also relates that the god chose Cretans to be his first ministers. Whatever the historical basis of this story may be, its telling gives the riotous Ionian poet a chance to transform Phoebus Apollo into a dolphin deflecting from its course a swift ship sent out from Cretans Knossos to Pylos on the border of the Ionian Sea. The dolphin caused it to traverse strange waters, beyond Peloponnesus and the ford of Alpheus, past the steep ridge of Ithaca and wooded Zacynthus, into the harbor of Crisa. Here the dolphin disappeared, and the god leaped from the ship in the guise of a star at high noon, while sparks of frequent fire from him and flash of splendor reached the sky. On shore he appeared as a man, lusty and strong, and persuaded the Cretans to dance in his train and to take charge of the temple. By suggesting that they might use for themselves the flocks brought for sacrifice, he overcame their fear that they would fare but meagrely in a country neither vine-bearing nor rich in meadows. The story of the hymn is too confused to be worthy of Apollo. He was no music hall performer, making lightning transformations, but Lord, in simplicity and dignity, of music and all harmonies, elder brother and guide in the paths of conduct. So at least he reveals himself on a spring morning beneath the shining rocks lit by his sunlight from the south. But homelier memories also come to life. It may have been in the fragrant dawn of a day like this that the boy Odysseus, while he was on a visit to his grandfather, went hunting with his uncles in the windy hollows of wood-clad Parnassus, and killed a great boar. From its white tusks he had received a wound which was to leave an indelible scar and years later betray his identity to his aged nurse. Certainly it must have been on such a morning that another boy, Ion the acolyte, was performing his early tasks for the temple when visitors from Athens arrived to question him about the sights. They were women who had accompanied the Queen Creusa when she and her husband, like many others, came to Delphi in their childlessness. In her youth, before her marriage to Xuthus, she had been loved by Apollo and had borne him a son in his cave below the Athenian Acropolis. The baby had been abandoned by her, but a servant had carried it to Delphi and left it as a foundling with the priestess. Unknown to Creusa, he had grown into the boyish minister of his divine father. The plot of the Euripidean drama, which uses the story, is sensational, including attempted murders and many complications before mother and child recognize and accept each other. But the boy Ion is one of the happiest creations of a poet whom Aristophanes accused of skepticism. His unstained youth consecrates his daily work of sweeping the temple floor, adorning the doorway with fresh wreaths and laurel boughs and driving away the wild pigeons. Reared by a holy woman in the remote quiet of the sanctuary, he has become a vessel crystal clear, to hold the purest essence of religious feeling. His morning hymn reflects the unspoiled reverence with which, among the greedy hordes, many must have turned to Delphi. Lo, the radiant sun, his 4 horses aspan. Now with splendor his car flingeth light o'er the earth, and the stars from the sky at this dazzle of fire flee for refuge and hide in the temple of night, and inviolate peaks of Parnassus are lit as they welcome the day's car for mortals. And the wilderness myrrh to Apollo's high roof curls fragrant and dim, and from tripod divine now the Delphian dread, for the Hellenes intones with oracular cries what Apollo proclaims from his portals. Up, ye Delphians all who to Phoebus give aid. To Castalian fount with its silvery whirl go, wash ye, be cleansed in its pure running stream, and enter the shrine, your lips guarding well, that in silence refrained, or with words that are good. You interpret his voice unto those who his counsels would follow. While I'll serve at the tasks which from childhood are mine, and with consecrate wreaths and with branches of bay, I will make the ways pure to Apollo within. For a motherless child and unfathered I dwell, as a ministrant here in the fostering care of the temple of Phoebus Apollo. This unstudied rapture is interrupted by the worldly women, exclaiming over the wonderful sculptured metopes of the temple. Euripides, with the usual license of the Greek dramatists, put before his legendary characters the works of art that he himself might have seen in the latter part of the 5th century before Christ, when a rich civic and artistic life was occupying the stage of the vast theater into which, as Strabo observed, nature had molded the site of Delphi. The semicircular valley opens only on the east, and from it terraces, like tiers of seats, rise from the Plistus to Parnassus. The ancient city of Delphi lay in 2 portions along the base of the shining rocks. The modern highroad approximately marks the division between the upper terraces, which held the sacred precinct, and the lower, where were the houses and business buildings of the permanent inhabitants, and also east of Castalia, a few temples and other public structures. It is the upper terraces, west of Castalia, which enchain our attention, although all that is left even here, save for the small re-erected treasury of the Athenians, made of Parian marble, are remnants of walls, low-lying foundations, traces of pavement, broken bases, and pieces of graven stone. But they represent sacred ways and buildings, monuments and statues which made glorious one of the richest centers of Greece, from long before the time of Euripides to the destructive epoch of Nero, and beyond. Delphi became the pride of the Macedonians as it had been of the Athenians and the Spartans, and under their sovereignty the Delphic Amphictyony continued, and the oracle was the center of the new, widespread Hellenic world. The Gauls attacked Delphi in the 3rd century BC, as vainly as the Persians had attacked it in the 5th century. Even the ruthlessness of Rome brought no immediate destruction. Aemilius Paulus, the final conqueror of Macedon, set up near Apollo's temple, in the most conspicuous place of the entire precinct, a monument to his victory. Even Nero seems to have wished to repair the temple, but the story that he afterwards tore it down because of an oracular response which reflected upon his moral character is at least ben trovato. He divided the Crissaean plain among his soldiers and carried off an enormous number of statues from Delphi. But a still greater number was left, and the glory of the god's dwelling place had not vanished. Under Hadrian, the imperial apostle of culture, new treasures were added, and a little later Pausanias saw more than he could describe. It was not until 2 more centuries had passed that the oracle itself with one last cry became dumb forever. To the ambassador of Julian the Apostate, who was seeking advice in his wars with the Persians, the message was given. Say to the king now that leveled to earth is the temple of splendor, Phaeus no more has a roof for his head, nor the laurel prophetic. Gone is the voice of the fountain and dried is the chattering water. Theodosius put a formal end to the Delphic cult as well as to the Olympic Games. From Apollo's slaying of the earth-born dragon to the Byzantine emperor's destruction of the oracle is a long stretch of centuries. Within them fell the brilliant epochs which filled Delphi with the opulence of all the arts. As Greek and barbarian brought hither their well-wrought schemes and passionate desires, so they brought also, in offerings to the god, their best skill in architecture and sculpture and painting, their rarest workmanship in marble and bronze and gold and silver. Ghostly proofs of the existence of some of these offerings the French excavators have within 20 years evoked from the reluctant soil. Gallic precision and insight have even made of ruined walls and broken stones an orderly array easily perceived by the traveler who is patient enough to follow his guidebook. The museum supplements the ground foundations by several important sculptural details. There were many localities and objects made holy by legendary associations, like the tomb of Neoptolemus, Achilles' red-haired son, whose murder is described by Euripides and whose quadrennial worship brought crowds of Thessalians to Delphi, or like the marble omphalos, or navel stone, flanked in Pindar's day by golden eagles which marked the meeting place of the winged explorers sent east and west by Zeus in search of the exact center of the earth. But of paramount importance in the religious life of Delphi was the temple of Apollo, built above the deep cleft in the ground that held the sacred spring of prophecy. The priestess sat upon a tripod in the Adyton, or Holy of Holies, directly over the fissure from which a natural vapor issued, and her ravings were transmitted by the priests in ambiguous hexameters. The site of the first primitive temple was preserved, but upon it rose successive structures. The temple that was seen by Herodotus and Thucydides, by Pindar, by Aeschylus and Euripides was built in the latter half of the 6th century to replace an older one destroyed by fire. In the 4th century, an earthquake necessitated still another, and it is to this one that the existing foundations are attributed, although fragments of the other are not wanting. Owing to the shifting history of the 4th century, this temple was long in building and was not yet completed when Demosthenes thundered out his scorn that the barbarian of Macedon had assumed honors of the temple to which even all the Greeks could not pretend. The work had been undertaken by an international commission, and inscriptional records of the contributions are richly suggestive of the private life of the times. Many individuals and some states promised first fruits. An actor and a physician of Athens sent a tithe of their earnings. Among individuals, the Peloponnesians were the most pious, although contributions straggled in from Attica, Boeotia, northern Greece, the islands, Africa, and Sicily. Collectors went from house to house, and by far the larger number of contributors gave no more than a drachma. Doubtless in many cases this modesty was due to poverty rather than to indifference, and the religious sentiment prompting the gifts must often have been comparable to that which reared the arches and illuminated the windows of the Cathedral of Chartres. For the sake of such contributors, one could wish that after the Roman restorations the Delphic temple had not been allowed to crumble under earthquakes, corroding rains, and the tread of the unnumbered years. Of Edeton and oracular chasm the excavators have found no smallest trace, and not even one column rises from the low foundations to give evidence of things unseen. But at least, unlike the Parthenon and many another great shrine, it was never converted into a church of an alien faith. Secular buildings followed in the wake of the religious importance of Delphi. The Amphictyonic Council had a hall for its meetings to the west of the sacred precinct, on or near the site now occupied by the little chapel of St. Elias. Here, in sight of the Chrysian plain, the incendiary speech of Aeschines had its full effect. Within the precinct, safe from attack in times of war, public treasuries were erected by Asiatic kings and Greek tyrants, by Greek states in Asia Minor and colonies in Italy, and by sovereign cities, like Athens and Thebes. The erection of a treasury often followed upon some public success, but other monuments and statues also rose at the feet of Apollo to mark the tidal flow of national fortunes. A study of all such memorials known to have existed at Delphi would be equivalent to a detailed study of Greek history. The repulse of the Persians from the mainland and of the Carthaginians from Sicily, and the stemming of the later invasions of Gallic barbarians required thank offerings to the Delphic god. The rise of Athens, the struggle of Ionian and Dorian, the victory of Sparta, the late hegemony of Thebes are here commemorated, and with these the lesser quarrels of Sparta with Argos and Arcadia and of Athens with Megara, and the petty warfare of Phocians and Thessalians. A myriad of statues and monuments commemorated personal interests or feeling. From a haul of tunny fish to the discovery of stolen goods, no event was too prosaic to inspire an offering from island or village. And, throughout Greece, from Macedonia to Crete, towns delighted to express their reverence by gifts of marble and bronze. Midas from Asia Minor sent a chair of state, and Chrysis sent a golden lion and silver bowls. Arcesilas of Cyrene in northern Africa, in the 5th century, celebrated a Pythian victory by the gift of a sculptured chariot and charioteer. The statue still remains, the most famous single object discovered at Delphi. Dominating one room in the museum, he seems in his bronze dignity as untroubled by the chilling silence of today as was his living prototype, in the hippodrome in the plain below, by the noise and tumult of the day of victory. The description by Sophocles of the Delphic chariot race, in which Orestes was supposed to be killed, reproduces the excitement against which many a charioteer must have had to steady his nerves. Of statues of mortals dedicated by themselves or by their admirers there was no end. Among these persons were the great rhetorician Gorgias, to whose teaching Greek prose owed its first artistic development, and Phryne, the famous courtesan of Thespia. With her statue, seen by men of Demosthenes' age between the figures of the Spartan king Archidamus and Philip of Macedon, we may surrender the effort to distinguish the links in the mighty chains, which, as in Plato's vision, bound the Greek earth to a heavenly throne. It is less difficult to understand the Greek harmony between the graver and brighter needs of the common life, which added to the temples and treasuries of Delphi buildings for recreation and enjoyment. A clubhouse was erected by the rich Cnidians, where conversation, the favorite amusement of all Greeks, could be carried on. Centuries later, Plutarch made it the scene of his dialogue on the decay of oracles. If the age of the Antonines showed a loss of faith, art at least held its own, and the talkers must have added to the pleasure of skeptical speculation a delight in the decorations, which dated from the 5th century before Christ. They consisted of pictures by Polygnotus of the capture of Troy and Odysseus's journey to hell. Now only bits of stucco painted blue betray their presence, and fragmentary stones alone are left of the splendid building. Little more is left of the beautiful colonnades which furnished protection from sun and rain to the frequent crowds. In fairly good preservation still is the theater, where, as in all the religious centers of Greece, dramatic representations added literature to the pageant of artistic gifts. Equally inevitable was a gymnasium, but most important of all was the stadium, in which the quadrennial games were held. This stadium lay far beyond the sacred precinct to the west, and occupied a lofty and magnificent situation. In what Pausanias calls the highest part of the city, the slopes of Parnassus break sufficiently to leave a narrow shelf of flat ground. Every foot of this was used for the erection of the structure, the northern side being bounded by the precipices of the great mountain, the southern side being supported by a wall of polygonal masonry. Part of this wall is still left, and in the interior there are tiers of seats to tempt the dreamer. The marble with which Herodes Atticus is said to have faced them in the 2nd century after Christ is now all gone. But one may yet sit on the original stone and see not only the valley of the Plistus far below, but westward a bright strip of the Corinthian Gulf. Here once gathered eager thousands to watch the foot races and the wrestling matches, and to hear the contesting flutes and the rival lyres. Originally, before the Crisian War, the Pythian festival had occurred only once in 8 years, and had consisted of a contest in singing, to the accompaniment of the lyre, a hymn to Apollo. The early musical festival found its aftermath in the combination of musical with athletic contests in the more frequent games, instituted by the Amphictyons after they had taken Delphi under their common charge. This was a part of that general reorganization in the 6th century by which the Pythian, Isthmian, and Nemean, and especially the Olympic Games, were thrown into high relief among the multitudinous festivals of Greece. At Delphi, a hymn in honor of the god of the golden lyre continued to be an important part of the proceedings. Among the most conspicuous discoveries of the French are 3 fragments of such hymns, engraved on stone, 2 of them accompanied by musical notation. The hymns are late ones, of no especial merit, but their scores have furnished a key to that art which played so large a part in Greek education, literature, and philosophy, and which made the Pythian festival a reminder of the Lord of Music. Of the hymns in honor of mortals victorious in the games, we still have some of the greatest representatives in the Pythian odes of Bacchylides and Pindar. Pindar may well boast that his song of triumph was a splendor in the Pythian crown of Hiero of Syracuse, that he would come to him over the deep sea, a light shining farther than any heavenly star. For only through a victory at some one of the 4 great festivals of Greece was even a tyrant sure of any Panhellenic honor. The centrifugal forces of Greek life found an antidote in these expressions of common ideals. It has, indeed, been often said that the only other antidote lay in the political organization of Delphi itself. But this political unity was limited, and if Delphi focused Greek interests in any way that even Olympia could not, the reason must be sought in facts that lay beneath a particular form of government. In the lofty stadium, men from cities whose disparate and jealous memorials lay below united in self-forgetful applause of all the victors. Here the traveler may pause to grasp, amid the chaos of swift impressions, a picture of the Delphic life. In it religion and politics, art and amusement coalesced into a stream of almost illimitable influence. From month to month without cessation pilgrims sought the oracle. The store of information about public and private matters, thus brought to the oracular seat, gave to the priests a knowledge of political conditions, which they could easily transmute into an apparently supernatural wisdom and a unique power in public life. Hand in hand with this political power went an ethical sovereignty due to the essential religiousness of the Greeks. And lastly, the more continuous influx of visitors, over against an infrequent and congested festival, may easily have rendered the artistic influence of Delphi more insistent than that of Olympia. Xerxes was better acquainted with what was worthy of note at Delphi than even with what he had left in his own house, for many of those about him were continually describing the treasures. Often the seed of such descriptions, or of actual sight, must have fallen on richer soil than an Oriental dust's imagination. Who knows what village smithy in Thessaly or Arcadia was stimulated to a finer output by the iron stand made by Glaucus of Chios to hold the big silver bowl sent to Delphi by Cras's father. Indeed, the wonderful animals and plants wrought in relief for the first time upon welded iron may have inspired many a designer in Athens and Corinth. And many a young sculptor must have taken home from his Pythian pilgrimage a knowledge of Phidias and Praxiteles and Lysippus. Thus was the world forever pouring itself into Delphi and again, like a retreating wave, bearing something of Delphi away with it, something larger and richer even than the golden honors that were symbolized by the crown of laurel so eagerly borne home by the victors in the games. And yet there was a further significance in the fragile wreath itself, however infrequently realized by athletes and spectators, which pointed beyond the artistic and moral power of the Pythian god. The wreath was made of leaves brought from the Vale of Tempe, where Apollo had plucked his own crown of victory, when, as Lord of Light, he had vanquished the powers of darkness and had been purified from the evil which the struggle had entailed. Laurel, or bay, trees grew in the valley of Delphi itself, lingering on until the middle of the 19th century, when the last one is said to have drooped and died in the little garden of the Church of St. Nicholas, which, before Castri was removed, stood in front of the spring of Cassotis. This spring, not yet exhausted, was the feeder of the oracular chasm and watered the grove of Apollo, freshening with an ever-living stream the Undying gardens, from which Ion gathered his laurel broom. Not only did the acolytes use laurel in their simple tasks, but the priestess fumigated herself with burning baths before she sat upon the tripod, and chewed laurel leaves before she delivered her. Prophesies. But the meaning of Apollo's crowning, from which the sacred uses of the laurel sprang, was beyond the reach of Ion, untroubled worshipper within the temple's inner shrine, nor to moderns is the revelation likely to come until the shining rocks grow pale, and night obliterates the lively daylight of the spring. Into the dark void left by the withdrawal of Apollo swings the moon, no longer compassionate but majestic. Suddenly upon the receptive imagination descends the Delphic awe. The almond trees slip into shadowy insignificance. The hills stand out dark and brooding, while their ravines deepen unfathomably. And through the fearful silence sounds the prophetic voice of an unseen God vaster than the consciousness of the race which created him. The quality of sublimity and awfulness now apparent in the landscape explains the influence of that ideal of omnipotent righteousness which, among a singularly intellectual people, gradually formed for itself a living center. For an understanding of such a god at Delphi one must turn to Aeschylus. To him Apollo was a god who knew not how to do unrighteousness, in whose hands were loose the tangled skeins of human sin. Sophocles, in his dramas of Oedipus's life, represented the folly and wrongdoing of a noble nature forgiven by the Pythian god after the willing endurance of a just punishment. But Aeschylus, in the Eumenides, deals with a much subtler aspect of divine law. That its opening scene is laid at Delphi is appropriate to the overshadowing importance of its religious meaning. Orestes had been told by the oracle to kill his mother, as a divinely ordained punishment for her murder of her husband. But there is no slaying that does not involve guilt, as Apollo himself knew when he slew the foul dragoness. The awful Furies hound Orestes from Argos to the altar in the innermost shrine of the Delphic temple. Here is laid the Aeschylean scene. The Furies, with their hair of coiling snakes, mutter in a savage sleep, ready at a signal to fall once more upon the wretch who has obeyed the god against the human conscience. The suppliant Orestes, doubting and hopeless, crouches at the altar steps. And towering over them all stands the saving God who had once, in a fair veil of purification, put upon his own head the crown of victorious goodness. He promises Orestes no easy rescue from the earthly consequences of his God-directed act. He must be pursued once more by the hateful spawn of darkness over the sea and through sea-girt cities. But at last he shall come to Athens, a suppliant of Athena, and Apollo himself will come and gain for him freedom and the forgiveness of his kind, and justice among men shall be forever established. This is no mere praise, however splendid, of the wisdom and the justice of Athens. It is rather the embodiment of the idea which to the Greeks shone as a far-off heavenly star, above all the expedients of practical religion or all the necessities of worldly power. Among the hills and cliffs of Delphi dwelt a god whose ways were past finding out, whose commands led to terror, but whose service led to peace. Thus, with the lengthening of day into night rises the flood tide of fragmentary realizations of ancient thought, but the tide ebbs with the sinking moon. The cold night air draws the dreamer back to the waiting fires and hospitable copper lamps of Castri. As he makes his homeward way through the low dark ruins, which are all that the intrepid archaeologists could summon from the grave of centuries, he is moved to wonder whether Delphi, save for its natural beauty by day and by night, has any place in modern thought. The ancient interpretation of its importance was by no means only a religious one. The Greeks cannot be understood only through an Aeschylus of profound spiritual insight or an Herodotus of intelligent piety. Thucydides, amid the bustle of its life, was as rationalizing in his ideas about Delphi as we can be amid its dead ruins. To him as to us, its oracular power was a matter of superstition. He would have attributed Socrates' faith in it to his goodness rather than his knowledge, and doubtless anticipated the modern explanation of the wisdom of the priests. And yet Thucydides accepted without question the political and civic value of such a center for the Greek world. Now that that value has disappeared with the world it served, we are left to find a new value in the imperishable human thoughts which were inspired by Delphi and have outlived its marbles, its silver, and gold, its laurel crowns and echoing lyres. For any subsequent religion has but created, mutatis mutandis, the differing types of men through whom we know the pagan god. If the oracle is dumb, and Apollo but an antique fable, yet men of the 20th century may still find in the poets and thinkers of Greece expressions of their own faith, or their own doubt. They may find also that blending in one mind of belief born of idealism with unbelief born of experience, which is familiar to the modern world. Pindar's piety was such that, at Delphi they kept with reverence his iron chair, and the priest of Apollo cried nightly as he closed the temple, "Let Pindar the poet go in unto the supper of thee, God," and yet he uttered the universal lament. Much tossed, now rise, now sink the hopes of men, the while they cleave the waves of baffling falsity, and never yet hath any one on earth obtained from God a token sure of anything to come. Blind is the verdict of the future. Chapter CI from Delphi to Thebes. Ye triple pathways, shrouded crypt of woodland vale coppice, and narrowing pass where three roads meet. O ye who drank my father's blood my own from these my hands, do ye perchance remember what ye saw me do? Sophocles, Dippus Tyrannus. Dippus on his way from Delphi and Laius on his way from Thebes met at the forked road's cleft way in a lonely valley. The traveler who wishes to see the scene of the ensuing tragedy will have the opportunity to pass through a country of extraordinary beauty and variety, and also to know the leisured charm of travel by horse or mule. With the multiplication of railroads, these opportunities are growing rarer year by year, except for those whom adventure or professional interests lead into the less famous parts of Greece. The major portion of the country that attracts students of Greek life at its highest is as easy to traverse as Italy. It is true that the days which there have long since receded into historical perspective seem in Greece strangely mingled with the present, because the same traveler who today can take the train from Athens to Thebes was forced, 10 years ago, to ride or drive over the passes of Cithaeron. But already in the books of Greek travel written in the second half of the 19th century, we begin to perceive that delicate aroma of a more primitive past which pervades Goethe's Italienisch. Res. In addition to railroads, the matured police power of the government has been a transforming agency. Not only between Athens and Corinth, but practically everywhere in Greece, brigandage is now unknown. And finally, the onslaughts of dirt and vermin have been greatly modified, both by the increasing number of creditable inns in the larger places and by the ability of the peasants in remoter villages to understand the prejudices of foreigners. Not very long ago, a request for information about almost any route that led away from Athens might have been couched in the words of Dionysus asking about the trip to Hades. And tell me too the havens, fountains, shops, roads, resting place, and refreshment rooms, towns, lodgings, hostesses with whom are found the fewest bugs. Now, in villages which are near important sites of antiquity, the rough and ready traveler may meet with nothing more unfamiliar to him than the Aristophanic flea that hops in the blankets like a dancing girl, while those who take a dragoman, at a moderate price, and mattresses and supplies from Athens may escape even this enemy, as well as beds of hard boards and coarsely cooked food. A knowledge of modern Greek enables the true Philhellene to dispense with a middleman and to receive proofs in unexpected places of the unfailing hospitality and the alternating integrity and guile of the Greek peasant. Perched on the crest that forms the watershed between the eastern and western lengths of the valley of the Plistus, the lovely village of Arachova serves as a way station on the pilgrimage from Castri to the forked roads. The first part of the road leads familiarly through the precinct of Delphi, past the clump of plane trees which keep green the memory of their ancestor planted by Agamemnon, and past Castalia, whose waters, emerging from the gorge below the shining rocks, are as sweet to drink as Pausanias found them, and as clear as when they purified the suppliants at the oracle and the ministering hands of the priests, or laved the golden hair of the god himself. Along the road that now stretches eastward, the Persians streamed toward Delphi at the time of Xerxes' invasion. But near the temple of Athena Pronaia, on the lower terrace, they were repulsed by terrible portents. A storm of thunder burst over their heads. At the same time, two crags split off from Mount Parnassus and rolled down upon them with a loud noise, crushing vast numbers beneath their weight, while from the temple there went up the war cry and the shout of victory. The Delphians, who were hiding in the Coretian cave, seeing their terror, rushed down upon them, causing great slaughter. And barbarian survivors declared afterwards that two armed warriors, of a stature more than human, pursued after their flying ranks, pressing them close and slaying them. These supernatural warriors were two heroes who belonged to Delphi, by name Phylacus and Autonus. For their timely aid they received precincts and worship, Autonus by the Castalian spring, his comrade hard by the road, practically identical with the modern highway, which ran above the temple of Athena. The traces of this heroon may yet be seen, faint reminders of old-time tumults amid today's oblivious silence. A little farther is the so-called Logari, or likeness of a great door chiseled in the face of a rock, representing, perhaps, the gate of hell. At least it seems to have marked the entrance to an ancient cemetery which lay below the road along the southern slopes, now given over to orchards and to tillage. Through them a road winds down toward the silvery Plistus, twisting in and out among the gray-green olives and the almond trees. In antiquity, this was the road to the bustling town of Ambrosus by the pass of Desphina over Mount Surface. Now the donkeys that saunter along it are bearing peasant girls and their bags to the mills by the river. The road to Arachova leads in a gentle ascent close along the lower reaches of Parnassus on the left and high above the deep valley on the right. The muleteers may turn aside to shorter mountain paths, but the easy highway tempts to leisure while the sun is still warm in the west and the brilliant pageant of the valley is but lightly subdued by the delicate reserves of the approaching evening. Either route leads in less than 3 hours to the foot of high precipices rising at the back of windy Arachova, the representative of Homer's Anamoria, windswept town. These cliffs, now called Petrites, are, perhaps, the lookout place often alluded to in ancient literature, the point of vantage from which Apollo, the far darter, shot his arrow at the dragon in Delphi. The town itself, 2,000 feet above the sea level, is one of the most typical of modern Greece, both in situation and in those racial characteristics which are forming a new nation out of the roots of the old. The houses, interspersed with vivid green trees, gather about each other in terraces up the hill to the high-poised church of St. George, that other dragon slayer, while in its turn the little Christian edifice is frowned down upon by the rocky mountainside. The stony, twisted streets, alive with children, often become staircases of rock, up and down which the mules indifferently clatter. Stone courtyards lead to doorways out of which handsome men and women smile in hospitable welcome. The inhabitants of Arachova, perhaps because they live near the muses of Parnassus, possess a charm and courtesy of manner that is not duplicated among the rougher peasants of the Peloponnesus. They are also famous for their beauty, the gift of the Greeks from the time of Helen and Achilles through all admixtures of foreign blood. The men are tall and slim, with the dignity of carriage and chiseled fineness of feature which distinguishes the Greek peasantry from the livelier Italian, and the beauty of the women is grave, tranquil. The traveler may find himself served by a fair mother and fairer daughter, whose name of Sappho is belied by the shy, cool loveliness of her parted hair and innocent eyes. The Arachovans cherish brave traditions of their part in the War of Independence, but their relation to antiquity is revealed in certain elements of their imaginative life. Now, as of old, natural forces are identified with the activities of divine beings. The snowstorms and icy winds of winter are attributed to furious battles waged high up on the peaks of Parnassus by the spirits of the mountain. Gentler spirits of forest and fountain seem to have descended directly from antique prototypes. The Corician cave, once the haunt of Pan and his nymphs, is still a favorite resort of the Nereids. And these maidens, as the modern like the ancient Greek often calls them, dwell in many other pleasant places, lingering in the old trunks of olive or fig trees, like hamadryads or tumbling. Sportively in mill streams and mountain torrents, like the daughters of ancient Nereus among the waves of the sea. Primarily, indeed, the Nereids are still water nymphs, and the modern Greek word for water, Nero, so often upon the tourist's tongue, echoes their immortal play. Nor has the fashion of their garments greatly changed since the pictures of antiquity represented them with long veils, now bound upon the head, now fluttering freely in the hand. The peasants say that their Nereids wear a head cloth, always of the finest quality, but in style like the cloths worn by their own women, hanging down over the neck and shoulders. At Arachova the Nereids go with uncovered head and swing the cloth in their hands, as Leucothea loosened her veil to give it to Odysseus when she rose like a sea-gull from the depths of ocean to save his life. The Nereids have pipe-playing lovers known as demons, in whom Pan and the satyrs seem to live on. And Pan has his own special representative in the protective lord of hares and wild goats, who still ranges the slopes of Parnassus. An evil spirit in the shape of a he-goat with long beard, who leaps on the goats to their destruction, hints at that other aspect of Pan revealed in the malignant power of nature. Another inheritance from antiquity are the Lamii. One of these female monsters dwelt in a large cavern in the side of Mount Surface, still accessible at the end of a blind path beyond the Plistus, and ravaged the country all about until a brave hero put her to death. She and others of her ilk were the bugbears of children, and they still live among the Greek peasantry as vampirish demons. The name is also used as a term of reproach for scolding women. But in Arachova, oddly enough, the Lamia has been transformed by some kindly alchemy into a good spirit, and is often seen in the dusk striding through the village streets, or spinning at a huge distaff by a fountain's rim. Her name is given to handsome, well-behaved women, as beautiful girls are said to be Nereid-descended or Nereid-eyed. The modern Greeks also believe in the Fates or Moirae, either as 3 dread sisters or as a hierarchy of 12 who delegate the care of a specified number of men to a smaller committee. At Arachova 3 Fates appear within 3 days of an infant's birth, 2 known as the bearers of good and of ill fortune, who fight the matter out and agree upon a destiny, and the third called the spinner, who will weave the strands into the web of life. Thus, under the very eyes of St. George, pagan spirits make common cause with the angels and demons of Christianity. A hoof print on the edge of a crag may betray the presence of the Lord of hares and goats, or of the unmentionable devil. An infant who dies unbaptized may claim to be the victim of the ruthless spinner, or may go to join in the air the imps who war with the angels for the souls of men. Mountains and ether, springs and tree trunks, are filled with divine forces created, under the influence of two religions, by a people always sensitive to the intimacy between the physical and spiritual worlds. The Cleft Way lies 2 hours beyond Arachova, and 6 hours beyond that is Cheronia, battlefield and railroad station. On a morning in March, the moon may be bright at 6 o'clock, when the mules beat their way out of the rough streets of Arachova to the open. The road descends from the village and skirts the southern sides of Parnassus, leading through vineyards and gorges and winding over a bare and rocky valley. The amber moon grows white, and between the opening hills to the east the rising sun sets the sky aflame. Gradually the gold and rose give way to intense, brilliant blue. The twin peaks of Parnassus glisten in their covering of snow, a pastoral charm, reminiscent of Theocritus's Sicilian uplands, mingles with the rugged impressiveness of mountain scenery. Steep hillsides alternate with pastures, and here and there cool streams curl about the heedless feet of mules and muleteers. Gradually the severity of the landscape predominates. The road from Delphi along which Dippus, like ourselves, was coming, descends through a wild pass enclosed by the mighty precipices of Parnassus and Surface, and in a scene of impressive loneliness. Meets the roads from Daulis and Thebes. The spot is now called Stavrodromi 2 Mega, or Crossroads of Megas, in memory of a hero who was killed here in the middle of the 19th century while destroying a band of brigands. The story of the ancient deed of violence is put by Sophocles into the mouth of Dippus himself. The Delphic oracle had declared that Thebes could be healed of its pestilence only by the punishment of the murderer of Laius, the former king, and Dippus had proclaimed the requisite sentence against the unknown. Now he has begun to realize that he was the slayer. And wife, I'll speak out truth to thee. When journeying, I came hard by this three-forked road, there met me there, just as thou tellest it, a herald and a man mounted upon a carriage that was drawn by colts. And here the leader and the old man, too, himself, the pair of them, would thrust me rudely from the path, and I, enraged, strike him the charioteer who tried to push me off. And then the old man, seeing this, fetched me a blow with two-pronged goad full on my head as I strode by. No equal penalty paid, not he. By one swift blow from staff in this my hand, he's rolled out straightway from the car upon his back, and I slay all of them. So if there's any kin twixt Laius and this stranger, who is wretcheder than this man now before thee, what man could be more hateful to the gods? Whom never any one, or foreigner or citizen, may in his house receive, whom none may speak to nay, but from his house must thrust. And these curses none except myself brought down upon me. From the forked roads travelers who must push on to Cheronia will look regretfully at the path that leads to Lone Daulis in the high Cephisian vale. The little town is situated on the uneven summit of a massive hill which rises abruptly from the glens at the eastern foot of Parnassus, and of its bowery loveliness among pomegranates and olives and almonds enticing tales are told. Here, according to a favorite Greek legend, was the first home of the nightingale and the scene of that life enriched with sorrow, which her clear voice insatiate bemoans. The savage Tereus, king of Daulis, had married Procne, a prehistoric princess of Athens, and after the birth of her son Italus, had cut out her tongue and claimed that she was dead. He then married her sister Philomela. The betrayed Procne, however, told Philomela the truth by means of a web into which she had embroidered her story, and the two sisters united in slaying the innocent Italus and serving him up as meal to his father. The gods, in anger, transformed Procne and Philomela into a nightingale and swallow, forever mourning Italus, while Tereus became a pursuing hawk. When spring comes, whether in Daulis or Aethica or by the tranquil Thames, the pallid olive nightingale pours forth her music, bewailing her dead child. The ride from the cleft way to Chaeronea, winding through the valley of the Platania, a tributary of the Boeotian Cephisus, is rich in interest and variety. A little to the west of Chaeronea, on the border between Phocis and Boeotia, lies Hagios Vlasis, a miserable village known to fame only because of its position under the ancient Acropolis of Panopeus. The importance of Panopeus was the subject of legend and poetry rather than of history. From its clay Prometheus fashioned the human race, and from its people sprang Epeos, the inventor at Troy of the wooden horse. Here also the giant Tityos lived and died. He had violated Leto as she went up to Delphi through Panopeus of the fair dancing places, and for this sin Odysseus found him in Hades sprawling over 9 roods of leveled ground, his liver gnawed by vultures. Pausanias was perplexed by the Homeric epithet for the town, until the inhabitants explained to him that the Menids on their way to Parnassus stopped at Panopeus for preliminary dances. Dionysus may have passed this way with his mysterious quickening, as Apollo did with his ordered inspiration. Thus the insignificant town was the legendary scene of man's birth and of important episodes in his mental and moral development. Beyond Hagios Vlasis lies another modern village in the shadow of an ancient acropolis. Between Phocis and Boeotia there is no natural boundary, but the large plain of Chaeronea sweeps westward into Phocis and eastward into Boeotia to what used to be the Copake Lake. On the north and south the plain is enclosed by barren mountains, and the town of Chaeronea, unlike Panopeus, spread out from the base of its acropolis at the foot of the southern and lower hills. Its modern representative is the hamlet of Caprena, which displays a few legacies of antiquity and from which can be seen the 2 peaks of Petrachus, the sharp and steep acropolis. The chapel of Panagia, the Virgin, contains a chair of white marble called the Chair of Plutarch. The great biographer was born in Chaeronea, and the worshipful preservation of his name in the little Christian church reminds one of the appearance of the equally respectable Pliny's on the exterior of the cathedral of their native Como. But the dominant interest of Chaeronea is the battle which, in 338 BC, was lost by the forces of Greece united against Philip of Macedon. No single account of the terrible defeat has been handed down by dramatist or historian, as Aeschylus and Herodotus immortalized the victories of Salamis and Marathon, and only general facts in the struggle are known to us from lesser writers. Before the march to Chaeronea, Demosthenes had risen in the assembly at a terrified meeting in the cold and hopeless dawn, and persuaded the Athenians to make a hasty alliance with Thebes against encroachments of Philip. In the battle the Athenians held the left wing while the right, the post of honor, was given to the famous sacred band of the Thebans. Between them were gathered the other allies. Against the Thebans at the crucial moment Philip turned his cavalry under the command of the young Alexander. As the struggle became hopeless the Athenians retreated, but the members of the sacred band fought until they fell, raising one last memorial to their great founder Epaminondas, and offering one last atonement for the cowardice of Thebes in the Persian wars. The victory of Macedon was not so much wrested from the Greek arms as it was due to ineradicable defects in the Greek political character. It was characteristic of all Greek history that the allies should have formed no united and harmonious army under one fully empowered leader. The intense individualism which made Greece supreme in the arts and in science and philosophy left her at the mercy of peoples able to subordinate single wills to a national purpose. In the presence of the architecture, sculpture, and literature of the Greeks, it is impossible to deplore their unthwarted intellectual freedom, their keen sensibilities, their genius for personal development. But at Chaeronea it is easy to see not only the disintegration, but also the demoralization of a national life which lacked the heroic sacrifice of self and the persistence of a common controlling ideal as much as it lacked administrative genius and political wisdom. But it must be remembered that such inclusive strictures on the Greek character can be made only when we follow the prejudices of Philip's enemies in excluding Macedon from the Greek states. In the perspective of history, it is clear that Chaeronea opened the way for a new Hellenic state to create a new national life in which discord should give way to unity and individualism to a world empire. Nevertheless, the rise of Macedon was not continuous with the former life of Greece as were the successive hegemonies of the older states. The monarchy of Philip obliterated not only the existing commonwealths but their modes of government. Politically, the loss was swallowed up in gain. Aristotle's polity has rightly been called provincial in comparison with his pupil's empire, in which there was neither Greek nor barbarian. But in the world of ideas no substitution was an adequate atonement. The ideals of liberty which the older states had cherished, and in which their intellectual and artistic life had been nurtured, were lost at Chaeronea. In this sense, the Athenians were right in saying that here ended the freedom of Greece. More than 2 centuries later, a lesser victory was won at Chaeronea by Sulla over the forces of Mithridates, king of Pontus. 2 trophies were erected by the Roman general and were afterwards seen by Pausanias. But Philip, the son of Amyntas, set up no trophy, neither at Chaeronea nor for any other victory that he won over barbarians or Greeks, for it was not a Macedonian custom to erect trophies. On this field the only trophy was the one erected by the defeated to the dead. The Athenians who fell were buried in the Ceramacus, and Demosthenes, who had fought in the ranks, pronounced over them a funeral oration. The Thebans were buried on the field. No inscription, says Pausanias, is carved on the tomb, but a lion is placed on it, perhaps in allusion to the spirit of the men. The reason why there is no inscription I take to be that their fortune did not match their valor. This lion may be seen today about a quarter of a mile beyond Caprena, just before one turns toward the modern railroad station of Chaeronea. For centuries it had lain in fragments, but in 1902 the broken pieces were fitted together with a result extraordinarily impressive. Upon a pedestal 10 feet high sits erect a great beast of gray stone, lifting into the free air a massive unbowed head, and rivaling in the guardianship of Chaeronea the greater inspector who, possibly after this same battle, was invoked by an unknown poet. O guardian time, inspector general of mortals' doings manifold, be herald of our fate to men, to all, how we the holy land of Greece essayed to save, and dying, plains Boeotian made renowned in story. Road. The road turns at a sharp angle in front of the lion and runs in placid monotony to the station situated near the banks of the Cephisus. Pausanias closes his chapter on Chaeronea by a rare reference to the common people of his own day, who gathered flowers and from them distilled balms for the pains of men. In a modern chapter, the end comes. not with the haunting fragrance through summer fields of plucked lilies and healing roses, but with the scream of an engine as the Athens Express breaks into the little station. The train goes straight through Boeotia to the bright city in the Attic plain, but on the way lies Thebes of the Seven Gates. Chapter She Thebes and Boeotia. O Thebe blessed, wherein delighteth most thy heart, in which of all the noble deeds wrought in thy land in days gone by? Gone by, I say, for now the grace of olden time is fallen upon sleep. Pendar. Of Boeotia more than of any other province of Greece is our involuntary judgment likely to be at fault, for the ancient distinction between the quick-witted Athenians and the stupid Boeotians has passed into our own proverbial language. But our inherited contempt for the Boeotian clowns is rather a tribute to the persistent intellectual domination of the Athenians than an accurate reflection of the truth. Indeed, if we examine the sources of the tradition, we find that the original verdict was popular and unreasoned, receiving its literary support in comedy, which deliberately appealed to vulgar prejudice. If you have good sense, you will avoid Boeotia, was the mocking advice of Thercrates, the distinguished forerunner of Aristophanes, and to the comic poets of the following centuries Boeotian gluttony and Boeotian clumsiness were an unfailing resource to pleasure the fickle humors of the crowd. In the serious literature of the great periods, Boeotia is treated with respect. Plutarch complains that Herodotus misrepresented Thebes in the Persian Wars, and warns his readers that as there are venomous insects at the heart of roses, so beneath the historian's delightful and persuasive style lurk defamation and vituperation of the noblest and greatest cities and men of Greece. But if Herodotus has diverged from the truth, in this instance a questionable supposition, he has at least looked upon Thebes as an enemy and not overlooked her as a boorish community. In the history of Thucydides also, and even of the bigot Xenophon, Boeotian cities make a dignified, if not always virtuous, appearance among the actors on the national stage. In poetry, Boeotia receives her full rights as a contributor to the imaginative life of Greece. In Homer, not only is the Boeotian harbor of Aulis the meeting place of the Greek fleet before it sets sail for Ilium, but also Boeotian landscapes beautify heroic episodes with their rivers flowing between green banks, their open meadows and bright groves, their flocks of tame doves and grassy ways. In the Homeric hymns, Boeotian vineyards and furrows bloom under the swift feet of golden-haired Apollo and mischievous Hermes. Above all, in the Attic dramatist's Boeotian Thebes is the scene of the epiphany of gods and of the sorrows of humanity. The legendary past of this city was crowded with personages whose glories and whose dooms were on so grand a scale that they became to the tragic poets of Athens, and still are to us, symbols of the unceasing conflict between will and destiny. The Theban legends, more than any others, save those of Argos, appealed to Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides as fitted for their dramatic purpose of arousing pity and terror. In using this material, they displayed a familiarity with the Thebes of their own day, which is a striking proof that men of sense and feeling could delight in Boeotia. Aeschylus perceived the fertility of the land and the fairness of Dirce, goodliest of streams. Sophocles seems to have heard and never forgotten the soft murmur of the river Ismenus. And Euripides knew intimately the wild ivy growing over the city towers, and the berries and flowers of the city gardens, the golden wheat fields and cooling springs of the surrounding country, the deep pine greenery and fallen oak leaves within the forests of Mount Cithaeron, the mountain torrents cleaving the narrow, crag-topped glens, the gleaming snow forever resting on the mountains' heights. Furthermore, Boeotia had its own traditions of culture, Although creative artistic power was exemplified only in Hesiod, the originator of a new literary movement, and in Pindar, the most eminent lyric poet of Greece, there was revealed in the architecture, sculpture, and painting which enriched cities and sanctuaries, and in the poetry and music which were conspicuous at festivals, a critical taste as trustworthy as any outside of Attica. Educational ideals also tended toward a genuine, if not always vigorous, cultivation. Plutarch's ripe refinement is a late, but not a solitary example. Thus accoutred against prejudice, we may hope more fairly to appraise the good and the evil in Boeotian life. Boeotia has one of the most fortunate situations in Greece, for its frontiers are either protected by high mountains or border on two arms of the sea, the Gulf of Corinth and the Gulf of Euboea, which in antiquity connected her with the extended maritime life of Greece and put her into easy communication with Attica and the Peloponnesus. Within the mountain barriers, the Boeotian country consists of two plains separated by hills. The flatness of the northern plain is unrelieved, and the rivers that flow into it, like the Cephissus, find no outlets except by catavathras or channels which they force for themselves under Mount Tune in the north. The frequent stoppage of these channels turned a large part of the plain into the famous Copake Lake, the drainage of which moved prehistoric engineers to wonderful feats, tempted to comparative failure the less expert engineers of successive historic periods, and has finally been accomplished by modern skill. Within a few years, a British company has reclaimed for the growing energies of modern Greece thousands of acres of land that will yield 2 crops a year. The southern basin of Boeotia is smaller and also less homogeneous and monotonous than the northern. Thebes occupies a small plateau of its own on the northern side of a low range of hills that divides it from the larger part of the plain given over to the beautiful valley of the Asopus. The fertility and charm of Boeotia may still be appreciated. In antiquity, cities and towns, busied with the industries of the soil and of the sea, gave evidence also of the practical resources supplied by nature. And yet it must be admitted that the historical importance of Boeotia falls somewhat short of its obvious advantages. Only after Athens and Sparta had risen successively to the hegemony of Greece, and again lost their power, did Thebes play a leading role in national politics. And at no time did Boeotians vie either in energy or genius with the people of barren Attica. An explanation often given is that the unhealthful climate and heavy atmosphere of the country modified natural impulses to enterprise. The Athenians, as we have seen, laid great stress on the brilliant freshness of their own air as promoting intelligence. But another explanation takes into account the mystery of racial characteristics. Before Boeotia was conquered, sometime in the centuries preceding Homer, by the northern race from Epirus and Thessaly, which gave the country its name and began the historic period, there existed, both in the north and in the south, older peoples of evident wealth and power. For centuries Orchomenus was the leading city, not only of the northern plain, but of the whole country. Its mighty kings and golden splendor were still a bright memory to Homer, and excavations have brought to life for us indications of the richness of its civilization. Exceptionally impressive and interesting ruins of a fortress now known as Goulas, or Ga or Gla, have been discovered on what used to be the eastern bank of the Copake Lake. And at Thebes also we shall find traces of a people as advanced as any in prehistoric Greece. In the early ages, the air of Boeotia does not seem to have prevented conspicuous progress in political power or in the arts. The northern invaders, then, would seem to have been responsible for the defects of later history, failing to construct a civilization equal to the one they had been able to destroy. In the case of the arts especially, it is significant that Pindar, the only Boeotian poet of the first order, was not of unmixed Boeotian blood, but belonged to a branch of the Aegidi who traced their pedigree back to the pre-Boeotian rulers of Thebes. Of this descent, distinguished in the eyes of all Greeks, Pindar was justly proud. And yet he was a loyal son of Thebes and assumed his share in the ancient reproach of Boeotian swine. We are at liberty, therefore, to emphasize his country before his blood. Modern Thebes is huddled on the site of the ancient Acropolis, its poverty serving as a reminder of the desolation which as early as Strabo's time had fallen upon one of the great cities of Greece. Pausanias found the lower city deserted, save for the sanctuaries, the population being restricted to the Acropolis, and Dio Chrysostom had seen a solitary image standing among the ruins of the old marketplace. In the Middle Ages, fortune returned to Thebes from time to time, but under the Turks deserted her in apparent despair. Doubtless the town will revive as the modern nation gathers its forces. In the meantime, it serves to indicate the area of the stronghold, or acropolis built by the prehistoric settlers. Before the middle of the 5th century, the city had grown westward to the stream of Dirce and eastward to the river Ismenus. After that time, as is evident from remains of city walls, the area was even more extended. The mythological past of Thebes was greater than any of its historic periods. Her early citizens shone brilliantly among those lights of the age that rose before our own as demigods o'er earth's wide region known. Yet these dread battle hurried to their end. Some, where the sevenfold gates of Thebes ascend, strave for the flocks of Dipus in fight. Some war in navies led to Troy's far shore. The story of Cadmus, the legendary founder of Thebes, is one of the best examples of the legends by which the Greeks reconstructed their early history. As if by shadows of dreams, they were haunted by the memory of ancient adventures and enterprises, by movements of whole peoples and bright deeds of early heroes. And in spite of their arrogant aloofness in historic times from all barbarians, they admitted, in the stories into which their racial imagination shaped the formless facts of prehistoric life, close connection with foreign peoples. So Cadmus was said to be a Phoenician going forth from his own land and settling in Boeotia before it was known by that name. Whatever the Phoenician connection was, whether direct or by way of Crete, whether by colonization or merely by trading stations, it is certain that a pre-Boeotian people occupied Thebes and were displaced by northern invaders, who in their turn, at one time or another, seem to have been forced on by the pressure of Illyrians from Epirus. These facts the Greek people made into a story of individual adventure, and this story Greek poets made dramatic and universal. Cadmus was son of a Phoenician king and brother of the ravished Europa. Sent by his father to find his sister, and not daring to return without her, he asked advice of the Delphic oracle. He was told to follow a cow until she should lie down. This strange behest led him through Phocis to Thebes. Here, like most heroes, including Apollo, who wished to take possession of strange earth, he was obliged to slay a dragon. Athena, his special guardian, bade him sow the dragon's teeth, and from these sprang up an armed brood of warriors, known thereafter as the Spartoi, or sown men. Cadmus watched them fight with each other until only 5 were left, with which doughty remnant he built up the Cadmeia, or original Acropolis of Thebes. Like Apollo again, he was forced to atone for the murder of the dragon by serving heirs for a term of years. At the end, heirs gave him to wife Harmonia, his daughter by Aphrodite, and Cadmus began a glorious reign. But his patient bondage to heirs had won only a temporary pacification, and to his children and grandchildren passed the relentless curse. Oedipus was his direct descendant. Even in Cadmus's lifetime 2 daughters and 2 grandsons met with violent deaths, and he and his queen Harmonia went far away to Illyria and became rulers of the Enchelians. There they were changed into serpents, bright and aged snakes, and were compelled by fate to lead their barbarian people in an invasion of Greece. Matthew Arnold follows Ovid in making them, among the green Illyrian hills, wholly forget their first sad life and home, and all that Theban woe, and stray forever through the glens, placid and dumb. But Euripides represents the old king as filled with evil presentiment. Far off to barbarous men, a gray-haired wanderer, I must take my road. And then the oracle, the doom of God, that I must lead a raging horde far flown to prey on Hellas, lead my spouse mine own Harmonia, Eris' child, discorporate and haunting forms, dragon and dragon. Mate against the tomb and altar stones of Greece, lance upon lance behind us, and not cease from toils like other men nor dream, nor past, the foam of Acheron find my peace at last. Pindar in his radiant vision of the future life, beyond the foam of Acheron places Cadmus, with Peleus in the company of the mighty dead who dwell at peace forever, within the islands of the blessed. The earthly life of both heroes he uses to illustrate to Hieron, lord of Syracuse and Fortune's favorite, the adage inherited from the men of old, for every boon to men the gods deal double bane. Blessed with life secure was neither Peleus, son of Aeacus, nor Cadmus, match of gods, and yet 'tis said of mortals alt was they who gained the highest bliss. For they could hear the golden-snooted moose's song, or on the mountain side, or midst the 7 gates of Thebes, when Cadmus took to wife large-eyed Harmonia, and when the other wed the glorious Thetis, maiden child of Nereus. Gods shared with both their banquet, and they both beheld the sons of Cronos seated, kings on thrones of gold, and from them wedding gifts received, and Zeus's grace requited them for former toil, uplifting high their hearts. Yet in the aftertime sharp anguish of his daughters 3 robbed Cadmus of his share of joy. So too from him, whom as her only son immortal that is bare in Phthia unto Peleus, fled his life, by arrow sped in war. Pindar's song of praise, flitting like a bee from tale to tale, paused often upon the legends of his mother Thebes. Among others he tells the story of Heracles' birth at Thebes and of his speedy slaying, while yet in swaddling clothes, of monstrous snakes that approached his cradle. The most tragic episode of Heracles' life, his madness and his murder of his children, also occurred at Thebes, according to the version of the legend used by Euripides in his drama of the Mad Heracles. But this play is of little poetic importance in comparison with the plays that deal with the curse-haunted house of Cadmus. Neither Euripides nor Sophocles, in their single extant experiments with the tragedy of Heracles, display the sympathetic genius which has given permanent value to the stories of Pentheus and Oedipus. The 2 plays, however, which rest upon these legends are famous for antipodal reasons. The Oedipus Tyrannus of Sophocles was selected by Aristotle as the most perfect specimen, in technical construction, of the Greek drama, and is treasured now as the model of what is most restrained, most profound yet clear, most Hellenic in Greek literature. The Bacchae of Euripides, on the other hand, is more un-Hellenic than any play or poem that has come down to us, more resplendent in fancy, more wild in theme, more incomprehensible in purpose. Pentheus was the son of Agav and the grandson and successor of Cadmus, but his fame was born of his feudal conflict with another daughter's greater son. Semele, loved by Zeus and at her own request visited by him in the full panoply of his splendor, had been consumed in the lightning's fire, and her child Dionysus had been snatched from her womb by its divine father and hidden within his own thigh to issue in time as the strangest of all the gods. Popularly known as the god of wine, he was in reality a lord of many voices, a spirit of guiding fire, a mountain bull, a snake of 100 heads, a master of the voices of the night, a lover of peace, a giver of good gifts, a god, a beast, a mystery. His worship, originating among the gloomy Thracians and the mystical yet sensuous Orientals, was late in winning its place in cultivated Athens. Only with very great difficulty can we discover the threads of belief which made out of the newcomer a gracious lord of the vintage, a dispeller of care and teacher of mirth, a prophet, a guide in all. The arts of civilization, and more mysteriously still, a suffering god, both redeemer and redeemed, a companion at Eleusis of Demeter and Persephone. Because, however, of the persistent clarity of the Greek imagination, the god now and again emerges from amid the chaos of functions and attributes in a concrete form of beauty. In the Homeric hymn written in his praise, he is a youth with dark hair and dark and smiling eyes standing on a headland that juts above the unharvested sea, while the ocean winds blow about his shoulders a purple robe. To Euripides he is a man of charm and spell, from Lydian seas, a head all gold and cloudy fragrancies, a wine-red cheek, and eyes that hold the light of the very Cyprian. The distinguishing feature of all Dionysiac worship was the frenzied raving of its votaries. Women especially were mastered by the strange desire to join in the revels, and, since the intellectualized life of Athens was hostile to insane manifestations of religious fervor, Athenian women made frequent pilgrimages to places where the wildness of nature welcomed the wildness in the heart of man. We have already seen them traveling to the uplands of Parnassus. Mount Cithaeron was another favorite gathering place. The women in Aristophanes' Thesmophoria Zeusi cry aloud, "Sing, ye Voi," and sing again, shout for Bacchus the glad refrain. Cithaeron echoes around thee, hark. And the mountain coverts green and dark, and a roaring comes floating adown, between, through bosky gorge and rocky ravine. Perhaps the most adventurous would sometimes make their way to the bleak hills near Pella, the capital of Macedonia, where queen and peasant met in Bacchic excesses. Euripides spent the last years of his life at Pella, and it has been thought that there he conceived the idea of writing a play to portray Dionysus's triumphal entrance into Thebes against the will of Pentheus. Be this as it may, certainly Thebes and Cithaeron are more than a perfunctory mise en scène for the Bacchae. In no other Greek play is the reader so conscious of the presence of landscape. Dionysus comes from the east to defend his mother's memory and to establish his worship in her city. Pentheus opposes him in spite of the wisdom of Cadmus and the warnings of the soothsayer Tiresias. The god constrains the women of Thebes, including Pentheus's mother and her sisters, who long ago had tempted the young Semele to her destruction, to follow him to Mount Cithaeron. Pentheus is then led to spy upon their revels. They take him for a wild beast, and his own mother tears him to pieces. At the end, restored to an agonized reason, she becomes an exile from her home. Cadmus goes to his fate among the Illyrians. Dionysus is wrapped from mortal sight in a cloud. It is a disputed question whether Euripides was moved to this portrayal of a cruel godhead by the subtlest impiety, or by a belated desire to be considered orthodox, or by a realization of the savage power that lies at the heart of life and cannot be gainsaid. At any rate, he has woven into the plot the pathos of which he is master. In the reiterated suggestions of the tie between parent and child, the young god stirred to triumphant action by the memory of his dead mother, the living mother wildly bringing her son's head in from the mountain, and calling upon him to come and glory in her lion hunting, the old father deciding to lead his daughter back from the shadows of madness, even if the path of truth ends in grief and pain. And the whole nexus of religion, pathos, and inherited curse is spread before us in colors of flame. The play is pervaded by the dances and the songs of the Maenads who have followed Dionysus. From Asia, from the dayspring that uprises, and who irresistibly draw to their ranks the matrons and maidens of Thebes. All hail, O Thebes, thou nurse of Semele. With Semel's wild ivy crown thy tresses, O burst in bloom of wreathing bryony, berries and leaves and flowers, uplift the dark divine wand, the oak wand and the pine wand, and don thy fawn skin, fringed in purity with fleecy white like ours. Oh, cleanse thee in the wand's waving pride. Yea, all men shall dance with us and pray, when Bromios his companions shall guide hillward, ever hillward, where they stay, the flock of the believing, the maids from loom and weaving by the magic of his breath borne away. The picture of the women, as they finally have taken possession of Cithaeron, is painted for Pentheus by a shepherd. Upon this passage and a few others in the play rests Mr. Symonds' discriminating statement that the Bacchae, like the birds, proves what otherwise we might have hardly known, that there lacked. Not Greeks for whom the Tempest and A Midsummer Night's Dream would have been intelligible, and for this magic not only Euripides' brilliant fancy, but also Mount Cithaeron itself is responsible. Our herded kine were moving in the dawn up to the peaks, the grayest, coldest time, when the first rays steal earthward, and the rime yields, when I saw 3 bands of them. The one Autonoi led, one Ino, one thine own mother Agev. There beneath the trees sleeping they lay, like wild things flung at ease in the forest, one half sinking on a bed of deep pine greenery, one with careless head amid the fallen oak leaves, almost. Cold in purity not as thy tale was told of wine cups and wild music and the chase, for love amid the forest's loneliness. The lowing kine awake them, and they gird on their dappled fawn skins. Then they pressed wreathed ivy round their brows, and oaken sprays, and flowering bryony. And one would raise her wand and smite the rock, and straight a jet of quick bright water came. Another set her thyrsus in the bosomed earth, and there was red wine that the god sent up to her, a darkling fountain. And if any lips sought whiter draughts, with dipping fingertips they pressed the sod, and gushing from the ground came springs of milk. And reed wand's ivy-crowned ran with sweet honey, drop by drop. The curse laid upon Cadmus destroyed all his daughters, and among his grandchildren not only Pentheus but also Actaeon who, because he saw Artemis at her bath in one of Cithaeron's still pools, was torn to pieces by his own hunting dogs. Cadmus's only son Polydorus and his son's son Labdacus were strangely spared. Then once more Nemesis rose to the pursuit. The son of Labdacus was Laius, who was unwittingly murdered by his son, Deipus, and the doom of Deipus is the subject of the Oedipus Tyrannus. Cithaeron still towers on the horizon. In its winding glens, the infant Oedipus had been exposed and rescued by a vagrant hireling in charge of mountain flocks. But the play takes us back to the city, with its royal palace and temples and marketplace. As usual, it is the Thebes of Sophocles' day that is used for scenery. The drama opens when the fruitful country has been laid waste by a pestilence and her citizens are praying to Artemis, whose temple stands in the agora, to Apollo at his oracular seat by the river, Ismenus, and to all the gods by the altar in front of the royal palace. But in these few hints all localized interest is exhausted. The austere and disciplined beauty of the dramatic structure throws into high relief the pitifulness and the terror of a father's sin at work in the 3rd and 4th generation, and of the human struggle against destiny. The universal truth of the tragedy as apprehended by Sophocles was as independent of the walls of Thebes as of the confines of the theatre in Athens. And yet in modern Thebes, itself the shadow of a greater past, we may realize afresh the catastrophe that befell the ancient king. He had saved the city by guessing the riddle of the Sphinx and thus destroying her. He had been acclaimed as king in place of Laius, slain by an unknown hand, and had married Iocasta, Laius's queen. Now he promises to save his people from the pestilence by obeying the Delphic command that the slayer of Laius shall be found and exiled. He discovers that he is the murderer, and in a crescendo of horror, that he is the son both of the man he murdered and of his own wife. In spite of their effort to kill him in his infancy, he has reappeared, the innocent agent of their destruction, as the irrefutable god of prophecy had foretold. Iocasta hangs herself. Oedipus's children face a world that will remember against them the sin of their father. He puts out his eyes and goes into voluntary exile, defeated by fate, a broken-hearted fugitive, not yet conscious that in the surrender of his will to God he may atone and be at peace. Borne from afar upon the quiet air of today, we may hear ghostly echoes of the songs of the people that watched him. He was an example of the emptiness of life. O generations of mankind, how all your life I ever find with naught and nothingness aligned. For who, what man the wide world o'er, of happiness e'er gaineth more than only this to have his own he dreams, and as he dreams 'tis gone. Thy fate, thine, Oedipus, beholding, O luckless one, thy wretched fate, and from it my opinion moulding not mortal I congratulate. And he also exemplified the truth of Solon's aphorism that no one should be congratulated before the end. Ye who dwell in Thebes our city, look behold this Oedipus, he who solved the famed enigma, and did prove himself the best. Now he's come to what an ocean of calamity and dread. Well it were then, being mortal, to that last and awful day that we onward turn our vision, and count no one fortunate till the race course he has finished, and has reached life's goal unscathed. In spite of the repentance of Oedipus, the ancient curse fell upon his children, and their dooms also became the subjects of dramas. Aeschylus, in the Seven Against Thebes, deals with the story of Aeolus and Polynices, whose own folly was the immediate cause of their ruin. They had agreed to rule Thebes alternately, but Aeolus, once in possession, refused to abdicate. Polynices raises in Argos an army led by Adrastus, with which he advances against his country. Civil war follows, and the brothers kill each other. This story gave Aeschylus two dramatic opportunities peculiarly suited to his genius. One was the handling of the theme of Nemesis, not with grave calm like Sophocles, but with gigantic vigor, with rough-hewn figures of triple-crested waves of evil, harvests of blood, chilling frosts. Of fear, with a penetrating insistence upon the black and full-grown curse which shadows city and citizens. Within its gloom Aeolus fights only with the ardor of despair. Since eagerly God urgeth this affair, draw lot, Cocytus draw, and wind astern, sail down his wave. Apollo hateth all the race of Labdacus. To relieve this gloom Aeschylus uses his other dramatic opportunity, that of describing with Homeric eloquence the 7 Argive warriors stationed at the 7 gates, and the Theban defenders sent to meet them. In the full-mouthed trimeters of the messenger who has seen the enemy, and of Aeolus who is undaunted by his report, echo stirringly the epic clash of arms, neighing of steeds, and war cries of men. Shields of many devices and crested helmets bedeck the heroes. Courage adorns them all, from Amphiaraus, who foresees disaster, to Parthenopaeus, the Arcadian medic, repaying to Argos the cost of his nurture. Now by his spear he swears which he is confident to reverence above the god or his own eyes, The town of the Cadmeans he will surely sack, in spite of Zeus. Thus cries aloud this fair-faced shoot of mother mountain bred, a man though boy in years. His downy beard is just appearing on his cheeks, as youth's prime makes it grow, the thick hair cropping out, but he with spirit fierce, no maiden's namesake this, and terrible bright eye, comes up to take his post. Nor yet without avant stands he beside the gate, for on his bronze-wrought shield his body's circled screen, our city's shame he wields, the raw flesh ravening sphinx, fast riveted with bolts her body burnished bright repoussé work, and under in her grasp she bears a man Cadmean, that upon this warrior most thickly fly the bolts. 'Tis likely, now he's come, he'll not be retail dealer in the trade of war, nor will he bring discredit on his long road's track. Euripides used the same story in his Tyrian Women, but openly scorned the Homeric note of Aeschylus. With the enemy at the gates, there is no time to describe the warriors, and the emphasis is shifted from the horror of the curse to the burden on Iocasta's heart. Still living, she seeks to reconcile her sons, and at last kills herself on their dead bodies. Polynices is not only his country's enemy, but a homesick man whose eyes grow wet when he sees the familiar altars and Dirce and the old gymnasium, and who begs his mother just before he dies to bury him in these. Antigone is brave enough to support her mother, comfort her father, and promise to bury her brother, but so tenderly young that an old servant helps her up a cedarn stairway to the palace roof that she may see the Argive army in the plain. Another vision of brave youth is given in the character of Meneceus, last virgin descendant of the Sown men. Informed by Tiresias that by a voluntary death he can save Thebes, he evades his father and makes one of the patriotic speeches that never failed to thrill an Athenian audience in the Dionysiac theater. Now I will go and, standing on the rampart's heights over the deep dark dragon pen, the very spot the seer described minutely, I myself will slay, and liberate my country. The fame of Antigone was secured by Sophocles. Thebes seems to have been always noted for the beauty of its women, from Semele, the bride of Zeus, to the tall yellow-haired ladies admired by Dicæarchus, and Aeschylus suggests the loveliness of Antigone as Euripides suggests her youthfulness. But through Sophocles we know her unadorned as the embodiment of loyalty and courage. On the sunny morning that followed the defeat of the Argives, when the eye of golden day had at last arisen over Dirce's stream, she buried her brother and defied Creon's edict, which forbade burial. To an enemy of the country, in a noble speech of justification, not Zeus hath published this decree, not Zeus for me, neither hath justice, housemate with the gods below, laws like to this defined for men. Nor did I think within these edicts, these of thine, such strength inert that, being a mere mortal, thou couldst override the unwritten and unfailing statutes of the gods. For not of yesterday nor of today their life, but ever from all time, none knows their origin. The Athenian reverence for law made natural an even more magnificent reiteration of this idea in the Didapus Tyrannus. Be mine the lot to win pure reverence in every word and work for which the laws are set on high, in heavens either born as children of Olympus, him alone, no mortal nature among men gave birth to them, nor ever shall oblivion lull them to slumber. Great is God within them, and he grows not old. Beneath a neighboring hill Antigone was walled up in one of the rock-cut caverns that abound in Greece. Her lover Haemon, Creon's son, kills himself within the door. His mother takes her life, and Creon is left to a late and impotent knowledge of the truth. Before the end, the chorus of Theban girls think of Antigone's betrothal, and in a famous hymn to love flash brief fire upon the lonely moral heights of the play. But suddenly the song dissolves into a lamentation which still haunts the ear in Thebes. But already I too past all bounds of the law am swept onward myself as I look on this sight, and the fount of my tears I no longer can check, when Antigone here I behold as she fares to that chamber where all shall be resting. In historic Thebes heroism had lost its luster. When Greece was tested, the result in this city is revealed in the laconic words of Herodotus, that among the Greeks who sent earth and water to Xerxes were the Thebans and the other Boeotians, except the Plataeans and the Thespians. The grace of the olden time is fallen upon sleep, Pindar complained after recounting the noble deeds of the heroic age. His own sympathy with the national cause is clearly seen in another ode written after the expulsion of the Persians. Some god has turned aside the stone of Tantalus from overhead, a load that Hellas might not brook. Later, when it was regarded as a political asset to have opposed the Persians, the Thebans defended their failure on the ground that they had had neither constitutional government nor popular freedom. A cabal of selfish nobles had forced them into an action abhorrent to themselves. Certainly it is true that Thebes was always aristocratic rather than democratic. And it is worth noting that Pindar in his art was the true son of such a city. The great festivals of Greece were the immediate inspiration of his extant odes, while his life in Athens and his journeys to Sicily and to the eastern islands furnished him with much poetic material. But as far as the soaring eagle is to be identified with a birthplace, we may ascribe to his aristocratic origin and early environment persistent selection of the things that were distinguished and splendid. At the time of the Peloponnesian War, Thebes appears as the bitter opponent of Athens. But later the shifting politics of the time brought about an alliance between these two ancient enemies and set Thebes against Sparta. Her position, however, was one of difficulty and humiliation, buffeted about as she was between the greater powers. Finally, in the first quarter of the 4th century, under the influence of one man, Thebes entered upon a period of power and distinction. Brief as it was, it served to awaken the sleeping glory of the old days and to make men once more mindful of Thebes of the golden shield. Epaminondas inspired a young Boeotian party, roused the Theban people, opposed Sparta, and defeated her by new strategic skill at Leuctra in 371 BC, renewed the ancient confederacy of Boeotian towns, won the support of neighboring states and the sympathy of Delphi, and finally marched into the Peloponnesus to oppose the unrighteous designs of Sparta. At the Battle of Mantinea in Arcadia he lost his life, before his work for Thebes and Hellas was finished. It is greatly to be regretted that a career so admirable and a personality so original should not have been interpreted by some adequate historian or poet. He lived too late for the enthusiasm of Herodotus or the justice of Thucydides. That Xenophon, through his hatred of Thebes, failed to talk much of the Theban general is no great loss to our imaginative understanding of a great man. Pausanias in his sincere admiration contributes something. Of the famous captains of Greece, Epaminondas may well rank as the first, or at least as second to none. For whereas the Lacedaemonian and Athenian generals were seconded by the ancient glories of their countries, as well as by soldiers of a temper to match, Epaminondas found his country disheartened. Submissive to foreign dictation, yet he soon raised them to the highest place. Plutarch's Life of Epaminondas has not been preserved, but this loss is partially repaired by his Life of Pelopidas, the companion in arms and the passionate imitator of the hero, and by his return now and again in other writings to a contemplation of the character of Epaminondas. Out of slight sketches like these, and out of the second-rate histories, we must fashion our portrait. Epaminondas was a great soldier and a leader of men. These facts need not be obscured by the other fact that he did not, probably could not, establish a national unity strong enough to live on after him. With him died the hopes of Thebes. His fear of this must have been his heaviest burden. Patriotism with him not only excluded satisfaction in his own power, but included patience under attack. To us, familiarized with magnanimous patriotism in many nations, this seems more admirable than strange. But against the background of Greek history, the statesmen are conspicuous who could have entirely understood the obedient spirit in which Socrates accepted condemnation from the city he had tried to serve. In Epaminondas also appear some of those qualities which his contemporary Plato thought essential to a wise king. He loved philosophy more than power, and his early training had been intellectual and moral rather than martial. Like Pindar, he belonged to the oldest nobility of Thebes, tracing his pedigree to Cadmus, but his family had long lived modestly, dissociated from the more vulgar aristocracy, and devoted to the intellectual life. Philosophers exiled from southern Italy came to Thebes as well as Athens, and among them Lysis of Tarentum exercised a great influence upon the young Epaminondas. The boy's gentle nature and hardy will furnished an ideal soil for the seeds of the Pythagorean doctrine, which, before the days of St. Francis of Assisi, taught the beauty of poverty, of temperance, and of humility, and insisted upon a moral earnestness and devotion to duty. Epaminondas, the conqueror and liberator, was at all times a practical follower of the religion in which he had been nurtured. And with something of his own fervor he inflamed the sacred band, that company of friends, like Epaminondas and Pelopidas, who inspired each other to valor and to virtue, and were united in the cause of patriotism. In this appeal to the chivalric gallantry of youth, Epaminondas was thoroughly Greek. In the unmarred consistency of his own life, he was unapproached even by his closest followers. As Pindar in his generation was heavy at heart over Thebes, so the martial leader must often have brooded in lonely impotence over the same city. To travelers he may appear, as dusk comes on, in the guise in which men found him on an ancient holiday, walking aloof, ungarlanded, and thoughtful. "I am keeping guard," he said, "that all of you may be drunk and revel securely." The visible remains of ancient these are at present very few, and although archaeological research may reveal sites and fragments of great interest, we shall never see here ruins still clothed upon with beauty. Nor is the situation of the town impressive enough to attract travelers who are indifferent to memories of the past. The chief charm of the place is its view of an horizon broken by Cithaeron, Helicon, and distant Parnassus, by Mount Tuon, where men listened to Apollo, and the mountain of the Sphinx. Fragments of walls are all that remain of the city's fortifications. Of the gates no traces have been found. Pausanias speaks of seeing all 7 gates, but he describes only 3 of them, and some scholars have argued that the other 4 were invented by the lost epic writers who first gave literary form to the Theban legends. Certainly the poets themselves, Aeschylus, Euripides, and the later Alexandrians, differ in their lists. The only important ruins of a building are those recently reported to have been discovered by the Greek archaeologists near the Agora. They represent a palace of the Mycenaean period which met its destruction by fire and which has been identified under the name of the House of Cadmus with the ruins of the bridal chambers of Harmonia and Semele seen by Pausanias. From the historic period nothing remains, although with the help of broken pieces of marble and stone, we may try to imagine the temple of Ismenian Apollo, second only to Delphi as the seat of this oracular god, in the place of the present church of Saint Luke on the hill that rises by the river St. John. Dismantled as Thebes was in the time of Pausanias, his guides showed him many places which were associated with Pindar or with the legends embodied in the Attic drama. There was the observatory of Tiresias, where the blind prophet had listened intently to the sharp cries and wearing wings of the prescient birds. As if ageless in sorrow, he pervades each drama on the curse of Cadmus with his futile vision of the truth. His robe drawn over his old, sightless head, revolving inly the doom of Thebes. There was also the tomb of Meneceus, and nearby a pillar marking the scene of the duel between Aeticles and Polynices. The immediate neighborhood was still called the dragging of Antigone, because over it Antigone had to drag her brother's heavy body. In addition to the great temple of Apollo, with its statues by Phidias and Scopas, Pausanias saw the temple of Artemis, with a statue by Scopas, the temple of Heracles, the champion, the gables of, which held the representations by Praxiteles of the demigods' 12 labors, the temple of Dionysus, and the temple of Cybele and Pan erected by Pindar so near to his own house that he often heard the music of the Vesper services. Pindar's house is as unknown now as if it had not been twice saved when Thebes was sacked, once by the Athenians, who remembered his praises of their city, and once by Alexander, who reverenced his genius. While these things are irretrievably lost or await the spade, streams of living water seem to link the present to the past. The little river of Hagios Johannes has but changed its ancient name of Ismenus, and the Plakiatissa, made by several streams which rise south of Thebes, is easily transformed into the Dersan. Streams. Some old masonry and tablets bearing inscriptions mark the tanks which irrigate the neighboring gardens. Thebes still boasts in trees and flowers a reminiscence of its ancient fame for bloom and brightness. Dirce was the queen of Thebes who cruelly treated her husband's niece, Antiope. Antiope's sons, Amphion and Zethus, ordered to execute their mother's sentence, bound Dirce instead to the violent bull. Only a brief fragment of the play by Euripides, called Antiope, has been preserved, but the sculptured group known as the Farnese Bull has made the story tritely familiar. Amphion also raised the walls of Thebes by the music of his lyre, a story seized upon by the poets from Homer to Tennyson. A lively stream now called Paraporti flows into the Plakiatissa on the southwest, and Theban women use it for their washing, unconcerned with its ancient name of Spring of Airs. The cave near it was the dragon's lair, and from the part of the Acropolis that rose above it Menicius plunged to his death. To the northeast, in the tiny suburb of Hagi Theodori, bubbles the spring of St. Theodore, anciently called the Spring of Dippus, because in it the king washed his guilty hands. The events of the heroic age, if they are baldly catalogued in prose, lose for us their charm and their significance. Their ineffaceable reality to the historic Greeks may be illustrated by a story current in antiquity. At a conference in Arcadia, an Athenian envoy taunted the Thebans and the Argives with having begotten the patricide Dippus and the matricide Orestes. Yes, answered Epaminondas, but Thebes and Argos exiled them and Athens received them, and yet he would have rejoiced could he have known that the genius of Athens, in receiving the wandering Theban legends, had given them an immortal life. Chapter C. Verbotia, continued. Helicon maidens, the Muses, their name be my prelude in singing, they in their keeping have Helicon's mountain, majestical, sacred. There they go threading the dances by violet pools of the fountain. Soft are their feet as they circle the altar of mighty Cronion, Hesiod, Theogony. Epaminondas told the Boeotians that their country was the stage of airs, and several battles fought on their soil were of national significance. At Leuctra, Epaminondas defeated Sparta. At Tanagra, Athenians and Spartans first tried their strength against each other. At Delium, the Athenians were defeated by the Boeotians in a struggle in which Alcibiades and Socrates took part. Alcibiades, who saved his master's life, afterwards told their friends that in the retreat Socrates behaved exactly as he did in the streets of Athens, turning his eyes observantly from side to side. Though drenched with rain, and calmly looking about on friend and foe. Above all, at Chaeronea and Plataea occurred momentous events. Late in September of the year 479 BC, 141 years before Greek liberty was surrendered at Chaeronea, there was fought near Plataea, in the plain between Cithaeron and the Asopus, the last of the battles, wherein the Medes of the crooked bows were overthrown. The work begun at Marathon was here completed. The rest of the army died in Boeotia, was an Aeschylean line calculated to arouse an Athenian audience, and an exquisite Herodotean story was fostered, if not created, by the desire of the Greeks to believe that the Persians had a foreboding of their disaster. Herodotus had the story from Thersander of Orchomenus. A Theban gave a dinner to Mardonius and 50 Persian nobles. The Persian who shared Thersander's couch said to him, "Since here at table thou hast shared my food and my libation, I would leave with thee a memorial of my judgment, that thou too, informed beforehand, mayest know how to plan for thy advantage. Dost see these Persians feasting here, and that host which we left encamping by the river? Of all these within brief space of time thou wilt behold a few survivors only." And as the Persian spoke these words, he let fall many tears. Whereat Thersander, struck with wonder at his speech, replied, "Well then, 'twere fitting to say this to Mardonius and to those next after him in honor." To that the other said, "My friend, what needs must happen by the will of God, it is not possible for man to turn aside. And then, too, none is wont to yield to warnings, however credible, and many of us Persians, although our eyes are opened, follow on, constrained by necessity. This pang is bitterest of all, for men to know much and to have power over naught." The battle of Plataea occurred because Mardonius, the general of Xerxes, undertook to oppose the Spartan Pausanias, commander of the Greek allies, as he was making his way from the south over the passes of Cithaeron to attack disloyal Thebes. The Plataeans, true to the patriotism they had displayed at Marathon and Artemisium, joined the Greeks. The battle lasted for some days and was, as usual, retarded and complicated by the inability of the Greeks to cooperate, but it ended in the defeat and death of Mardonius, the capture of the luxurious Persian camp, and the final discouragement of the Orient. Herodotus's account of the battle not only contains strategic details, but is full of episodes which, even if they are but traditional or the creations of his own audacious vivacity, illustrate the truth that the conflict was one of civilizations and of ideals. The Persian cavalry leader, Mecistius, glows in scarlet and gold, and when he is killed his men fill all Boeotia with the clamor of their grief. The Greek officers show his naked body to their soldiers, because it is worth seeing for its stature and beauty. Mardonius gallops in on his snow-white charger where the fight is hottest and leads to death the picked guard of 1,000 men, the flower of the Persian army. A Spartan kills him, but Pausanias refuses to maltreat his dead body, even though the Persians had crucified the body of the Spartan Leonidas at Thermopylae. In the camp of Mardonius are found a silver throne, a brass manger for the horses, and countless utensils of oriental luxury. Pausanias orders served on the same spot a Spartan supper. Modern historians have complained that Herodotus perpetuated and consecrated the illusion of the Athenians that they played a worthy part in the battle, while in reality they were but half-hearted. And the battle was won by the discipline and prowess of the Spartan hoplites. Herodotus did, however, admit that though the Athenians fought well, the Lacedaemonians fought better, and when, with characteristic Greek emphasis on individuals, he discussed which single men were most courageous, he assigned the first 4 places to Spartans. In any case, the Spartans did not fail to receive full credit for the victory from their contemporaries. Pindar called Plataea the glory of the Lacedaemonians, as Salamis was the glory of the Athenians. And Aeschylus, even within the Dionysiac theater, attributed the Persian defeat to the Dorian spear. Perhaps no one regretted that both the Athenian and Spartan dead who were buried on the battlefield were honored in epitaphs by Simonides. For the Athenians he wrote with dignity, "If valor's best apportionment be noble death, to us elect hath fortune lent this victor wreath. For Hellas freedom's crown to gain we made the quest, and ageless glory we attain here laid to rest." But the Spartans inspired his finer eloquence. "Glory unquenchable their country hath on her brow, but death's pale cloud the men who crowned her enfoldeth now. Yet, dead, they die not. Glory's herald descends the dome, and from the halls of death, triumphant, now leads them home." When Plataea next appears in a great passage of literature, she is shorn of her glory, the helpless prey of a foreign enemy and a hostile neighbor. During the Peloponnesian War, in 431 BC, the Spartans conquered the city and, to please the Thebans, razed it to the ground. Thucydides' account of the tragic occurrence includes the speeches made to the Spartans by the Plataeans, who prayed for their lives, and by the Thebans, who urged their murder. That no speeches in Thucydides are more dramatic has been generally conceded from the time of Dionysius of Halicarnassus. They have made it bitter even now to remember that the selfish opportunism and merciless rancor of the Thebans prevailed against the memories of the great days of old, invoked by the Plataeans. "Look yonder to the sepulchres of your fathers slain by the Medes and buried in this land. Them we have honored year by year with public offerings of raiment and such other things as usage calls for. Pausanias gave them burial here, because he felt that he was placing them with friends and in a friendly land. But you, if you shall slay us and shall make Plataea Theban land, what do you else in this than leave your fathers and your kinsmen, bereft of honors that are theirs, among murderers and in a hostile land? Nay more, you will actually enslave a country in which the Hellenes won their liberty, and bring to desolation sanctuaries of the gods in which they prayed before they gained mastery over the Medes." The desolation fell. Later the little town was rebuilt, destroyed once more, and finally restored, though somewhat meanly, in the time of Alexander. Now not even a modern village brings life to the ancient site. Only ruins of the Alexandrian walls remain. Boeotia had several important religious centers outside of Thebes. More penetrating than the trumpet of war were the voices that called the Greeks of north and south, and even the barbarians of the east, to the sanctuary of oracular Apollo on the slopes of Mount Tuun, or to the oracle of Trophonius, a local deity probably to be identified with Zeus, at Libidaea, which is beautifully situated on the western side of the Copaic plain lookingward Helicon and Parnassus. The Tuun precinct was already abandoned in Plutarchus' time, and even more deserted than it is today when archaeologists outnumber the occasional shepherds in search of mountain pasture. But the oracle of Libidaea retained its sanctity into Roman times and was consulted by both Plutarch and Pausanias. In our day, the same river in which the suppliants used to bathe, in preparation for the difficult sacred rites, turns the mills and factories of one of the busiest industrial centers of northern Greece. Religion in Boeotia, as everywhere in Greece, furnished an artistic impulse. Contests of poetry and music were held at almost every center. Architecture, sculpture, and painting were represented by the most famous masters. A temple renowned for its beauty was that of the Graces at Orchomenus. Within it, on a happy day in the 5th century, a chorus of boys lustily sang an ode written by Pindar for one of their fellows who had won a foot race in Pisa's famous valley. The young champion had doubtless illustrated the influence of his native divinities whom the poet celebrates. O ye who have your dwelling in the land of goodly steeds that shares the waters of Cephisus, queens of radiant Orchomenus, O Graces famed in song, ye guardians of the Menians in ages gone, give ear. To you I pray, for by your gift come all things sweet, and pleasant unto man his wisdom, beauty, and the sheen of victory. Nay, not the gods themselves can lord it over dance or festival without the Graces pure, for as comptrollers of all heaven's deeds they have their thrones beside Apollo, Python slayer with the golden bow, and reverence the Olympian Father's majesty etern. To moderns the most familiar of all the shrines of Boeotia is that of the Muses on Mount Helicon. So familiar, indeed, has it become through tradition and poetry that its geographical position is as unimportant as that of Raphael's Parnassus. It almost perplexes us to localize Helicon as the eastern peak, now called Zagora, of the southern portion of the group of mountains that lie between the Copaic Plain and the Gulf of Corinth, and to know that at the northern foot of this peak still nestles the valley, green and shady and traversed by a mountain stream, where once foregathered the iris-haired, golden-snouted Muses. Hippocrene even, struck out by the hoof of Pegasus as he flew toward heaven, is identified with the modern Cryopagadi, a very cold and clear perennial spring high up on the eastern side of the mountain within a little green glade encircled by fir trees. Helicon is still the home of fir woods, oak groves, and strawberry shrubs. Pausanias said that nowhere else could the goats find sweeter berries, and nowhere else could be found so many healing herbs. Hellebore, the ancient cure for madness, grew here in abundance. In spite of the almost incalculable importance of the worship of the Muses and their pervasive presence in poetry, Greek literature scarcely concerns itself with their localized abode. Sophocles breaks the strain of the Apis Tyrannus by a fleeting vision of the nymphs sporting with Dionysus on the far-off heights of Helicon. And Hesiod was inspired to write his Theogony by a vision of the Muses that came to him as he slept on the mountain majestical, sacred. High on the summit of Helicon corals they sing to their dancing, lovely, desire enchaining, yet strong and with supple feet glancing. Thence in tumultuous riot, with veils of the darkness enringing, onward they fare in the night, and lovely the voice of their singing. For the most part it is only in Alexandrian poetry, from which Roman poetry derived a large part of the material which it passed on to modern poetry, that we find Helicon and Hippocrene figuratively used as sources of inspiration. Certain Boeotian towns illustrate other traditions of culture. Thespie, in the territory of Plataea, was used by Cicero to illustrate what was so little understood and so greatly scorned by the Romans, the Greek love of art. Nothing could so embitter the conquered people of Greece as to take from them or pretend to buy from them their works of art. Believe me, Cicero urges, no community in the whole of Greece or Asia ever sold of its own accord to anybody any statue or picture or civic ornament. for the Greeks take marvelous delight in things which we despise. What would the Thespians take for their Eros? The only thing that attracts visitors to their town. This was the Praxitelean statue, which the sculptor himself ranked with his faun as his best work, and which Phryne obtained from him and presented to her native city. Eros was the tutelar divinity of the place, originally worshipped in the form of an unwrought stone. The statue, called forth by the aesthetic taste of a later age and passionately appreciated by the people, was taken to Rome by Caligula, returned by Claudius, stolen again by Nero. Pausanias saw only a copy when he was at Thespiae. Now no copy like the familiar Capitoline copy of the Faun supplies us with half knowledge. But a visible symbol of Thespiae's other claim to remembrance has been left to us, to enrich the fragmentary wall and the few foundations that alone at present mark the ancient site. Not only did the city share in the victory of Plataea, but more daringly in earlier years, when the struggle with Persia was on the razor's edge of uncertainty, she had sent her strongest men to die. With Leonidas at Thermopylae, the fragments of a stone lion similar to the lion of Chaeronea are thought to mark the grave of these sons of Thespiae who were inspired by an ardor not of Eros' lips. In the eastern valley of the Asopus, or Vuriini, lie the not inconsiderable remains of ancient Tanagra, a city more popularly known today for its artistic taste than any other Greek city, except Athens. As early as 1874, excavations of its necropolis began to yield in extraordinary abundance the small terracotta figures which now adorn many museums, and in copies, more or less successful, have become a staple article of modern trade. These figurines, rough in finish but scrupulously lovely in shape, were objects of familiar use to the Tanagrians, being thrown into graves at burials. Other things in the city implied more civic pride. Pausanias mentions approvingly the unusually good taste of the inhabitants in separating their religious buildings from the business and residence portions of the city. And Dicaearchus is enthusiastic over their fine houses, adorned with porticos and encaustic paintings. Literature also had its place, for here lived Corinna, a woman of no mean poetic talent. Pausanias saw her tomb in an honored place in the city, and a picture of her in the gymnasium binding on her head a fillet to celebrate a victory over Pindar at Thebes. With unexpected acumen he remarks that she probably owed her victory partly to the fact that she wrote in a dialect intelligible to the Boeotians and partly to her beauty. Moderns know her through the story that she advised Pindar to use mythological allusions, and after his first experiment told him that she had meant him to sew with the hand, not with a sack, and through her own haunting fragment of song, among the white-armed women of Tanagra, a city made famous by sweet soprano voices, such evidences of culture are the more surprising when we learn from Dicaearchus that Tanagra was a town of farmers. Their bluff straightforwardness, their kindliness, and their simple living greatly impressed him in comparison with the insolence and dissipation of the Thebans. Dicaearchus describes also with a few graphic words the inhabitants of Anthedon, a fishing town on the Gulf of Euboea. They are almost all fishermen, earning their livelihood by their hooks, by the purple shell, and by sponges. They grow old on the beach, among the seaweed, and in their huts. They are all men of ruddy countenance and spare figure. Their nails are worn away by reason of working constantly in the sea. This town, still lovely, it is said, when the sunset illumines the lilac hills of Euboea and rose-colored clouds float above the little fishing boats in the bay, furnished to literature an important character in Glaucus, a fisherman who, by eating a certain grass, became a sea god with the gift of prophecy. Many tales were told of him from time to time, especially by seafaring men. Aeschylus wrote 2 plays, not now extant, with him as the central figure, and thence the subject passed into the poetic storehouse of the Alexandrian playwrights. Plato made use of the legend in one of his noblest presentations of idealism. The soul marred by its association with the body and with the evils of human life is like the old sea god, overgrown with shellfish and seaweed, wounded and broken by the action of the waves. But if the soul would always love wisdom and pursue the divine, it would be lifted out of the sea in which it now is and be forever disencumbered of its rocky covering. South of Anthedon, on the Strait of Euripus, lies Aulis of stately memory. To us as to Odysseus it is, as it were, but yesterday or the day before, that the Achaean ships were gathering in Aulis freighted with trouble for Priam and the Trojans, and hecatombs were being offered on the altars beneath a beautiful plane tree by a stream of bright water. Here too Iphigenia was sacrificed at the altar of Artemis. The story is told by Euripides in the Iphigenia in Aulis, in a way to bring out the latent heroism of the young. Iphigenia grieves to leave the sunlight and clings to her mother, but in the end with splendid daring offers herself a willing sacrifice. "Mother, hear my words," she cries, "not for thyself alone, but for the Hellenes all thou bearest me." In the lyric recital of Aeschylus, she is pathetically the victim. "Father, Father," thus she prayed them, but nor tears nor girl's youth stayed them, umpire captains keen for war. To his helpers showed her sire, how like kid, above the altar fainting in her robes, still higher, they should hold her, should not falter, and lest curse his house should blight, ward the fair lips. Guard aright, with the mouth gag's muzzling might. Her saffron robe letting sweep to the ground, she smote in turn her slayers round with bolt from her eyes, as in picture plain, asking for grace. And to speak she was fain, for aforetimes oft at the tables laden, in her father's halls she would sing as maiden, and with virginal voice in his fortune rejoice when the happy triple libation was poured, with her loving father in loving accord. What came thereafter I nor saw nor do I say, but arts of Calchas knew nor let nor stay. Justice freights the scale with woe, and taught by suffering we know. Pausanias saw the temple of Artemis, and within it as a revered relic a piece of the wood from the Homeric plane tree. The spring was also pointed out to him, and on a neighboring hill the threshold of Agamemnon's hut. Those were happy days for sightseers. Today a traveler can find only a few remains of the temple, near the ruined chapel of St. Nicholas, a little distance up the valley which stretches inland from the shore. But he may stand on the beach and watch tides as strange and irregular as they were when Aeschylus described the Achaean host, troubled and held fast. Where tide gainst tide comes surging back near by the shores of Aulis opposite to Chalkis. The heart of Boeotia's literature lies in the Hesiodic poetry. Hesiod has a dual personality. As a half-mythical titulary president of a school of poetry localized near Mount Helicon and rivaling the epic school, in Asia Minor and the islands, whose eponymous hero was Homer, as traditional author of the Theogony, which was the manual of mythology for the Greeks, ranking in educational value almost with the Iliad and Odyssey, and of the Works and Days, which was a collection of widely accepted ethical maxims, he seems to lose his home in Boeotia and to belong like Homer to the whole of Greece. But unlike Homer, he is universally believed to have existed and to have written a definite body of poetry, which only later came to include many additions by unknown hands. We may, then, for our purposes, justly consider him as an individual with local habitation and a name. His family, either before his birth or while he was a child, immigrated from an Aeolian colony in Asia Minor to Aeolian Boeotia. They were farmers and lived in the little town of Askra, which was perched on a conical hill opposite the larger mass of Helicon, to the north of the entrance to the Valley of the Muses. It was destroyed by Thespie and was deserted in Pausanias' time, but the tower was standing, which is still a conspicuous landmark and gives to the entire hill the name of Pergeci. Modern travelers are attracted by the wide and beautiful view which the hill commands. Askra itself, in Hesiod's peevish opinion, was a miserable village, bad in winter, abominable in summer, good at no time. He could, however, when a boy, tend his sheep on the slopes of Helicon and see the Muses in his dreams. At some time he had a lawsuit with his brother about his inheritance and became embittered by disappointment. This and the difficulties of his life as a husbandman led him to see the world in the hard colors of uncorrected realism. Only a few enthusiasts pretend to find in his works and days the beauty of the Georgics, in which Virgil was his avowed imitator. The Roman poet combined with a delicate temperament the education of his age, and tried to show to his countrymen, the already weary masters of the world, the victims of an over-luxurious civilization, that in farming lay a potent charm and a remedial grace. But Hesiod lived in the 8th century BC and farmed for his living. To us, grown more democratic than the later Greeks and Romans, his chief appeal is that of the mouthpiece of obscure handworkers in the earliest centuries of Greek history, the poet of their daily labors, sufferings, and wrongs, the singer of their doubts and infantine reflections on the world in which they had to toil. As agricultural life is concerned with certain permanent factors in human experience and is also proverbially conservative, Hesiod's picture of it is probably true, in its broad outlines, of after centuries and of many another place than Boeotia. Later Greek writers were not attracted by the homely subject, and the Works and Days is the sole specimen in Greece of a kind of literature which is practically born out of the soil and out of nature's varied processes. In this didactic poem we are introduced to a community whose work and pleasures were governed by the seasons. The white blossoms of the spring, the swallow lifting her wing at dawn, the song of the cuckoo, the tender green of the fig tree, the early rains, all meant the planting and nursing of the seeds. The summer heat that brought the cicada's shrill cry brought, too, a little leisure for picnicking in the shade of a rock by a stream, off creamy cake and goat's milk and wine. But in the cooler hours the corn had to be threshed on the stone floors, and the hay stored in the barns. In the autumn the falling leaves and the crane's migratory call showed that wood must be cut, plowshares made, the proper servants and steers procured, and the grapes gathered and pressed. In the winter the industrious man had to look after his household store, much as he was tempted to linger by the forge and saunter in the warm porticos. For in January the whirlwind of the north often swept down from Thrace, the earth howled, and long and loud the forests roared, the oaks and pines were hurled from hilltops. The beasts of the wild wood crept low to escape the drifting snow, the oxen and goats cowered in their stalls. Only the young daughter in her pretty chamber under her mother's roof was safe. The farmer had to put on thicker underclothing and a woolen coat and outside shoes lined with thick socks, and pull his cap down over his ears as he hurried home at nightfall. Thus intertwined in Hesiod's Boeotian mind were poetry and prudence predominated in his catalogue of the lucky and unlucky days, which next to the seasons regulated the farmer's life. From sheep shearing to marriage everything must have its proper day. This was true also of seafaring life, for which Hesiod gives rather grudging directions. Sailors and fishermen, Potters and smiths mingled in friendly intercourse with the husbandmen. Beggars and vagrants came and went. And news of the distant world and a kindling of dull fancy came with the wandering minstrels. Standards in such a world were simple. Men ate asphodel and mallows and had a creed as pleasing and as natural, to work hard and save a little every year, to be hospitable and neighborly, to be good to one's parents and faithful to one's wife, never to abuse a trust, and to sacrifice to the gods with clean hands and a pure heart. Hesiod has little to say of holidays, but as Boeotia grew older, celebrations of all kinds seem to have flourished conspicuously, even for Greece, which took so kindly to the bright colors, lively crowds, and stately processions of feast days. Many of these, occurring quadrennially, attracted delegates and visitors from other states, even from contemptuous Athens. Such were the Musea, the great national contests in poetry and music on Mount Helicon in the Valley of the Muses, the games and literary competitions at Apollo's sanctuary on Mount Tuun, and Eleutheria, the games of freedom at Plataea. More local festivals, also like the athletic and musical contests at Thespia known as the Games of Love, and the royal games at Lebedeia in honor of King Zeus, often drew crowds of visitors. But many of us, could we have known ancient Boeotia, would have chosen homelier occasions for our visits. We would have sought out Tanagra on the feast day of Hermes, the ram-bearer, when the handsomest boy of the town, in memory of a similar service rendered by Hermes at the time of a plague, bore a lamb on his shoulders about the city walls. And in the autumn at Plataea, we would have attended the annual memorial service for those who died in the great battle. At daybreak, myrrh and garlands were carried to the tombs. Young boys chosen for their free birth bore jars of oil and precious ointment and of wine and milk, and the chief magistrate put on a purple robe and poured out a libation, saying, "I drink to those who lost their lives for the liberty of Greece." Or at the sanctuary of Demeter at Mycalessus, we would have watched the people from the surrounding farms lay at the feet of her image all kinds of autumn fruits, which they knew would keep fresh the whole year through. This festival of Thanksgiving was doubtless of very ancient origin, as was also the spring festival of the Little Datala, celebrated every few years in many Boeotian communities. The peasants and townspeople poured into the woods and chose, from certain signs, an oak tree out of which they made an image, and this image they set up and worshipped to the accompaniment of festal merriment. The custom originated in Plataea, if we may judge from the story believed by the common people. Hera, in a not unwonted fit of temper, had withdrawn to Euboea, and Zeus could not persuade her to come back. But old Cithaeron, lord of Plataea, advised him to play on her jealousy by dressing up a wooden image and telling her that he was going to marry Plataea, the wife of Asopus. Hera flew back, and in memory of the divine reunion the Little Dala was instituted. Every 60 years all Boeotia, its big and little cities, its farmsteads and fishing towns, united in the great Daedala, the crowds gathered at Plataea. Long processions, representing each town, bore their own wooden images to the summit of Cithaeron, seeking a narrow plateau where the snows had melted. Here altars were built and victims burned. And at night the great flames rose into the sky and were seen from afar, so that the young men in Attica and beyond the gulfs doubtless said to each other, "Boeotia is celebrating as our fathers said." And the old men shook their heads and remembered brighter fires. Zeus and Hera have been long forgotten, nor are the feet of Dionysus heard upon the mountain, but still winter gives way to spring, and the heart of man is glad. The hard-working people of modern Boeotia keep holiday when spring blooms anew. and Mount Cithaeron gives them as of old the soft green of its budding oak leaves, the vivacious laughter of its lucent waters. Chapter XV Thermopyle. Dic hospice Sparti nosti hic vidissa iacentis dum sanctis Patri legibus obsequimur. Cicero, translation of a Greek epitaph. Thermopylae lies due north from Delphi, less than 25 miles distant in an air line, but between them lie many o'ershadowing mountains, as Achilles might say, or to be more exact, the great Parnassus cluster and the continuation of the Ta range, the watershed between the Boeotian Cephisus and the Malian Spercheius. Just where Doris and Phocis on the south meet Thracian Malus and Epicnemidian Locris on the north, Mount Kallidromos is set like a boundary stone. The ridge that unites it with Mount Ita proper is now pierced by the Larissa Railway Tunnel, opened in the summer of 1908, through which the Northern Express carries the traveler into the gorge and along the steep cliffs of the Asopus, the river that flowed down between Xerxes and Leonidas. To the east of the river's outlet into the Malian Gulf was the narrow gangway between cliffs and water, called Hot Gates from the local thermal, or hot springs, and the Pylae, or fortified gateways. It is not unnatural that the story of Thermopylae should have found in the imagination of men a place more secure than have even the victories at Marathon, Salamis, and Plataea. The very tragedy of defeat stands out more conspicuously against the background of the moral victory. The physical surroundings, too, are more picturesque. At the narrow entrance between cliffs and sea, individual daring emerges, as in the defense of a medieval portcullis, and in the memory remain the details of the bypath over Mount Kallidromos, the leaves underfoot rustling in the darkness and betraying the ascent of the Persians to the Phocian rear guard, the dawn breaking over the blue sea at the foot of the cliffs, and the Persian immortals descending swiftly upon the rear of the few resolute Menlo. Then the long struggle in the narrow pass comes to an end, and Leonidas and his men move out into the wider part before the pass. The strength of the hills was rendered futile by the traitor guide. The water, faithful ally during the preceding days, would now vainly strive to engulf the invaders. The sun, god of both armies, beat down indiscriminately upon the oriental worshippers of his heavenly fire, and on the heaps of dead Greeks. Somewhere amongst them lay the unaffrighted soldier Dionysus, who had welcomed with laconic humor the sun-obscuring Persian arrows as a grateful shade in the heat of battle. It is disappointing, indeed, that now on the spot the actual scene requires certain stage directions. The modern coastline has been pushed far out into the bay by earthquakes and the detritus of the streams. The Spercheius now flows through a plain some 2 miles wide between the precipices and the sea. But the configuration of the land was still essentially unchanged when, under Brennus and his Gauls, in the 3rd century BC, there was another invasion hardly less formidable than that of the Persians. Before the Gauls reached Delphi, there was here at Thermopylae a repetition of the more famous struggle. The coastline still lay close to the cliffs. The Athenian fleet stood in near enough, despite the rapidly shoaling water, to harass the flank of the enemy, while the other Greeks in the narrow pass repeated the stubborn resistance of the Spartans and their allies just 200 years before. Other details, too, were duplicated. The Gauls, unable to force the pass, resorted, as had the Persians, to the mountain path. Again, it was the Phocians who strove to stop them, but the invaders, pushing by, descended on the rear of the Greeks, who were saved from the fate of Leonidas only by the presence of the Athenian fleet. The exact topography of Thermopylae is still a matter of controversy, and a liberal discount has long since been made from the fabulous total, given by Herodotus of Xerxes' host. Just who and how many of the allies remained and died after Leonidas sent the others away is also uncertain. Among those remaining with the Spartans of their own free will, Pausanias mentions only the 700 Thespians and the 80 men from Mycenae. The inscription written avowedly for all the Peloponnesian soldiers exaggerates the number of the Persians and fails to state definitely that all of the 4,000 fought to the finish. Here on a time 4,000 of men from the Peloponnesus, meeting 3 millions of men, struggled in battle and fought. But all restrictions, made in the interest of historic truth, only serve to eliminate the miraculous element. They leave undisturbed the picture of a heroism combined with military skill, which, if properly supplemented, might well have kept Xerxes shut out from Lower Greece indefinitely, or as long as the Greek fleet, aided by the elements, could have restrained him from moving south by the sea. The allies of Sparta, both those who fell in the 4 days before the betrayal of the pathway and those who fell at the end, were duly praised, but Leonidas and his 300 have always received, and justly, the lion's share of honor. They represented the Lacedaemonians at their best. The moral prestige that the Spartans had temporarily forfeited by their absence from Marathon was now regained, to be still further emphasized at Plataea. Over the Spartans buried at Thermopylae was inscribed, "Stranger, go unto Sparta. I go and announce to our people, here we their orders obeyed, here we are lying in death." In Lacedaemon also the names of the 300 were inscribed upon a pillar, still existing in the time of Pausanias. On the hill at Thermopylae, where the Spartans made their last stand, was set up a marble lion to honor the name of Leonidas. In an epigram, said to have been written for the monument by Simonides, the lion is represented as saying to the passers-by, "I am the strongest of beasts of the wild, but the strongest of mortals, he it is over whose tomb I as a sentinel stand. Were he not Leo in courage, as even my name he possesses, never had I set foot here on the marble above." From the longer encomium by Simonides on the dead at Thermopylae is handed down a fragment worthily translated by Sterling. "Of those who at Thermopylae were slain, glorious the doom and beautiful the lot. Their tomb and altar, men from tears refrain to honor them and praise, but mourn them not. Such sepulchre nor drear decay nor all-destroying time shall waste. This right have they. Within their graves the home-bred glory of Greece was laid. This witness gives Leonidas the Spartan, in whose story a wreath of famous virtue ever lives." In addition to Leonidas, there was also singled out for individual honor and remembrance the seer Megistias of Acarnania, who claimed descent, proud as that of the Levitical priesthood, from the Homeric seer Melampus. From sacrifices made before sunrise on that last day, the priests gave out in advance the certainty of their impending doom. Presently deserters and scouts came in saying that the Persians had forced the heights. Leonidas, recognizing that when they were attacked in the rear also death was a foregone conclusion, commanded Megistias and the greater part of the allies to withdraw while there was still time. But the priest, refusing to depart, remained to die with Leonidas and set the seal of religious sanction on the struggle for liberty, as the modern priesthood of Greece, in the war with the Turks, by their words and blood inspired and sanctioned the patriotism of the people. The epitaph for the priest was written by Simonides, not by public commission as poet laureate, but, as Herodotus states, by reason of guest friendship. Even this special inscription, however, on the tomb of the Acarnanian seer, closes with a complimentary reference to Sparta. It was Sparta's day. Famous Megistias here is recorded as one whom the Persians, crossing Spercheius' stream, slew on a day that is gone. He was the seer, who, though knowing as certain the fates that were on them, could not endure to desert leaders of Sparta in war. A dramatic story is selected by Herodotus to embellish his account of the battle. 2 Spartan soldiers, Eurytus and Aristodemus, lay at the headquarters at Alpini, suffering with severe ophthalmia. When the news came in of the final crisis, Eurytus, putting on his armor with the help of his Helot squire, was led on his blind way into the thick of the battle and fell fighting with the rest, while the Helot made good his escape. Aristodemus, as might indeed seem natural in the case of a man thus incapacitated for service, remained behind and returned home. But his fellow citizens at Sparta, incensed at the contrast between the two, refused him light to kindle fire and nicknamed him the Trembler, nor did any subsequent bravery wipe out his disgrace. Even when, in the closing scene of the great drama at Plataea, he surpassed all others in the reckless daring with which he fought and died, he was still excluded from his country's roll of honor. Thus imperative did it seem that Spartan courage and love of liberty should be proclaimed to all as the rule that knew no exception. Chapter XVII Argolis. Few for our eyes are the homes of the heroes. Lowly these few, they scarce lift from the plain. So once I marked thee, O luckless Mycenae, then, as I passed thee a desert's domain. Never goat pasture more lonely, thou'rt merely something they point at while driving a fold. Said an old herd to me, here stood the city built by Cyclopes, the city of gold, Alpheus of Mytilene, Greek anthology. In the Argolid it seems reasonable to turn aside from history in its narrower definition, to recall the tales of heroes and the grandeur of the dooms imagined for the mighty dead, the turbulent and uneven course of events in which Argolis of historic times appears now as an ally, now as an enemy of other powerful states, is of less moment than the legends handed down and crystallized in great literature. Even if the sagas which may have formed the nucleus of the Iliad sprang from the older Thessalian Argos, the Homeric poems, as known to the classic Greeks and to us, concern themselves with the mighty fortresses of the Argolid. The Attic drama reinforced the epic tradition, and the interchanging use in Homer of Achaeans, Danae, and Argives to designate the Greeks suggests the elements which gave the later poets opportunity for varied interpretation. Argolis was the outpost of the Peloponnesus, and even of the whole Greek mainland, for the prehistoric invaders and traders from Crete, the southern Aegean or Phoenicia. The rugged eastern peninsula of Laconia, indeed, extends southward nearly a whole degree of latitude further than Argolis, but the dangerous promontory, Malea, did not so often entice mariners to double it as it served for a beacon to direct their course northward into the deep shelter of the beautiful Gulf of Argos. It is easy to understand how naturally the early captains of commerce or conquest would be guided up the long coast until they beached their boats under the impregnable rock of Nauplia and the low hill of Tyrins leveled, as it seemed, by the footprint of some god at whose bidding the Cyclopes reared its prehistoric and superhuman walls. But the southward-facing gulf was not the only approach to Argolis. The Earth's crust, pushed up into a ridged peninsula between the Saronic and Argolic gulfs, falls away also at the north to the Corinthian Gulf and the Isthmus. From this direction migrating bands of Achaeans came overland to mingle with the more numerous Pelasgians and to dominate them by their intellectual power and by their rich and conquering Greek speech. When, after the lapse of long years, Achaean imagination, combined with the highly developed Pelasgian skill in building, had reared or developed a fortress on the Acropolis of Mycenae, robber barons could control the mountain gateway. And with the probably earlier Larissa, the Acropolis of Argos, and with the fortresses of Tiryns and of Medea, they could take their toll of all who would enter the Argive plain from the north or the south. The masters of these palace castles, as their wealth and their wants increased, could afford to be hospitable to Cretan art or to contributions from the Aegean or Asia. They may, perhaps as time went on, have visualized the spoken word in the new characters of the alphabet, whatever its provenance, whether brought overseas to Nauplia by some Palames who might pose as its inventor, or by the Phoenician traders, middlemen between the Greeks and the men of Crete and the Aegean, who centuries before had developed writing from their picture script. The blended prehistoric civilization, with its epochs checked off in centuries or millennia, and, thanks to the archaeologists, today rapidly emerging throughout the Greek world in Attica, Boeotia, Asia Minor, the islands and the Peloponnesus, has received not unnaturally, if prematurely, the general name Mycenaean from the great royal tombs and smaller graves and the strong walls of Mycenae, and from the rich and amazing treasure recovered from the graves excavated within the gateway of the Lions. Accumulating evidence has indicated the insufficiency of the term to include both the art and the architecture. Successive periods and various origins must yet be disentangled. But Mycenae and Tiryns, as being the most impressive in their entirety, continue to represent this prehistoric civilization to the majority of visitors, and the term Mycenaean may serve until some happier names are suggested to distinguish at once between the homebred and the imported. On the borderland between mere shadowy tradition and an approximately exact chronology, two events seemed to the Greeks themselves of preeminent importance and were referred by them to the 12th century B.C., the fall of Troy and the return of the Heraclidae, or the Dorian conquest, as we should now describe this movement. Although Thucydides states that in the 80th year after the Trojan War the Dorians, led by the Heraclidae, conquered the Peloponnesus, it may be found necessary to assume a much longer interval, especially if we allow for a series of Dorian conquests. The Dorians were one of the Greek clans pushed down from further north into central Greece in prehistoric times. They have left, as the memorial of this period, their name attached to little Doris wedged in between Parnassus and Mounta. When they were impelled to move still further south, whether by external pressure or the desire to send out colonies, the Achaeans already held the land approach to the Peloponnesus and also the littoral of Achaea on the opposite side of the Corinthian Gulf. They were thus forced to take to the sea, and the Dorian settlements in Crete, Thera, Melos, and Asia Minor seem to have been followed by Dorian invasions of the Peloponnesus from the south and east, especially in Laconia and Argolis. In Laconia, the invaders established themselves as conquerors and retained their own character almost unchanged, while in Argolis they amalgamated with the people already in possession. In readjusting pedigrees, it was more agreeable to native pride to assume that these invaders were themselves of good old Peloponnesian stock, rather than foreign Dorians, and incidentally to localize the spreading fame of Heracles. Both of these objects were provided for in Argolis when Heracles proved to be of the Persid line, the original and most distinguished Argive dynasty. Under his grandchildren, the invaders merely came back to their own. Thus, the Dorian invasions came to be described by the senseless and confusing name of the return of the Heraclidae. With this event is perhaps to be associated the sudden destruction of Mycenae and Tiryns by fire, and the reinstatement of Argos and the Larissa citadel as supreme. By way of acquiring the chief poet as well as the chief hero of Greece, Argos claimed, with other cities, to be the birthplace of Homer and Echo, doubtless, of the dimly remembered sagas of Achaean. Argos in Thessaly. In reality, Argolis, like other Dorian cantons, contributed more subject matter for poets than poetry itself, yet it was not wholly parasitical. It partially balanced the Dorian debt by sending to Athens two poet-musicians whose activity cannot be justly appraised from the meager fragments that have come down to us. The Dorian contributions to music must be kept in mind. The Argives, we are told, furnished many of the famous musicians of Greece. From Hermione on the southern shore of the peninsula came Lasus, who, as a theoretical and practical musician, did much to develop the dithyramb. He was the teacher of Pindar and, under the cultivated tyrant Hipparchus, was a rival of Simonides in Athens. The other poet, Pratinus, came from Phlius, geographically within the northwestern corner of Argolis, although the independent Phaeacians long maintained their autonomy. The city lay in green meadowlands high among the mountains on the grassy banks of the Sicyonian Asopus, which, according to local belief, was generated by the Carian meander coming under the sea to link the two sides of the Aegean together, as the Alpheus, on the other side, united Sicily to the motherland. Although Pratinus was inevitably drawn by the lure of the intellectual to live at Athens, he stands out as a Dorian poet. He is known as the first writer of the satyr dramas, one of which it was for a while the custom to add to the trilogy of tragedies, and he competed even with Aeschylus. The literature of Ionian Athens lacked one element which developed among the Aeolians and Dorians. The more independent life of Dorian women called forth two poetesses in the Peloponnesus. One of these lived at Sicyon. This city, lying on the Asopus, which comes tumbling down through the deep ravine from Phlius, early became Dorian. Once included in the widespread kingdom of the Agamemnon of tradition, it was now independent, now dependent on Argos or on Sparta. With the mountains of the Peloponnesus around it, and the Corinthian Gulf and Parnassus in front, it is beautiful for situation. Its rich treasure houses were among the notable sights at Delphi and Olympia, and it was famous for its schools of painting and of sculpture. Here Praxilla, the Dorian poetess par excellence, lived in the 5th century B.C. The fame of her dithyrambs, a few fragments of which have reached us, survived her, and she was deemed worthy of a bronze statue by Lysippus, a later compatriot. In aristocratic Argos itself, another woman, Telesilla, was honored both as a writer of choral hymns for maidens and as a heroine in war. Pausanias adds to the Herodotean account of the Argive men massacred by the Spartans in Hera's Grove the story of how Telesilla manned the walls with old men, boys, and slaves, and then drew up the Argive women for actual conflict with the Spartans and repulsed them, partly by stout fighting, partly by the shame inspired in them by the thought of contending with women. Pausanias saw, furthermore, a carved relief representing the warrior poetess, her scrolls scattered at her feet as she gazes at a helmet which she is about to put on. Caidias, also from Hermione, the home of Lasus, wrote, in the first half of the 5th century, love songs highly esteemed by Plato. The Argolid contains more than a dozen places prominent in Greek literature and in history. Among the northern mountains were Phlius, Cleone, and Nemea. Overlooking or on the Argive Gulf were Mycenae, the Herium, Argos, and the Larissa Acropolis, Medians, Nauplia, and Lerna. On the eastern coast of Acte, the old name for the promontory that with other parts merged its name in that of Argos, were Epidaurus, Troezen, and Caloria, with Hermione on the south coast, and on the west side of the gulf was the narrow strip of land, Signoria, bone of contention between Sparta and the Wolf of Argos. Of all these places, the famous group on the Argive Gulf, together with Epidaurus, is most easily accessible from Athens, and travelers who cannot go farther afield may gain from this brief excursion. In the Argolid, an adequate impression both of its prehistoric interest and of its natural beauties. Herodotus, in leading up to his account of the Persian War, selects as the origin of the rivalry between the Orient and Greece the rape by Phoenicians of Io, daughter of Inachus, the personified Argive. River. This was doubtless a typical scene on the shores of the Mediterranean. The seamen landed and undid their corded bales. The native women crowded about the bargain counter at the vessel's stern. It was easy for the sailors to seize the handsomest and, launching their vessel, to bear them away. The Phoenicians, however, were merely an episode, and the early outlanders came into the Argolid over the northern mountains. If one were entering Argolis neither by the modern railway nor in company with one of these installments of prehistoric Achaeans that descended from the north, but were faring along the good highroad. From Corinth in the days of Mycenae's glory, he would follow up the Longokotamo River, which flows down west of Acrocorinth into the Corinthian Gulf. Before crossing the watershed that slopes to the Argolic plain, he would have come to Homer's well-built Cleone in a semicircle of wooded mountains. Here the ancient roads part, one going east of Mount Triton more directly to Mycenae, the other making a detour to the west to the Argive plain and then to Mycenae, stationed like a huge spider at the center of its web. When Lucian's Charon, off on a day's furlough from the ferry, asks Hermes to point out the famous cities of antiquity, the latter shows him Babylon and then adds, "But Mycenae and Cleone I am ashamed to point out to you, and Ilium above all. For when you go down home again, you'll certainly be throttling Homer for his big boasts. Long ago, to be sure, they were prosperous, but now they are dead and gone. For cities' ferrymen die out just like people, and, queerest of all, whole rivers. For instance, there's not so much as a ditch left of the Inachus in Argos nowadays. Lucian forgets his quasi-6th century perspective in this pessimistic outlook and descends to things as they were in his own time, when his contemporary Pausanias explained the summer-dried condition of the Inachus as due to Poseidon's anger, because Hera had been given the preference to himself in the Argive land. But not even the Lynceus vision, temporarily put at the disposal of Charon by an Homeric incantation, could have been expected to reveal, beneath the oblivious Argive soil of the 2nd century of our era, the rich treasures of Mycenae, to which the X-rays of the archaeologists have now penetrated. Before descending along the bed of the northern tributary of the Inachus into the plain, we turn aside to the precinct of Nemea. This lies in a valley of its own between those of Phlius and Cleone, and like them, on a stream, the Nemea, which also flows down to the Corinthian Gulf. The deep grass, fed by the overflowing waters, gave the name Nemea, pasture land. The biennial Nemean Games, celebrated on the high watershed at this entrance to the peninsula, were especially pan-Peloponnesian. They were instituted, according to a charming story, by Adrastus and the rest of the 7 on their way to Thebes, as an atonement for the death of the child Opeltus, carelessly left by his nurse on a bed of wild parsley, or celery, and slain by a dragon while she fetched water for the warriors. The solemn funereal origin of the games was kept before the mind by the dun-colored raiment worn by the umpires and emphasized by the cypress grove, which in antiquity surrounded the temple. Pindar seems to reflect this feeling when he refers to the solemn plains in connection with Adrastus. Elsewhere he speaks of the lovely contests of Nemea, where the little Ophelts died on his bed of wild parsley, and the Argive champions passed by to Thebes are the lonely ruins of the temple of Zeus. 3 slender columns still stand to watch over their fallen companions, stretched upon the ground by the earth-shaker whose envy has shaken down so many temples of rivals, while, by the cunning of Athena in sharing with him her precinct, he has left the great rock in Athens unmoved. Zeus, the virile god of the Achaeans, is lord and master at Nemea, while Hera presides in the Argive plain as she did originally at Olympia. The cave of the Nemean lion slain by Heracles at the bidding of Eurystheus, king of Mycenae or Tiryns, cannot be identified with certainty. Indeed, the king of beasts himself, so far as Argolis is concerned, has been now confined by the excavators within the narrow limits of a Phrygian gem. Heracles, in his search for rare fauna, flora, and other exhibits, completed 6 of his 12 labors in the Peloponnesus, 2 of them within the borders of Argolis, before he was compelled to go abroad for the fruit of the Hesperides, or the 3-headed hound of Hades. He had already killed a lion on Mount Cithaeron, and assumed its skin as his conventional uniform, and when the spoils of the Nemean lion were delivered at Mycenae, the king might well, it may be thought, have deemed it suitable to commemorate by a totem on the gate of the Acropolis the subjugation of this original autochthon of Mount Treton, which dominated the 2 highways leading to the fortress. In the Homeric poems it is Mycenae, rich in gold, and well-walled Tiryns that are predominant in Argolis. The legendary kingdom of the Atreidi extended over a large part of the Peloponnesus, and it was pleasing to Argive pride to reserve Mycenae as headquarters for Agamemnon, king of men, and to Parcelof, Lacedaemon to Menelaus when he was not represented as also living in Argolis. Mycenae commanded the mountain roads to the Corinthian Gulf and the Isthmus, and a prehistoric network of road beds that focus at Mycenae lifts out of the realm of mere legend the controlling influence of the mighty fortress over the territory to the northward. To the south of the mountains it was connected with Tiryns and Argos in a varying sequence of leagues and rivalries. Mycenae is now as familiar to the modern world as the Acropolis of Athens. Its resurrection within our own times has called forth manifold accounts and pictures of the beehive tombs, the cyclopean walls, the gate of the lions, never indeed wholly buried, the circle of shaft graves on the Acropolis and the treasure found within them. The 3 great dramatists all dealt with scenes from the family history of the Atreidi or Pelopidi, the illustrious but blood-stained dynasty that for a few generations only, if we allow the Heraclidae their pedigree, broken upon the continuity of the Perseid line, descended through Danaus from Inachus. When Eurystheus was slain, as Thucydides records, by the Heraclidae in Attica, the kingdom passed to his mother's half-brother Atreus, the son of Pelops. Agamemnon, his son or his grandson, is described by the historian as the greatest naval potentate of his time, and he cites the Iliad which speaks of him as lording it over many ships and over all. Argos, that is, over all the Argolid. Although Aeschylus, by reason of a contemporary rapprochement between the Athenians and the Argives, explicitly lays the scene of his Agamemnon at Argos, the traditional association with Mycenae, handed down from Homer, has usually prevailed. Sophocles returned to it, and in his Electra assumes Mycenae as the home of the royal pair, while Euripides, in his Electra, loosely refers to both cities, although in other plays Mycenae is uppermost in his mind. Thus Iphigenia at Aulis, about to be sacrificed, exclaims, O mother mine, Pelasgian land, O virgin's home, Mycenae. And amongst the Taurians, overjoyed at her reunion with her brother, her thoughts likewise revert to Mycenae. O home and hearthstone mine, built by cyclopic hand, Mycenae, fatherland, our love is thine. Pausanias speaks of Agamemnon and others of the family as buried within the walls of Mycenae, and places the tombs of Clytemnestra and her paramour without. The various attempts to identify with literary tradition the beehive tombs below, or the shaft graves discovered by Schliemann on the Acropolis above involve varying degrees of improbability or of contradiction, and from these ingenious attempts to reconcile facts, it is a relief to turn to the realities of pure fiction. Agamemnon of Aeschylus, the greatest of extant Greek dramas, opens with a soldier posted on the palace roof at Argos continuing the 10 years' watch for the beacon signal that is to flash across the Aegean the news of the capture of Troy, in order that the guilty Clytemnestra may not be taken unawares. Presently the beacon flashes out on Mount Arachneum, seen as the watcher looks eastward across the plain between the Hyrieum and Tiryns. The long corals contain the kernel of the poet's thought. The Argive elders enter chanting their anapests. Now this year is the 10th since 'gainst Priam of Troy, as antagonist great, Menelaus the lord, Agamemnon besides holding power two-throned and two-sceptred from Zeus, mighty yoke pair, 2 sons they of Atreus their sire, sped forth from this land in 1,000 of ships, of our Argives a host, as a warrior band bringing succor. The old men even in the hour of victory are filled with strange foreboding of coming ill, and with fear of a still unadjusted nemesis. A curse is inbred in the royal house. The fearsome wrath, recurrent, house-haunting, guileful, unforgetting, exacting vengeance for the children, more than hints at the grim story of Thyestes fed by Atreus on the flesh of his children. Iphigenia's sacrifice at Aulis by Agamemnon is skillfully introduced to complicate the ethical situation by giving Clytemnestra a plausible justification for her unfaithfulness and for the secret plottings of which the chorus is not unaware. Clytemnestra, intoxicated with the thought that Agamemnon is about to fall into her snare, tells the chorus how the beacons, her racers with the torch, have brought the news, and then breaks forth with a recital, swift and vivid, reminding them how, even while she speaks, the Argive warriors are stalking triumphant through the streets of Troy. Troy the Achaeans have and hold this very day. Methinks I hear commingling outcries in the town. The captive Trojan women, from throats no longer free, bewail their dead, while the Argives plunder as they shout or seat themselves at an impromptu breakfast. In captured Trojan homes they make their dwelling now, set free from roofless bivouac in frost and dew. How they, the happy men, will sleep the livelong night unpicketed. Agamemnon enters in his chariot, with Cassandra, the captive princess of Troy, in his retinue, driving up from Nauplia. He addresses Argos and the gods. He boasts of the capture of Ilium. The interval necessary for the Aegean voyage is minimized. Troy's ruins still smolder sulkily. From smoke still rising, even now conspicuous, is seen the captured city, blasts of ruin live. From out the smoldering ashes there keep jetting forth fat puffs of plunder. From the ruined wealth of Troy the thought is turned to the traditional costly splendor of the Argive palaces. Clytemnestra cunningly avails herself of Agamemnon's only half-concealed vanity to cover her own murderous intent, and if possible, to transfer to his account, in the eyes of the gods, a certain debit. To Nemesis, she would persuade him to enter the palace, treading presumptuously upon royal purple tapestries, and with grim ambiguity she says, "And now to pleasure me, dear heart, down from thy car, set not upon the ground, my lord, that foot of thine that hath sacked Ilium, maid servants. Why delay to strew the footpath of his road with tapestries? Forthwith be purple paved his way, let justice lead on to a dwelling where he scarce had hoped to come." Agamemnon, flattered, makes a show of resistance, and finally, To ward off the evil consequences of presumption, compromises by bidding the slaves unloose his shoes. Lest bolt of envy from the god's eyes from afar shall strike me as the costly purple I tread down. As he yields, there surges before the vision of the exultant Clytemnestra another sea. There is a sea, and who shall ever drain it dry? It guards the drops of bounteous purple, ever fresh, as silver precious, raiments dye. Our house, my lord, with God's help hath sufficient store of these. Our halls are far from understanding ways of poverty. As she turns to follow her victim, she prays, O Zeus, fulfiller, these my prayers fulfill. The captive Cassandra is left without. Before her searching but futile insight pass bygone scenes in the blood-guilty palace to which she has just come as a stranger. She points to the murdered infants of Thyestes and their roasted flesh upon which their father banqueted. Then her prophetic vision forecasts the details presently to be enacted, Agamemnon's death. And her own, the welcoming bath, the ensnaring robe, hand after hand outstretching blow on blow. As she goes into her death, she utters lines unsurpassed in Greek tragedy, if anywhere, for the pathos of self-abnegating contrast between the littleness of the individual and the wider aspects of the universal. O life of mortal men, if that it fareth well, 'tis like a painting sketched, but comes adversity, the wet sponge, blurring, touches and the picture's gone. And this then that I count more piteous by far. Two solitary outcries from Agamemnon, struck down within the palace, flowed out on the waiting silence as the chorus ceases its chant. To the elders in their consternation appears Clytemnestra, exultant, glorified by success, standing over the dead Agamemnon and Cassandra. One might reconstruct the scene from the palace bathroom uncovered at Tiryns. She speaks. Here stand I where I struck him, o'er the finished work, and so I managed no denial will I make, that there was no escape nor warding off of fate. A net-like wrap without an outlet, as for fish, I stake around the evil bounty of a robe. And thereupon I strike him twice, and with two groans, he straight relaxed his limbs, and, for him lying thus, I add a third blow thereunto, as votive thanks to Hades underground, the corpse's savior. God. A lyrical dialogue between the queen and the chorus follows, exultation and execration, justification and lamentation. Clytemnestra, to the indignant question of the chorus, who is to bury him, replies that he is her dead, and adroitly takes refuge once and again in the necessity of avenging Iphigenia. The climax of bitterness is reached when she flings forth the taunting suggestion that the murdered child will most appropriately welcome her dear father as he disembarks at Charon's ferry. The chorus, bemoaning him laid low in the bath on his pallet bedding of silver, asks again, praises and requiem who shall be singing, loyal heart to the labor bringing, and shower the godlike man with tears? And Clytemnestra replies, it becomes not you for this duty to care. At my hands he fell down, and he lies down there, and 'tis I that shall bury him down below. And 'tis not with laments of his house he shall go, but his Iphigenia with welcoming grace, as 'tis just to require, the daughter her sire by the swift-flowing ferry of groans shall face, and with locked arms kiss and embrace him. The plays by the three dramatists dealing with the slaying of Clytemnestra by her son, and the meeting and recognition of Orestes, and his older sister Electra fill out many a detail of the Argive land, and cities as they were seen or imagined in the 5th century. Although Sophocles lays the scene of his Electra at opulent Sene, his allusions to the renowned temple of Hera, to the Lycian agora of the wolf-slaying god, and to the grove of the frenzied daughters of Inachus, all as part of the immediate environment seem to imply stage setting, which brought before the spectator the Hierom and Argos itself, as well as Mycenae. In all three plays, the tomb of Agamemnon, around which the action goes on, seems to be outside of the city. The scene of the Electra of Euripides is laid on the mountain frontier, by which way the exiled Orestes would naturally arrive from Phocis. Not only does this play give a feeling for the Argive landscape, changing little while Mycenae rose and fell, but the simple and dignified peasant farmer, Electra's husband in name only, is one of the dramatist's noblest creations. The suggestion of his high-born though remote ancestry only emphasizes the chivalry, far removed from servility, with which he reverences his nominal wife as a princess of the land. When Electra, in the shadow of the night, dark foster mother of the golden stars, goes to fetch water like any peasant girl, with the water jar poised on her head, he remonstrates with her, but, divining her mood, withdraws his objection. Nay, go thy way, and so thou wilt, not distant far, the fountains from our dwelling. I, when breaks the dawn, must with my oxen turn the furrows for the seed. In this play, the horror of the mother murder in the peasant home is sensibly heightened by the background of simple hospitality. The deed seems more inevitable in the Koiphoroi of Aeschylus, in which Orestes goes in to slay his mother just where she had slain his father, and the knocking at the palace doors seems more like the hand of fate, or like the two outcries of the king in the Agamemnon. The play closes, as it should, just as the wrathful hounds of his mother have appeared to the matricide. No assurance of the chorus that they are unreal fancies of his confused brain can help him. He must away over the mountains and the isthmus by the long pathway to Delphi to seek the restoring purification of Apollo. You cannot see them there, but I can see. I'm driven onward, nay, no longer might I stay. Homer lets Hera, wrangling with Zeus, in regard to Troy, exclaim, Verily 3 are the dearest to me among cities. Wide wade Mycenae and Sparta and Argos, the Hierom, the ancient sanctuary of the goddess, once belonged to Mycenae, and traces of the Cyclopean road that connected them are still visible. Here the kings took the oath of allegiance before sailing to Troy with Agamemnon and Menelaus. Here on their return the Argives dedicated the Trojan spoils to Hera. The herald in the Agamemnon says, While speeding over land and sea, to yonder light, the sun's light, it is fitting that we make this vaunt. Once, sacking Troy, an Argive host to gods of Greece nailed up these spoils, a glorious heirloom in their halls. Among the spoils was the shield of the Trojan hero Euphorbus, slain by Menelaus. In the 6th century, Pythagoras, to prove that in a previous round of existence he had been Euphorbus, entered the Hierom and instantly identified the shield as his own. From Argos to the Hierom it was a distance of more than 5 miles. Herodotus relates how a woman of Argos, wishing to be present at Hera's festival, was unable to start because the oxen were not forthcoming in season to draw her car. Her 2 athlete sons put on the yoke and drew the heavy car quickly across the plain and up the hill. When the Argive women congratulated her on being mother of such sons, she, exultant over their deed and fame, stood before the statue of Hera and prayed that to her sons, Cleobis and Biton, who had honored her greatly, the goddess would give whatever gift is best for man to have. And the youths, after sacrifice and banquet, lay down to sleep in the sacred precinct itself and rose up no more. This answer of the goddess so impressed the Argives that they set up the statues of the young men at Delphi. It pleases the imagination to identify with these the 2 archaic statues there excavated by the French, and a beautiful Parian marble head of Hera, found by the American excavators of the Herreum, has preserved to us the gracious presentation of the goddess by some great sculptor of the 5th century. The Dramatis Personae of Suppliants of Aeschylus vaguely suggest a chapter in the early history of Argolis. Danaus with his 50 daughters comes from the south, fleeing over the sea from his brother Aegyptus and his 50 sons. The early Pelasgian inhabitants of Argos are represented by the king, Pelasgus, who receives the suppliant fugitives into the safe refuge of his Cyclopean walls, which we may identify with the prehistoric Larissa citadel above Argos. Go get ye to my city fenced with goodly walls, fast locked within the lofty ramparts, supply wrought, henceforward as in Homer, the Argives and Danai are. Convertible names. All objection to the newcomers as foreigners is neutralized by realizing that they have only returned to their original home. Inachus, the river god, was the father of Io, who, half transformed into a heifer by the jealousy of Hera, had been made to wander frenzied over land and water until in Egypt she brought forth a son, the great-grandfather of this same Danaus. In the sequel to the Suppliants, Aeschylus gave his interpretation of the story of the Danaids and their trial for the 49 murders of that Saint Bartholomew wedding night. Only fragments of this play remain, and the romance of Hypermnestra is familiar to the modern world chiefly from Horace's incomparable ode. In the Prometheus, however, Aeschylus both tells the Io story at length and briefly sketches the story of Hypermnestra, which, with the lovely tale of Danae, the infant Perseus, sheds around the Perseid dynasty of Argos a fragrant aroma of romance in striking contrast to the gruesome annals of the Pelopid family, which waft now and again to our nostrils the scent of human blood and the breath of the charnel vault. Prometheus prophesies to Io that, in the 5th generation from her Iphsian-born son, 50 maidens, daughters of Danaus, shall come, not willing it, to Argos back again. Wedlock with kinsmen cousins they are fain to shun, but these with hearts aflutter, falcons after doves, not distanced far, shall come to hunt their quarry down, seeking a wedlock that should not be sought. But God shall grudge their mating. In her soil Pelasgia shall give them lodging, slain, laid low by women's hands, Eras emboldened, waking sentinels of night. For wife each husband of his life shall rob, and die her two-edged sword in murder. May God grant, with love like this, that Cyprus come upon my enemies. One maiden only shall love soften and forbid to slay her love-mate. Nay, her purpose she shall blunt, and of twain choices offered she shall rather choose, to bear the name of coward than of murderess. From her in Argos shall be bred a royal line. Lynceus is saved, under cover of night, by Hypermnestra, and escaping, as Pausanias tells us, by the Dirus gate, he signals back to her his safety by means of a beacon light on Mount Lercia, and she replies by another from Larissa. On this Larissa mountain, rising above the plain, there is lavished as a setting for the picturesque ancient and medieval ruins a color scheme of green, rich reds and brown that delights the artists. Argos itself, continuously inhabited through the centuries, offers few reminders of antiquity except the steep seats of the theater. The beautiful wolf head on the extant Argive drachmas reminds us of the wolf Agora of Sophocles and of the wolf Apollo dedicated by Danaus when he had ungratefully snapped away the kingdom from his Pelasgian host. We are glad to leave to Pausanias the description of the sites of historic Argos and to follow Amymone, one of the Danaids, as she goes down the plain of thirsty Argos, water jar on head, to fetch water at Lerna. She went to the fountain once too often, if we may trust the legend. Lucian describes how Poseidon, inflamed by Triton's account of her beauty, too impetuous to wait for his royal team, had thrown himself hastily on the fastest dolphin available and had come riding up. The bay. Amymone, as she is carried off, cries out, "Fellow, where are you carrying me off to? You're a kidnapper sent after us, I suppose, by Uncle Aegyptus." "I'll call my father." Triton, "Hush, Amymone, it's Poseidon." Amymone, "What Poseidon are you talking of? Fellow, why do you drag me and force me into the sea?" "I'll choke, poor me, as I go down." Poseidon comforts her by telling her that she shall escape as his bride, not only her daily 5-mile walk as a water carrier in Argos, but her sister's feudal task in Hades of carrying water in a sieve. He promises her also a fountain called by her name. This promise was kept. By leaving the railroad at Meli, the second station below Argos, we can still see the fountain. Here Heracles, her sister's descendant, slew the Lernaean Hydra. If we coast down the west side of the bay, we come to Cynuria, whose autochthonous inhabitants would seem to have belonged, like their Arcadian neighbors, to the pre-Dorian Pelasgic stock. Herodotus gives a dramatic account of one of the contests for the possession of this territory between Spartans and Argives in the 6th century, which might serve as a pendant for the Roman story of the Horati and the Curiati. 300 Spartans and 300 Argives, chosen as champions, engaged while the main armies withdrew. 2 Argives only survived, and they, thinking the Spartans all dead, ran off home to announce the victory. One half-dead Spartan, however, Othryades, was able to write with his blood his name upon a trophy which he erected of Argive armor. Each side claimed the victory, with the result that the full armies engaged and the Spartans conquered. Othryades, however, ashamed to survive his comrades, killed himself on the field. Nauplia, across the bay from Lerna, is full of suggestion for the prehistoric settlement of Argolis and of associations with modern history. It has fewer direct points of contact with classic literature. Nauplius, the founder, according to tradition, was the son of Amymone and of Poseidon, who was here able to assert himself against the predominance of Hera further inland. Hera, indeed, had the Achaean Zeus to curb on the north and may have been glad to compromise with Poseidon for a safe conduct permitting her to make her necessary annual visit to the baths of Canathos, east of Nauplia. By way of Nauplia, as we have seen, the alphabet may have entered Greece, and here the less valuable but costly cargoes of Trojan spoils were landed, bringing one and another hint and pattern of Trans-Aean art. Here Menelaus, detained by storm long after his brother, finally landed. Back to the land has Menelaus come from Troy, at Nauplia in harbor moored, while near the beach the oar blades fall, returned from his long wandering. No more beautiful mooring place for homecoming warriors could be found than the waterfront of Nauplia, lying beneath the majestic rock of Palamede, guard of the sea entrance to the Argolid. On the low Acropolis of Tyrins, recent excavations have uncovered the Lower Castle to the north of the middle and upper fortresses already known. Pausanias attributed the founding of Tyrins to members of the Danos family, Acrisius remaining in Argos and Predus, taking as his share the Herium, Medea, Tyrins, and the coast of Argolis. Acrisius, to forestall an oracle, according to which he was to be slain by a grandson, shut up Danae, his daughter, in a tower of bronze. Zeus descended to her in a shower of gold, and when Perseus was born, Acrisius committed to the sea mother and child in a chest. The translation by John Addington Symonds of a fragment from Simonides describing this event fully preserves the pathos for which Simonides was famous. When in the carven chest, the winds that blew in waves in wild unrest smote her with fear, she, not with cheeks unwet, her arms of love round Perseus set, and said, O child, what grief is mine? But thou dost slumber, and thy baby breast is sunk in rest, here in the cheerless brass-bound bark, tossed amid starless night and pitchy dark. Nor dost thou heed the scudding brine of waves that wash above thy curls so deep, nor the shrill winds that sweep, lapped in thy purple robe's embrace, fair little face. But if this dread were dreadful too to thee, then wouldst thou lend thy listening ear to me. Therefore I cry, sleep, babe, and sea be still, and slumber our unmeasured ill. The Nereids, charmed with the beauty of the child, guided the chest safely into the net of the fishermen of the little island of Seriphos. Perseus, on his return to Argos, went up to Larissa, to which Acrisius had retired, and while displaying his skill with the quoit accidentally killed his grandfather. Thus was fulfilled the doom to avoid which Acrisius had shut up Danae in the bronze tower at Argos. Perseus, ashamed at this homicide, and perhaps disliking Argos by reason of his mother's ill treatment, persuaded the son of Proetus to change kingdoms with him, and so he came to live at Tiryns, and from there went up the plain and founded Mycenae, where a mushroom, Myx, that he pulled up when thirsty gave him a draught of water. The greater antiquity of Tiryns implied in this legend is not inconsistent with archaeological evidence, and the fable that Proetus, the first king of Tiryns, imported from Lycia 7 Cyclopes as builders is a vague record of the foreign contribution made to this ancient center. The Cyclopean walls in Argolis, often alluded to in the 5th century, were at least as conspicuous at Tiryns as elsewhere, and this acropolis near the sea would fit the situation in the Trojan. Women of Euripides were the captive, lamenting her dead husband deprived of burial rites, anticipates with dread the landing at Nauplia. Beloved, O my husband dear, thou'rt wandering, a spectral fear, unburied and unlaved. But me the hull that cleaves the sea shall bear with spread wings far from thee to Argos, nurse of steeds, where Cyclopean walls rear high their giant stones to flaunt the sky. Today, in the spring, the hill of Tiryns is covered with slender stalks of asphodel, while amidst flowers delicate and shadowy as these, along the pathways of the asphodel meadows below, steal thee, ghosts of the ancient masters of these Cyclopean walls and galleries. Mycenae and Tiryns, linked in tradition with the name of Perseus, both sent men to Plataea to fight against the Persians. In a little more than a decade thereafter, they were both captured and destroyed by Argos, jealous of their proximity and of their place on the national roll of honor from which she had excluded herself. At the end of another decade, Aeschylus chose to flatter the Argives, just then the allies of Athens, by transferring from Mycenae to their town the scene of Agamemnon. In addition to the plain of Argolis, the Acti, or peninsula proper, has its own history and associations. Leaving Tiryns and Nauplia behind, the road to the inland Epidaurus sanctuary is overlooked from the north by the naked ridge of Mount Arachneum, from which flashed to the palace roof at Argos the last relay of flame in the chain of beacons. The Epidaurian Asclepium claimed the honor of the birth of the god of healing, the foundling son of Apollo, who was suckled by a goat. From this parent sanatorium others were established throughout Greece. The Athenians even called Epidauria one of the days used for the worship of Asclepius. In a fragmentary hymn to the god, found at Athens, reference is made to the oracle quoted by Pausanias as beginning, "Great joy for mortals all thy birth, Asclepius. Thou, love-child of Coronis and my own, wast born in rugged Epidaurus." In the precinct of this famous health resort was found a tablet inscribed with a hymn by Aeschylus, an Epidaurian poet, containing the genealogy of the god's mother and telling how Apollo named the child and called him destroyer of disease, health giver, mighty gift to men, Homer's epithet for Epidaurus is abounding in vines. And in later days Dionysus was not neglected. The auditorium, with the circle of the orchestra still completely marked by a sunken rim of stone, is the most beautiful and the best preserved of the theaters in Greece, and one may hear better than. At Athens, imagine the mise en scène of the great dramas for which the Argolid furnished so largely the subject matter. The opening scene of the Ion of Plato brings before us the star rhapsodist of his day, relating how he is just back from the Asclepius festival at Epidaurus, where the Epidaurians held a contest not only in his own specialty of reciting Homer, but in lyric poetry besides. In Epidaurus were celebrated the usual games, as the well-preserved stadium testifies, and as we know from more than one passage of Pindar. In the Abaton, now more fully excavated, have been found some of the tablets dedicated by grateful patients who had been cured by sleeping in the precinct. Cures of blindness, palsy, ulcers, dropsy, internal maladies, and external wounds are recorded in this medical literature, which Strabo tells us was here displayed in great abundance, as in the great sanatorium of Hippocrates on the island of Kos. Troezen, far down the eastern side of the peninsula, both geographically and by its associations, historical and mythological, turns our thoughts away from Dorian Argos and across the Saronic Gulf to Athens. It was here that some of the Athenian women and children found a place of refuge during the Persian invasion. In a colonnade of the marketplace Pausanias saw portrait statues of those refugees whose rank and wealth permitted this expression of their gratitude. Here in the harbor the Greek fleet assembled before sailing to take its position in the Straits of Salamis. The ruined remains of the Acropolis are insignificant, but our vision, like that of the refugees, may range over the wonderful landscape Parnassus beyond the isthmus and gulf, mountains and headlands, and the Aegean set with island jewels back to the fertile plain below, which in modern times has welcomed the beauty of the orange and the lemon to replace the vanished glory of the kings and heroes of antiquity. Plutarch, in his Life of Theseus, relates the well-known story that the young prince in the dawning vigor of manhood is taken by his mother to test his strength on the great rock beneath which lie concealed the tokens left by his father to guarantee his royal birth. He lifts the rock and takes the sword and the sandals. Emulous of the fame of Heracles, he rejects the suggestion of the easy voyage across the Saronic Gulf, and by the dangerous land route, where wild beasts and giants must be met and slain, he makes his way past the ill-famed Saronian rocks to Athens, and claims the paternity of Aegeus and becomes the national hero of his father's land. In the Hippolytus of Euripides we find Theseus, self-exiled from Athens for a year, again in Troezen, the realm of Pythias, his maternal grandfather, who has had the rearing of his son Hippolytus. The handsome youth has been seen at Eleusis by Phaedra, his young stepmother, who then and there falls in love with him. He is, however, a somewhat intractable compound of a Jehu and a Joseph, wholly absorbed in colorless devotion to Artemis and inaccessible to the blandishments of Aphrodite, who uses the unlucky Phaedra as a cat's paw to punish the intrusion of the divine huntress into the sphere of influence rightfully belonging to the goddess of love. Phaedra, despairing and mortified at her rejection by Hippolytus, very properly hangs herself, but by way of securing her posthumous justification leaves a note for her husband, accusing the innocent Hippolytus. Theseus, in his rage, banishes his son and invokes a curse by Poseidon. Faring forth in his chariot, Hippolytus, though an excellent whip, is unable to cope with the great bull sent up from the sea. This so terrifies the horses that their driver is thrown upon the rocks and dies, after Artemis, a somewhat tardy Dia ex machina, has appeared to now remorseful Theseus and has exonerated his son. This favorite drama, in addition to the admirable drawing of Phaedra's character, combines the grandeur of the sea as it roars up in a tidal wave, envisaging the terrible sea bull, and the loveliness of the Trosenian meadows where Hippolytus, a replica of the young Aon in Apollo's temple, presented the vision of human beauty, so dear to Greek eyes, in its appropriate setting of nature's lonely charm. In addition to these more superficial attractions, there was at Troezen one of the most popular entrances to the lower world. Here Heracles fetched up Cerberus, and by this route Dionysus brought back his mother Semele. It is also reasonable to suppose that Theseus, from a sense of local pride, must have passed down this way when he assisted his friend Pirithous in carrying off Persephone. Troezen, however, had a rival in this underground traffic. Hermione, the home of the poets Lasus and Caidias, on the south coast of the peninsula, claimed the rather dubious advantage of the closest proximity to Hades. Strabo, the geographer, records the boast of the people of Hermione that on their short line Charonzobol is not exacted of the passengers, and therefore, he adds, they do not here put in a fare for the corpse. The cost of travel to Hermione would have overbalanced for people at a distance the ferryman's very moderate fee, or perhaps the route may have been open for local traffic only. At all events, this exception was not known in Greece generally. We find in Lucian's dialogues that the cynic Menippus, with never an obol to his mouth, takes his chance as a stowaway or offers to Charon to work his passage, while the corpse of the poor cobbler, Misillus, also unprovided with the necessary fee, heedless, since he is dead already, of the risk of drowning, starts in to swim. Close to the Troezen shore is the island of Caloria, the modern Poros, where outrageous Fortune shot home one of her most virulent arrows. On a high plateau near the middle of the island are the remains of the ancient precinct and temple of Poseidon. Here, where he could look over to Sunium, the headland of Athens, Demosthenes, a fugitive from the wrath of Macedon, waited for his pursuers. Plutarch relates that, discrediting the promises of safety made to lure him from sanctuary, he withdrew within the temple and, after taking the poison which he had secreted, tottered forth to die outside in order to avoid defiling the sacred precinct. The Athenians later set up his statue in bronze, and on it was inscribed, "Had but thy power, Demosthenes, equaled thy will, Macedon near had ruled Hellas, free were she still." The great orator whose powerful will had first, as it was said, won control over his unruly tongue and weak voice amidst the roar of the sea, and who by his words had controlled the still more turbulent populace, died here with unbroken will under the gray shadow of Poseidon's sanctuary. This was one of the oldest stone temples in Greece, probably contemporary with the 6th century temple of the sea god at Poseidonia, the modern Paestum. Already dignified by time, its columns looked down on the fleet that put forth for Salamis from the neighboring Troezen, relying now for the sea fight on the help of Poseidon rather than upon the goddess of the Helium who had presided over the start for Troy at the time of the preliminary clash, still unforgotten, of Asia with Greece. Chapter XV Arcadia. The winding valleys, deep withdrawn, and ridged crests of Arcady, Pindar. Of the temples that once adorned the mainland and the islands of Greece, only a brave few now rear columns from the ground. Among these, the temple of Apollo at Bassae constrains the traveler to penetrate to the heart of Arcadia. The rewards of the difficult journey are many, and are enhanced by a general knowledge of the whole Arcadian territory, into which the detached impressions of a brief stay may be sympathetically fitted. Homer says that the Arcadians went to Troy in vessels borrowed from Agamemnon because they had none of their own. The most potent fact in the history and development of Arcadia is its isolated position as the one inland country, save little Doris, of Greece. Only from the heights of the encircling mountains could her people catch sight of distant seas. Those whom the sea spell lured with irresistible magic left their hills to seek foreign coasts and enlist in foreign navies. The Arcadians have rightly been called the mercenaries of Greece. Those who stayed at home lived the restricted life of a population cut off from intercourse with the larger world. The entire territory is composed of highland, its lowest elevation from the sea being more than 2,000 feet. In the east are great plains of swampy ground and lakes drained by underground channels. Towards the west, the land becomes an irregular, hilly plateau intersected by rivers. In antiquity, superb forests of oaks and pines, coverts for many a wild beast, contributed to that general physical wildness which prevented a people untouched by foreign ideas from uniting in a progressive political life. Even against the background of Greek individualism, their history is conspicuously one of separate towns, and of these towns few attained to any eminence. Arcadia contained the oldest and the youngest of all Greek cities. The latter, megalopolis, is still in civic existence and is the terminus of the modern railroad ride from Athens for those who are on their way to Basae. It was the last town founded in free Greece, and its establishment originated in the ardent hope of Epaminondas to unite the scattered Arcadians under one government. In the same southwestern portion of Arcadia, near the young megalopolis and easily reached from it on horses, lie the ruins of old Lycosura, believed by the Greeks to be the most ancient of all their cities and to have served as a model for later foundations. But the chief roles in the political life of Arcadia were played by Mantinea and Tegea, cities lying in the wide eastern plains. Near them lay Pallantium, and within the territories of these three cities flourishes the modern Tripolis, in its origin an important Turkish stronghold, and now one of the most prosperous towns of the new nation. The sanguinary history of Tripolis in the War of Independence was worthy of the ancient character of Mantinea and Tegea. Although Homer called Mantinea lovely, her life was one of military activity. Mantineans fought at Thermopylae, but it is in the pages of the historians of later periods of Thucydides, Xenophon, and Polybius that they chiefly figure, fighting on their own territory against Sparta or with Sparta against Thebes. This evil coalition resulted in the famous battle of 362 BC, in which Epaminondas fought for the last time. The description of the battle forms the close of Xenophon's treatise on Greek history, and the chaotic results of the long-anticipated struggle, whereby neither party, though each claimed to have conquered, was seen to gain any more in land or cities or authority than it possessed before the battle was fought, are set forth by him with considerable vividness. But the momentous fact that in this battle the great Theban commander lost his life he disposes of in a subordinate clause. This petty injustice is the more singular because the fatal blow was generally believed to have been struck by Xenophon's son, Grylus, who received a public burial and monument at Mantinea. It is Pausanias who admits us to the last scene of a noble life, enacted among the alien, windswept oaks of Arcadia, on the hill now known as Mytica. When Epaminondas received his wound, they carried him out of the line of battle. He was still in life. He suffered much, but with his hand pressed on his wound, he kept looking hard at the fight, and the place from which he watched it was afterwards named Scope, the lookout. But when the combat ended indecisively, he took his hand from the wound and breathed his last. and they buried him on the battlefield. The memory of Epaminondas inspired a later hero who not only fought at another battle of Mantinea, but was himself a son of the Arcadian soil. In the period of the Achaean League, Philopoemen, born in Megalopolis, was 8 times chosen to be the general of the united forces, and in 206 BC he met and conquered at Mantinea the recalcitrant Spartans who had refused to join the league. The description of this battle is given to us by Polybius, his younger fellow townsman, who at the hero's death was the youth selected to bear his ashes to the tomb. Because all such victories in the cause of freedom were but fitful gleams of the fire whose flame had been quenched at Chaeronea, it is the more necessary to give heed to a character like Philopoemen, from the day of whose death Pausanias sadly remarks, Greece ceased to be the mother of the brave. He closes the long line of Greeks who led their peoples to liberty. At one of the Olympic festivals, the whole audience in the theater rose to greet Themistocles, who had saved Greece from Persia. And centuries later, a similar tribute was paid to Philopoemen. Not long after his victory over the Spartans, it chanced that he was present at the competition of the minstrels at the Nemean Games. Pylades, a native of Megalopolis and the most famous minstrel of his time, who had gained a Pythian victory, was singing an air of Timotheus, the Milesian called the Persians. Scarcely had he struck up the song, the glorious crown of freedom who giveth to Greece, when all the people turned and looked at Philopoemen, and with clapping of hands signified that the song referred to him. Few men in history are more interesting than Philopoemen. From youth to a hale old age he lived the life of his choice, combining rugged and fearless sincerity with keen military knowledge, and uniting in an unusual degree the reckless impulsiveness of a freebooter with the patient power of a skillful general. When one term of his generalship had expired, he hurried over to Crete to help in a war which in no way concerned him, but his countrymen, accustomed to depend upon his ability, summoned him back, and he arrived on the mainland just in time to find that the Romans had fitted out a fleet against Sparta and to plunge into the fray. Being no sailor, however, he unwittingly embarked in a leaky galley, which reminded the Romans and their allies, in those days every man had read his classics at school, of the verses in the catalogue, in which Homer speaks of the Arcadians as ignorant of the sea. After 8 successful generalships and many brilliant exploits, when he was more than 70 years old, Philopoemen was captured and poisoned by the Messenians. In him Arcadia lost her greatest son, in whom had lived her own wildness and her own patience, her own flaming spirit and her own honorable austerity. According to Polybius, he had harbored no illusions about the future of his country and of Hellas, but had chosen to offer his life, while it lasted, as a bulwark against the inevitable. I know full well, he said in answer to Aristenes's criticism of his policy of resisting all unjust encroachments from Rome, that there will hereafter come a time when the Greeks will have to yield obedience under compulsion to every order issued to them. But would one wish to see this time come as quickly as possible, or, on the contrary, postponed as late as possible? Methinks as late as possible. In this, then, the policy of Aristenes differs from my own. He is eager to see the inevitable come as quickly as possible, and he helps it on to the best of his ability, whereas to the best of my power resist and thrust it back. One false hope, according to Pausanias, he did treasure. He would fain have modeled his life on the pattern set by the character and deeds of Epaminondas, but could not equal him in all things, for while the temper of Epaminondas was very gentle, that of the Arcadian was passionate. Although Arcadia's part in the Persian wars was not heroic, Tegea, like Mantinea, proved her bravery at Thermopylae, and at Plataea, according to Herodotus, her citizens struggled with the Athenians for the foremost post in the battle. Later wars, civil and foreign, kept her busy through several centuries. But the arts of peace also flourished within her walls, and Tegea must be honored for having erected one of the most distinguished temples not only of the Peloponnesus but of all Greece. This was the Temple of Athena, built by Scopas early in the 4th century. Only a few traces are left of its mingled Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian columns. More important are the fragments preserved in the National Museum at Athens of sculptures from the hand of Scopas himself, portraying the Caledonian boar hunt, the heroine of which was the Arcadian maiden Atalanta. The same museum contains marble reliefs from Mantinea, coming probably from the time, if not the workshop, of Praxiteles, and very interesting sculptures of disputed date from old Lycosura. The Arcadians, whose native gift was music, did not lag behind the rest of the Greeks in their appreciation of the plastic arts. Pallantium was not important in Arcadian history, but was reverenced by the Romans as the home of Evander, whose enterprising colonization of the Palatine Hill was immortalized by Virgil. In filial remembrance of the adventurer, the town was rebuilt by Antoninus Pius. To the north of the great plain of Mantinea and Tegea lay another marshy plain containing 3 other important cities, Orchomenus, Pheneus, and Stymphalus. But the train from Athens sweeps far toward the south, and ruined cities slip out of mind among the winding valleys, deep withdrawn and ridged crests of Arcady. The real significance of Arcadia lay in its landscape rather than in its towns. If the country contributed few large centers and few splendid deeds to Greek history, it offered its mountains and streams to be peopled by the divine progeny of Greek imagination. Pan himself was born amid the wind-tossed mountain trees of steep Cyllene, and from many another Arcadian hillside thereafter his pipes reached the ears of shepherds tending their flocks in upland pastures. Artemis, making her pastime the chase of boars and swift deer, fairer than the fair wild wood nymphs attending her, took especial pleasure in the ridges of Erymanthus and became the reverently worshipped maiden of the Arcadian country. Later literature in more than one language created a visionary Arcadia of uninterrupted pastoral charm and ease, a refuge for the weary, an earthly dream of unlaborious life. The fashion began in Greek itself in the artificial period of Alexandrian civilization, when men were sated with city life and began to write chamber poetry about the beauties of nature. Arcadia, with its still unspoiled hills and woods and rivers, became a convenient setting for the delicate and charming fancies of litterateurs. But in the real Arcadia, nature was a serious force to be reckoned with. The frowning mountains, wild ravines, and stretches of barren soil, the gusty storms of winter and the close heat of summer, the difficulties of communication between village and village, and the remoteness from the great highway of the sea, all combined to make Arcadian life rude and elemental. Often the inhabitants were forced to a hand-to-hand struggle with poverty. Sometimes they gave way, as Herodotus indicates when he says that some men from Arcadia who were in need of a livelihood and wanted employment deserted to the Persians. But oftener the Arcadians fought it out at home, tilling what soil they could, and patiently tending herds and flocks. Such a people, busy with the primitive needs of life, found in Pan and Artemis saviors and graciously intimate friends rather than fanciful presences with which to adorn pastoral poetry. Arcadia was, indeed, a very religious country, teeming both in its cities and on its lonelier hillsides with sanctuaries to many of the Olympian hierarchy, and especially to a strange, elusive divinity known as the Mistress, but the divinities of life in the open most appealed to them. It is indicative of an important and not always recognized element in Greek character that some of the most lovely fancies of Greek mythology should have taken root where life was hard. The austerity of work and poverty was never denied by the clear-eyed Greeks. But instead of seeking, like the Celts, to escape from it into dreams of unreal and fairer worlds, they balanced against it the palpable beauty of this world and found much room for joy and laughter. Pan's birth in Arcadia was third in an interesting series of events. The first was the birth of Zeus himself on Mount Lycaeus, the isolated mountain peak which rises northwest of Megalopolis. It is, however, no widespread Hellenic tradition which gave to the king of the gods an Arcadian birthplace. Of all the places that claimed that honor, perhaps Crete most impressed herself upon the Greek world at large. But the legend of Arcadia at least resulted in bestowing upon the ruler of Olympus the well-known epithet Lycian, and in establishing on the summit of the mountain a sanctuary involving sacrifices and festivals. Human sacrifices continued here astonishingly long, and the savagery of the early Arcadians left traces also in tales of werewolves roaming among the desert places of the mountain. A much more engaging story, especially when it is clothed in Ionic mirth and grace, brought Zeus as a lover to another mountain peak in Arcadia and pictured the second divine birth in the country. The Homeric hymn to Hermes, whether it is read in the original or in Shelley's inimitable translation, is alive with that witty and audacious fancy which furnished to naughty mortals delightful brothers among the gods. On Mount Cyllene, towering above the other mountains of Arcadia and bulwarking the northeastern portion of the country, dwelt Maia, a fair-tressed nymph. Zeus loved her, and she gave to light a babe all babes excelling, a schemer subtle beyond all belief, a shepherd of thin dreams, a cow-stealing, a night-watching, and door-waylaying thief. The precocity of the divine infant is the theme of the story. He is not 4 days old when he starts for Thessaly to steal the cattle of Apollo. But as he crosses the threshold of his mother's cave, he meets a tortoise creeping along and feeding on the rich grass, a sight which moves him to laughter and gives him a fresh idea. This is no less than the fashioning of the lyre out of the tortoise's shell. And through the tortoise's hard stony skin, at proper distances small holes he made, and fastened the cut stems of reeds within, and with a piece of leather overlaid, the open space and fixed cubits in, fitting the bridge to both, and stretched o'er all symphonious chords of sheep-gut rhythmical. When he had wrought the lovely instrument, he tried the chords, and made division meet preluding with the plectrum, and there went up from beneath his hand a tumult sweet of mighty sounds, and from his lips he sent a strain of unpremeditated wit, joyous and wild, and wanton such you may hear among revellers on a holiday. When he has sung enough and is seized with a sudden fancy for fresh meat, he hurries off to the shadowed hills of Pieria and steals 50 of the lowing kine, which are feeding there on flowering unmown meadows, cunningly reversing their tracks, and making for himself sandals of twigs and leaves that will not betray him, he drives the cattle to the river Alpheus in Arcadia, by whose banks they munch lotus, marsh marigold. He kills and cooks with lusty appetite in the serene moonshine, and then at dawn, through a silence broken by no step of god or man nor bark of dog, he goes back to the crests of Cyllene and enters the cave through the hole of the bolt, like a thin mist or an autumnal blast. Meantime Apollo, the far darter, has been tracking him from the Thessalian meadows. To the fragrant Cyllenian hill he comes where sheep are peacefully grazing, and finds the little thief wrapped more in swaddling bands, feet, head and hands curled into a small space, tortoise, shell clasped under his baby arm. Latona's offspring, after having sought his herds in every corner, thus did greet great Herms, little cradled rogue, declare of my illustrious heifers where they are. And to whom thus Hermes slyly answered, Son of great Latona, what speech is this? Why come you here ask me what is done with the wild oxen, which it seems you miss? I have not seen them, nor from anyone have heard a word of the whole business. If you should promise an immense reward, I could not tell more than you now have heard. An ox stealer should be both tall and strong, and I am but a little newborn thing, who yet, at least, can think of nothing wrong. My business to suck and sleep, and fling the cradle clothes about me all day long, or, half asleep, hear my sweet mother sing, and to be washed in water clean and warm, and hushed and kissed and kept secure from harm. Apollo is not deceived, but is forced to laughter. Finally they agree to put the case before Zeus on Olympus. There, after Apollo's attack, Hermes makes a lying and witty defense, at which his immoral and omnipotent father laughs aloud. Both sons are sent off to find the kine, and on the way the Cyllenian shows the far darter his tortoise lyre and entrances him with its music. Unconquerable up from beneath his hand in circling flight, the gathering music rose and sweet as love, the penetrating notes did live and move. Within the heart of great Apollo, he listened with all his soul and laughed for pleasure. Hermes suggests an exchange, promising the tortoise shell to Apollo, if he may have in return the glittering lash and drive the herd. Thus the lyre, invented in Arcadia, passed to the rightful lord of music and to an universal sovereignty. The two brothers became fast friends and sealed their affection on snowy Olympus by mutual promises. The older brother reserves for himself the awful gift of prophecy, but in return for the lyre gives to the younger lordship over the twisted horned cattle and horses and toiling mules, over the burning eyes of lions, and white-tusked boars and dogs and sheep, and most important of all, makes him herald to lead dead to Hades. Almost imperceptibly, toward the close of the hymn, the two gods take on something of the stateliness which clothes them in more serious poetry. But the rollicking infant and his half-angry, half-amused victim must be remembered to complete the idea of a religion which left a definite place for humor. While the gravely beautiful Hermes which adorned the temple of Hera at Olympia revealed, in perfect marble, a serious and noble conception of divinity, it may well be that among the many wooden stone statues of the god which stood in orchard closes, by cool wayside springs, and in crossways near the gray seashore, more than one recalled his lovable and mischievous boyhood. Certainly it is tempting to imagine the infant trickster in the Hermes of the anthology, who guarded pleasant playgrounds, and to whom boys offered marjoram and hyacinth and fresh garlands of violets. Hermes would seem to have frequently returned to his early Arcadian home, and during one of these visits he fell in love with the daughter of Dryops, and for her sweet sake became thrall of a mortal man and shepherded the fleecy sheep. The fruit of his union with the shepherd's daughter was Pan, and another Homeric hymn describes his birth. And she in the palace brought forth a son that was dear unto Hermes, but strange to her seeing, goat-footed, two-horned, noise-loving, taking his pleasure in laughter. Fleeing she darted away, and her man-child the mother abandoned, for that she feared at the sight of his visage unlovely, full-bearded. Forthwith, however, the luck-bringer, Hermes, accepted the infant, took him and held in his hand, and the god had delight without measure. Lightly he went with the boy to the homes of the gods ever-living, wrapping him well in the skins of the wild hare that runs on the mountains. There took his seat near to Zeus and the others, the gods, ever living, showed them the boy as his own, and they in their hearts were delighted, all the immortals, but chiefly the reveling god Dionysus. Pan then they called him, because to the pantheon all he gave joyance. Such was the pleasant debut of the god who was to make glad the hearts of men also, bringing laughter into a world of tears, and inspiring amid the difficulties and the ennui of civilization. Wholesome passion for life in the open air. Lord was he of every snowy crest and mountain peak and rocky path. Soft meadows where crocuses and fragrant hyacinths nestled in the grass knew his presence. By still pools within the green woods he would sit contentedly, or lofty crags would tempt his lively feet to adventurous climbing. Over the high white hills he would range in the pursuit of wild beasts. And in the evening he would sit on some jutting rock, or by the dusky water of a wayside spring, and play on his reed such melodies of honeyed sweetness as even the nightingale's spring song could not surpass. With him the mountain nymphs, the shrill singers, went wandering with light feet, and echo moaned along the mountain crest. Many a lonely shepherd among the hills or tired husbandman in the meadows must have desired to keep the god within his hearing. A broken fragment in the Greek anthology, embedded among frigid Byzantine conceits, but springing one knows not out of what fresher age, seems instinct with such prayers as theirs. With lips along thy reed pipe straying, dear Pan, abide, for in the sunny uplands playing doth echo hide. Although Pan dwelt all over Hellas, his Arcadian birth was not disputed, and more than one Arcadian mountain was especially distinguished by his presence. Among the Nomian hills to the south of Lycias, he invented the music of his pipes. Mount Menelaus, near Tripolis, he often visited, and on Mount Parthenius he requested recognition at Athens. Over this mountain, named for virginal Artemis, ran one of the regular passes from the Argolis into Arcadia, a route followed today by the train from Athens to Tripolis. The swift Athenian courier was passing this way when he was delayed by the god. In the northwestern corner of Arcadia, skirting Achaea and Elis, rises another well-known mountain, Erymanthus, the favorite hunting ground of Artemis, who as leader, savior, and fairest received countless shrines from the Arcadians. The southern and lower continuation of Mount Erymanthus was known as Mount Pholoi, to which, as we know from the Anabasis, Xenophon and his sons and their guests used to come from Elis for the pleasures of the chase. Its beautiful woodlands were fabled to be one of the homes of the centaurs, whose strange dual nature linked the world of men to the world of beasts. Heracles was entertained by them when, as one of his labors, he came to hunt the wild boar in the Erymanthian thickets. The forests which spread over the plains and darkened the hills of Arcadia were filled with wild boars and bears and deer. The bear especially gave rise to many legends. The great bear in the heavens was once an Arcadian maiden, Callisto, whom jealous Hera turned into a bear and whom Artemis, as a favor to her, shot down. But Zeus retransformed the maiden into shining stars, the guides of mariners before and since the night when Odysseus kept looking ever at the Pleiades and at Boetus setting slow and at the bear by. Surname called the Wain, Callisto's son was Arcas, or Bear, and he first taught the forest dwellers, in the country that was to inherit his name, how to raise corn and bake bread. The great oak woods of Arcadia were responsible for the epithet, corn-eating, which the riddle-loving priestess of Delphi often applied to the inhabitants. In the time of Pausanias, the Arcadian forests were still conspicuous in all parts of the country. Driven gradually from the plain to the mountains, they are even there at last yielding to decay. But the waters of Arcadia are as unchanged as the hills. Both the Alpheus and the Eurotas rise within its borders, the former turning westward, as of old, to its haunts at Olympia, the latter winding to the south to delight a new Sparta with its gleaming water and ripple-washed reeds. And the Ladon, the northern branch of the Alphes, flows on with the impetuous charm and beautiful color which gave it the reputation of being the loveliest river in Greece. From out of the range of the Erymanthian hills springs the river Erymanthus, which was especially sacred to Pan, as if its reeds above all others could be shaped into tuneful pipes. In the river Gordes the nymphs washed the newborn Zeus, and by the banks of the Aroanius, which flows down a northern valley to join the Ladon, Pausanias, in enviable leisure, awaited Arcadian music. Amongst the fish in the Aroanius, he tells us, are the so-called spotted fish. They say that these spotted fish sing like a thrush. I saw them after they had been caught, but I did not hear them utter a sound, though I tarried by the river till sunset, when they were said to sing most. A group of renowned Arcadian waters may be reached in one northward excursion of 3 days from Tripolis. The first of these is the Lake of Phaneus, as famous for its strangeness as for its loveliness. It is so surrounded by hills that no stream can escape from it above ground, and the water issues only by 2 catavathras. The condition of these subterranean channels determines whether the great mountain basin of the Phaneus is a fertile plain or a broad lake. In ancient times and in our own the changes have succeeded each other with the fascination of mystery. Pausanias found a plain and knew the lake only by tradition. From his day until the beginning of the 19th century there were no records. But with the ensuing careful descriptions of geographers and travelers come baffling alternations of a swampy plain covered with fields of wheat or barley, and a wide expanse of still water deep. Among the hills, reflecting black pine woods, gray crags, and sky now crimson with sunset. To the east of Phaneus and separated from it only by a mountain ridge, the lake of Stymphalus is sunk in placid beauty within towering hills. It was the scene of the 5th labor of Heracles, who killed the monstrous man-eating birds that haunted it. They typified, probably, the pestilence which would arise whenever the underground channel that served as an outlet for the lake became stopped. Heracles was the master engineer of mythological times. Later engineers also experimented with the water which flows into the Stymphalian lake from the surrounding mountains, and especially from Cyllene. Its purity and abundance led Hadrian to have a supply of it carried by an aqueduct to Corinth, and today the Athenians are contemplating importing it into their arid city. From the prosperous village of Solos vigorous and patient pedestrians may reach the most famous of all the waters of Arcadia, and the most characteristic also of a country in which gentle charms, however real, are always subsidiary to a primitive wildness. These waters are the Falls of the Styx, as familiar in English as in Greek literature. They descend over a perpendicular cliff amid scenery, which some consider grander and more imposing than that at Delphi. The surroundings so impressed themselves on the sensitive Greek imagination that from the time of Homer the Styx was one of the dread rivers of death, and the lower world, fit companion piece to nether. Darkness and the monstrous hound of hell, fit invocation even for gods when on their oath. Let earth be witness unto this, and heaven broad, and yon down flowing water of the Styx, which is the oath the greatest and most terrible among the blessed gods, the immortals, from Zeus to Calypso, are ever exclaiming. Hesiod contributed the fancy that Iris, in a vessel of gold, brought water from the Styx to Olympus, so that the gods might swear by its material presence. The spray of the falls is said to take on at midday the lovely colors of the rainbow, which had its divine personification in the fair messenger of the gods. And it has also been pointed out that Hesiod, in addition to describing accurately the Styx as trickling down from a high and steep rock, by a fine figure suggests a view in winter when huge icicles form over the cliff and the clouds settle down so closely upon its summit that the water looks as if it were descending straight from the sky. The Styx, he says, dwelt in glorious chambers, vaulted with long rocks, and round about a colonnade of silver pillars reared against the sky. To him also as to Homer the dweller in this icicled palace was terrible, hated by all the immortals. The traveler who must sacrifice the lakes and rivers of Arcadia to seeing the temple of Apollo comes directly by train from Athens to Megalopolis in the great southwestern plain. Here he is detained only by a 4th century theater and other more fragmentary remains of the ancient city before turning northward by carriage or horse. If he is obliged to ride for several hours and meet a carriage at Charytena, the grim guardian of the mountainous road to Andritzina, where he is to spend the night, he will have cause to be thankful for an experience that has put him on more familiar terms with rude Arcadia and has made him more sensitive to the change from monotonous lowland to vast, solitary mountains and deep ravines. The town of Charytena lies on the slopes of one of the low hills that form the northern boundary of the plain of Megalopolis. Above it, on the hill's summit, loom the ruins of an old Frankish castle, once the seat of a barony which contributed many a romantic story to the history of the Peloponnesus in the Middle Ages. Rarely in Greece is the harmony of historical impression interrupted, but here, like highwaymen to challenge intellectual security, feudalism and the medieval world stalk out upon the unwary. The spectacle is unique. Charytena stands at the point where the flat plain startlingly breaks into almost terrifying mountains. Mount Lycaeus towers on the left, and all around serrated heights rise grandly above the castle, without detracting from its own defiant dignity. Past the foot of the hill flows, on its way to Elis, the Alpheus, here spanned by a striking bridge of 6 arches, bearing a Frankish inscription. The ruins of the old barony of Geoffrey de Villehardouin equal any feudal remains in Europe in their reminiscent suggestiveness of the romantic and violent life of the Middle Ages. But even while the traveler fears that he will become confused among memories of the Frankish dukes and princes of the Peloponnesus, of dungeons and keeps, of chivalry and knighthood, of all the insignia and the emotions and the ideals which make the 13th century A.D. seem more remote from us than the 5th century B.C., he finds himself restrained and pacified. Whatever Greece lays her hands upon seems to lose its ephemeral or unrelated character, and to take its place, individual, to be sure, but tributary in an harmonious whole. The ruined medieval castle fits into the surrounding landscape as no disturbing factor, but rather as an integral part of what had helped also to shape the ancient life of Arcadia into its distinguishing forms. The age when the autochthonous Arcadians were resisting the inroads of Sparta, and the age when the Slavic inhabitants were yielding to the attacks of the irresistible Franks, seem to have had a common parentage in physical conditions. And the brawling stream of the Alpheus below seems to make the jousts and the romances of Geoffrey de Charytena's court as much their own as were the festivals of Zeus and the love affairs of Pan and the nymphs. The mountains into which the carriage turns from the 6-arched bridge are threaded by a long road, which, despite its smoothness and safety, runs near enough to the tops of precipices and to the sight of noisy torrents in the gloomy ravines below to engender a mood of Arcadian wildness. If this mountain region is reached in time, travelers will become spectators of the charming scenes which are enacted each evening over the hills of Greece, when the bleating flocks of sheep and goats come home to their folds, Sappho saw them in hilly Lesbos. Hesperus, all things thou bringest that brightness of morning had scattered, bringest the lamb and the kid, and the child bringest home to his mother. Arcadia is still rich in flocks, and the mother of sheep, and to meet and greet her shepherds as they turn home from the mountain pastures restores the world of Greek poetry. But if Carytana is scarcely rounded before, the sun sets and all the ways are darkened, then pastoral idylls make way for Arcadia's magnificent solitariness. The medieval castle bravely lifts its head above the lonely country, while red clouds stretch like tongues of flame over the mountains, and the setting sun turns into molten gold. Suddenly, perhaps, amid the awful silence of purple crags and burning sky, one sign of life asserts itself. A little kid is stumbling, lost and dreary, in a patch of green wheat which had enticed it from its mother. Doubtless before the night is over one tired shepherd who has safely enfolded his 90, and 9 will climb the steeps again to find the prodigal. But travelers must pass on in the effort to reach Andritzna before midnight. The sky pales and cools into night, and stars of singular brilliance emerge, using the absence of the fair moon to show their bright faces to men, as one drives hour after hour through the starlit. Solitude, while from heaven breaketh open the either infinite, all geographical and temporal limitations seem done away with, and modernity and antiquity meet within the heart of nature. But finally, as the road from time to time curves outward, the lights of human habitations begin to twinkle. Andritzna lifts her little evening beacons on a mountainside to offer shelter and food to pilgrims of the night. The village rivals Arachova in the charm of its situation, with its outlook over the verdant hills of the Alpheus Valley to the distant Peu heights of Erymanthus in the north. Vineyards and mountain streams and trees add their quota. Those who have stayed several days in the town in bright weather, or who have been snowed in, as travelers may easily be as late as April, report many attractions out of doors, and many hospitable entertainments within the peasant houses. Even those whose impressions are gained from one night's lodging may forget physical hardships in the discovery of a Greek inheritance. A girl, reproved for stroking the embroidered collar of a guest, says explanatorily, "But it is so pretty, even as the old men on the wall at Troy said of Helen." Beds of unyielding boards are exchanged before dawn for hard wooden saddles. The temple of Basse lies 2 hours away, and those who wish to see it without undue haste and yet return to Megalopolis before nightfall must begin their ride while the stars are still alight. Basse, or the Glens, should be thought of in connection with Phigalia, although probably only those who take the long horseback ride to or from Olympia will see the remains of this ancient city, which, measuring by the time involved, lies as far beyond Basse as Basse is beyond Andritzna. The surrounding country fell within its territory, but the city itself stood on high and mostly precipitous ground, bounded on the south by the deep gorge of the winding Neda, and partially encircled on the other sides by high mountains. Here, where the air was invigorating and all healthful conditions prevailed, it was natural that Apollo should be worshipped as the succorer, Epikurios. In the 5th century, the Phigalians were so impressed by reports of the new Parthenon in Athens that they determined to erect, by popular subscriptions, a new temple to their chief divinity and to ask Ictinus, the Parthenon's architect, to build it for them. Basse, where already a more primitive shrine existed, was the place chosen, and thither from Andritzna in the cool dawn modern pilgrims are taken by their peasant guides. In spite of the promise of the stars, perhaps the day breaks slowly, dark masses of clouds impeding the progress of the sun. For an hour and a half the horses make their way along moderate heights, scrambling up small hills and clattering noisily down very rocky defiles. The waysides in March are bright with irises, violets, hyacinths, and white and purple crocuses. Then the wildness of the country begins to increase and culminates in the stony slope of a forbidding hill. In half an hour this is scaled by the horses and becomes a mount of vision. In unusual panoramic grandeur, mountains lift their nearer or more distant peaks. On the east are the barren hills that form the western spurs of Mount Lacheus. Farther to the south, beyond the valley of the Nida, are the more thickly wooded slopes of the Nomian Hills, and beyond them are seen the snowy summits of the range of Taygetus. To the north Erymanthus and Cyllene show their crests, and directly in front, far to the south, Mount Ithome, rising out of the Messenian plain, proudly breaks the horizon line. Nor is the sea wholly wanting, for along the southwestern horizon, as if flowing into the sky itself, stretches a shining length of the Ionian waters. Perhaps from this hill Ictinus looked down upon the place assigned to him by the Phigalians. Even then the situation must have seemed impressively secluded. Now certainly, on descending the easy slope, a modern is almost overwhelmed, as if by the appearance of a god laying claim to nature's secrets, by the sudden sight of a majestic Doric peristyle. The temple is built on a narrow plateau on the southern side of a hill called Caudilius by the ancients. Ictinus' first approach must have been from Phigalia, where he would have talked with the municipal authorities, up the valley of the Nida, over picturesque and well-wooded hills and dales. But he must have studied the situation from all possible points of vantage. Perhaps for him, too, some special revelation came when out of dark and threatening clouds the sun, at last divinely swift, cleft the darkness, and he saw how effectively massive columns of gray limestone would be illumined by Apollo's radiant shafts. Probably the architect's taste and the Phigalians' desire united to choose as the material of the temple the native rock that could be quarried in the neighborhood. Marble was imported for the capitals of the inner pillars, for the ceilings of the north and south porticos, for the roof tiles, and for the sculptured frieze, which now honors the British Museum. The columns of the peristyle and the architrave, barren of adornment, are singularly noble. They look as if they had sprung from the rocks about them, and belonged more to the mountains overshadowing them than to men. Indeed, for many centuries, men forgot the existence of the temple. Pausanias, in his day, 600 years after its building, could still describe it as surpassing all the temples in the Peloponnesus, save the one at Tegea built 100 years later, for the beauty of its stone and the symmetry of its proportions. But in time earthquakes and iconoclasm wrought their deadly work, and through the Middle Ages and the Renaissance the remaining ruins were known only to shepherds. The temple was rediscovered in the 18th century, but not until the present time were any efforts made to re-erect some of the interior portions from the fragments lying on the ground. In the wake of the archaeologist follows the tourist, and now anyone who may intrude upon Apollo's long solitude. Unlike other temples erected to the gods, whom Aeschylus describes as facing the dawn and flashing back to the worshippers from their gleaming eyes the sun's early rays, the temple at Basse lay from north to south instead of from east to west. But this was due only to the character of the situation and the exigencies of the soil. Long before Ictinus's day, a primitive shrine had existed facing the east in the usual manner. And the new temple seems to have had a special door built in its cella in order that the main statue of Apollo, facing the rising sun, might still be approached from the side of dawn. The old statue, like the old shrine, was supplanted by a finer one. Later, the great bronze Apollo was sent to adorn Megalopolis. But when Ictinus lived it may well have formed the center of his noble architectural design, an incarnation of the ideal of physical and of spiritual wholeness realized through beauty. One further fact about the temple in the glens has been emphasized by the great topographer Leake, that which forms, on reflection, the most striking circumstance of all is the nature of the surrounding country, capable of producing little else than pasture for cattle, and offering no conveniences for the display of commercial industry, either by sea or land. If it excites our astonishment that the inhabitants of such a district should have had the refinement to delight in works of this kind, it is still more wonderful that they should have had the means to execute them. This can only be accounted for by what Horace says of the early Romans: Privatus illis sensus erat brevis, commune magnum. This is the true secret of national power, which cannot be equally effective in an age of selfish luxury. But it must also be pointed out that although the Phigalians had taste and patriotism, no architect or artist rose among them to shape their stone. Ictinus and his fellow artists must come from Athens worthily to incarnate their desires. So a generation earlier they had been obliged to persuade Onatus, the master of the Aeginetan school of sculpture, to carve for them a statue of Demeter. Nor were the Phigalians less skilled than other Arcadians. Scopas had to come from Paros to build the temple to Athena at Tigia. And it was foreign poets who turned the legends of Cyllenian Hermes and Pan into literature, and later enshrined in pastoral verse the tossing mountain forests and the cool rivers of Arcady. This was Arcadia's destiny, to offer the raw material of her domain to the shaping hand of more gifted races. Her greatest son was a soldier. Her own deeds were deeds of blood and strife. Her own life was one of work and poverty. But because poets and artists of other blood wrought for her, her name and her inherent beauty have become forever domiciled in our own literature, even in our daily speech and commoner affections. Chapters v. Olympia. What time the mid-month moon in golden car flamed back her light and lit the eye of evening full, pure judgment of great games did Heracles ordain, and 5th year's festival beside Alpheus and his holy banks. Pandar. Whatever may be the final decision of archaeologists, it was natural for Pausanias to identify the reclining figures in the east gable of the Zeus temple at Olympia as the Alpheus and Claudius. The right angle made by the junction of these rivers is in a fertile plain where the Altis, the sacred enclosure of Olympia, lies at the foot of the Kronos hill. The Alpheus River is inseparably connected in Greek literature with the Great Games. For more than 1,000 summers successively the full moon looked down upon the myriads of visitors who came from inland or from island homes, from Tenedos in the east, or from Sicily in the west. By the Alpheus they encamped and sank into dreamless sleep after their journeyings, or, it may be, one or another, himself a competitor or an anxious relative, would be roused up by nightmares. Outriders of grim Taraxippus, the horse frightener, whose ghost long held in Mortmain the critical turning point in the hippodrome. When the contests were ended, the same moon would silver the weather-beaten columns of the old Herium, or light up with its benignant splendor the new and stately shafts of the Zeus temple, the gray-green sacred olive tree, the great wings of the hovering Victory, the Parian marbles and the burnished bronzes, or still more beautiful, the naked ivory of the athlete's limbs. And then, crowning all, the Epinician hymn, newborn from Pindar's brain, rose up on the wings of victorious music to the very summit of the Kronos hill. The athletes had not far to journey from their last training place in Elis. The spectators had come from various directions, some from the sea coast, some, as do the majority of modern visitors, from Patras on the coast of Achaia. But then, as now, the direct artery from the heart of Greece was the green valley of the Alphes. The river clamps Arcadia and Elis together. Down this valley year by year in antiquity pilgrims journeyed to see the games and to attend the great fair. Here in modern times bands of tourists still pick their way up and down over smooth roads and rocky torrent beds and cross the ford of the swollen stream and a projected railroad connecting, on paper, Megalopolis and Olympia also follows the general course of the Alphes. The river has two main sources. Its northern branch, the Ladon, draws its water from the rugged mountains of northern Arcadia. The other branch comes flowing down from the northwest end of Taygetus, curves through the plain of Megalopolis, plunges through the ravine of Carytana, and joins the Ladon near the western border of Arcadia, and the two united make their way through Elis to the Ionian Sea. Nor even there is its end. In pursuit of the fountain nymph Arethusa, Alphes must needs reach Sicily. To the Greeks, the Mediterranean was their highway, not the salt, estranging sea. According to Lucian, as Alpheus enters the sea, Poseidon, brimming over with curiosity, stops him and inquires, "What's this, Alpheus? You alone of all rivers don't go in for dissipation, and you keep your waters fresh and free from brine as you hurry on." Alpheus, "It's a love affair, Poseidon, so don't cross-question me. You've been in love yourself and often too." The sea god, on learning of the object of Alpheus's passion, expresses much approval. But Alpheus cuts him short. "I am pressed with engagements. You detain me, Poseidon, by your superfluous questions." "Poseidon, you're right. Be off to your beloved. Rise up from the water, mingle with the fountain, and be ye twain one stream." Lucian's contemporary Pausanias is troubled with no doubts, and solemnly reaffirms the wedlock of Alpheus and Arethusa, although the more skeptical Strabo in the preceding century had naively argued against the credibility of the popular belief that a cup thrown into the Alpheus reappears in the fountain at Syracuse. Antigonus Charistus had stoutly maintained that, when the entrails of the victims are thrown into the Alpheus, the waters of Arethusa in Sicily grow turbid. Be all that as it may, Alpheus mingling his waters with the Sicilian fountain is typical of the stream of competitors who were constantly returning from the Olympic Games to Magna Graecia. Of Pindar's 14 Olympic odes, 9 were written for Sicilian or Italian victors. In general, one of the most noteworthy facts in the history of the Games is the widespread distribution of the clientele. The competitors and visitors converging from Greece, the innumerable votive offerings here dedicated, the common motives of religion here illustrated in art and literature generated a centripetal national spirit that could retard, though not destroy, the centrifugal individualism of the Greeks. The only fact more conspicuous than the wide territory represented is the longevity of the Olympic celebrations. The Great Games were continued both under Macedonian rule and even for long years after the Hellenic world, East and West subjugated, dismembered, and rearranged like party-colored bits of glass in a kaleidoscope, had fallen into place in the imperial pattern of the great Roman mosaic. The splendid Philippium at Olympia was witness to the eagerness with which Philip and Alexander made good their legitimate claim to Hellenic blood. Roman emperors like Tiberius and Nero, by their very presence, however arrogant, gave one more sign of the Greeks' intellectual suzerainty over their captors. Although Elis, even in October after the long hot summer, presents a contrast to the burnt plains and hills about Athens, yet the traveler will be best rewarded if he comes to Olympia by the end of February or early in March. If he comes from Patras and will penetrate a little inland from the railroad near the river Stimana, the ancient Larissos, he will find himself in the midst of beautiful woodland scenery. The whole country, with its fine oak trees, reminded the traveler Muir of the wilder parts of Windsor Park. Even at the little stations are seen shepherds in their shaggy coats, with conversation beads and staffs and flocks of sheep. At Olympia itself, the new green of the trees and grass, the pink of the almond blossoms on the banks of the Alpheus, and all the awakening of the early spring help to dissipate the melancholy that is wont to invade the mind in a lonely site amidst ruins which record some bygone efflorescence of human activity. This Olympian plain, through which the Alpheus sweeps down to the sea between fields and vineyards, offered ample room for the vast throngs of visitors. There was no city accommodation. They must encamp in the open as they do today at many a modern festival, but the smiling valley was a fit place to worship Zeus, the god of the open sky. Xenophon, who lived on his estate just beyond the hills which bound the plain to the south, tells in the Anabasis how the returning Greeks, when they sighted the Euxine Sea from the mountain ridge, held impromptu games and races on an impossible slope where men and horses tumbled amidst the jeers of the spectators. The plain of the Alpheus was perfectly adapted both for the games and all that the festival implied. It is easy to see how contests would become popular here before they were instituted on the narrow ledges of Parnassus at Delphi. For the Greeks of the classical period, the mythical founding of the games in prehistoric times threw back the first contests into a conveniently dim perspective. In this penumbra of Greek mythology, like-named replicas of gods, heroes, or mortals now blend together, now assert their independence. The Cretan Heracles is said to have brought the infant Zeus from Mount Ida to the Kronos hill in the Golden Age, and to have first instituted the games. Then again it is the national hero Heracles, himself Zeus descended, who cleanses the stables of King Augeas in Elis with the help of the Alpheus and the Clados river gods, and thereupon founds the games. To the reverent Greek, his mythology was not an entertaining treasury of mere fairy tales. The stories of two contests were selected with intent as the theme for the sculptures most prominent of all in the sacred enclosure. In the east gable of the Zeus temple was represented Hippodamia, the daughter of Enomas. Her father has already in his swift chariot overtaken and slain many suitors who had failed to outspeed him while contending for his daughter's hand. At the side of Hippodamia stands Pelops, just starting to win, by the favor of Zeus and the treachery of Enomas's charioteer, a prehistoric Olympic victory. In the west gable was the contest between the Lapiths and the Centaurs. The latter are represented as invading the festival at the marriage of another Hippodamia to Pirithous, whose friend and ally of old was the hero, Theseus of Athens. The brute centaurs presumably symbolize the barbaric power of the Persians, whose defeat by Athens and her allies was here fittingly celebrated as another Olympic victory. This may be taken as the official expression, at the supreme moment of Greek history, of one of the wider meanings of the games. The first view of the excavations at Olympia is disappointing and bewildering to the amateur visitor, and a mere topographical survey hopelessly confounds history. Even a superficial appreciation of the ruins presupposes a more special preparation than is necessary, for example, at Pompeii. At Olympia, although it too was overwhelmed, being destroyed by earthquakes and buried in soft earth by the loyal river gods, the imagination must concern itself with various epochs. The prehistoric, the period from the first Olympiad to the Persian Wars, the age of Pericles, the following century, the Macedonian period, and, finally, that of the Greek world under Roman sway. All the buildings for the athletes and for the contests, the palestra, the gymnasium, the stadium, and the hippodrome lay outside of the sacred enclosure, while the altis itself was reserved for the real purpose of this consecrated spot, the worship of Zeus, under all his manifold activities, and of the other gods who helped to round out and to satisfy the aspirations, the hopes, and fears of the Greek heart that was, in all things, very religious. To cover all possible oversights there was at Olympia, as by the Areopagus of St. Paul's day, or at Phalerum, an altar to unknown gods. Just as the drama was a religious spectacle, so the games were conducted by the real Greek in the same spirit. The athletes went forth from the altis to the contest. The victors re-entered it to receive the olive crown, and within it their statues and offerings were set up in the immediate presence of the gods. In the altis, the ancient Herium, with its indications of an earlier wooden structure, carries back the thought far beyond the first Olympiad in the 8th century BC. The new god Zeus was just emerging from the tutelage of his predecessor on the Kronos hill above. In this early age he seems hardly more than a prince consort by the side of Hera who, in Pindar's 6th Olympian, is invoked as the maiden, or ever Zeus had led her to the bridal chamber. One of the least obtrusive ruins in the altis marks the site near the Herium of the great altar of Zeus, or possibly the common shrine of Zeus and Hera. Annually the priests kneaded with water from the Alphes the ashes of the thighs of victims offered, as in the Iliad, to the god, and plastered a layer upon this primitive altar. Only the water of the Alphes was acceptable to the god in preparing this clay, and thus year by year was cemented the union between the visible and the unseen, the beneficent river god of the land, and the Olympian god whose dome overarched the widespread land of Hellas. Approaching historic records, we read that Ephesus in 793 BC, or, by the usual reckoning, in 776 BC, 408 years after the traditional capture of Troy, renewed the games which had been discontinued for 28 Olympiads after the time of Pelops and Heracles. The Herium, until recently known as the most ancient temple in Greece, certainly existed at this time, although differing in material and in contents from the temple that Pausanias describes. Both the ground structure and enough of the lower part of the walls remain to enable the expert to reconstruct in imagination the whole building up to the gable upon which rested the terracotta. Acriterion now preserved in the museum. At the west end of the cella we see the base of the great statues of Hera and Zeus. Suitably enough, while Zeus has disappeared, the archaic head of Hera was found, and is now in the museum. And prostrate before one of the side niches, just where Pausanias describes it, was found the Hermes of Praxiteles with the infant Dionysus on his arm. This beautiful statue alone would have repaid the cost of the whole excavation. It unites the beauty of the athlete's body with the Greek conception of divinity in Frank, idealizing anthropomorphism. The Catholicity of Greek polytheism may be illustrated by the rest of the company within the Herium as described by Pausanias. It was not that every god had his day, like the rotation in office of the Athenian prytanes, but there was a precinct and a function for each and every manifestation of pulsating life, from the humblest Nereid to Olympian Hera. Known to each other are all the immortal gods, as Homer says. They were all entered in their almanach de Gotha, and could upon occasion live in harmony, except when some Eris threw her apple of discord in their midst, or, golden, Aphrodite struggled in the council of the gods for precedence over the mere bigness of the Colossus of Rhodes. At any rate, in Hera's temple were placed statues of the Seasons and of Themis, their mother personifying orderly and unchanging law, the 5 Hesperides, stimulating the eager Hellenic mind to reach Out after the unknown, Athena, goddess in peace and war, the maid and Demeter, embodying the fruitful beneficence of nature and the mysteries of the unseen, Apollo and Artemis, welcomed or feared by, turns for their arrows of light or shafts of destruction, Latona, their mother, whose Delian refuge was firmly moored to every other sacred shrine in Greece. Here, too, was Fortune, who had a not insignificant role in Greek as in Roman life, and Dionysus, god of tragedy and of comedy, was represented as accompanied by a winged Victory. The Prytaneum of the Eleans, trustees of the land and of the games, was enclosed within the Altis at the northwest corner of the Herrium. It was built over in Roman times, but the Greek structure beneath seems to have been of very early date. Here were sung ancient songs in the Doric dialect, and here in the banquet hall the Olympic victors were feasted. Next in historic order come the remains of a row of 12 treasuries, ranged along close to the Kronos hill from the Herrium to the stadium entrance. They are ascribed to the 6th century B.C., or, in the case of part of the most easterly one, to the beginning of the 5th century. These little buildings are of great architectonic and historic import. Half of them were dedicated by communities from over the seas, 5 by Italian and Sicilian Greeks. The fragments from the treasury of Selinus recall at once the archaic temples and sculpture on the shore of Sicily that faces Carthage. The Syracusan treasury was renamed Carthaginian by reason of spoils taken by the Syracusans from their Punic enemies in the Battle of Himera and placed here to unite at this common shrine the victors of Salamis with their brothers in the west. In the 5th century B, the flush of victory at Salamis not only lit up the Acropolis at Athens but spread to this green valley in Elis. The great Zeus temple was built. Its pediments, as we have already seen, were adorned with sculptured myths appealing at once to local pride and to wider Hellenic patriotism. In the eastern gable Zeus stood upright as arbiter in the chariot contest of Pelops. In the western gable the archaic yet majestic Apollo appeared as the defender against the centaurs, the barbarian invaders. To emphasize the honor due to Athens, there was painted on the throne within the temple a representation of Pirithous, the bridegroom of Hippodamia, and his friend, the Athenian Theseus. The victories over the Persians were again symbolized by the contest between Theseus and the Amazons wrought upon the footstool of the seated god, and as if to put the meaning beyond all doubt here. 2 were Greece and Salamis personified, the latter holding in her hand the figurehead of a ship. The Metope sculptures represented the labors of Heracles who, as founder of the games, typified to patriot and athlete bodily powers and indomitable will. The cella of the temple was reserved for the great gold ivory statue of Zeus, who was seated while others stood. Phidias established his workshop by the sacred enclosure and wrought. And the result of his handiwork was a world's wonder for long centuries. Into his creation were breathed Homeric dignity, Attic beauty, and Hellenic pride. Dio Chrysostom in the 1st century of the Christian era could say of it, "Methinks that if any one who is heavy laden in mind, who has drained the cup of misfortunes and sorrows in life, and whom sweet sleep visits no more, were to stand before this image, he would forget all the griefs and troubles that are incidental to the life of man. Time and earthquakes and plunderers have worked almost utter ruin, but the ground plan of the temple remains to tell a detailed story, and some of the great shafts lie prostrate where they fell. In the museum is preserved, more or less complete, the major part of the gable sculptures, fortunately including the very noble figure of Apollo and the mutilated but beautiful metopes. The gold ivory statue has disappeared long since. It is possible that it may have been destroyed when the temple was burnt in the reign of Theodosius II, but a Byzantine historian claims that the statue was still standing in a palace at Constantinople when it was consumed by fire in 475 A.D. In front of the Zeus temple are still to be seen some blocks of the lofty triangular column over which Paeonius caused his winged Nike to hover. The statue itself, in large part intact, is set up in the museum and belongs to the more beautiful of our inheritances from antiquity. If now we add, in imagination, the great council hall, possibly lying southeast from the temple, and the older colonnade bounding the east side of the Altis, and if we add the pentagonal Pelopian and the minor sanctuaries, and fill in the forest of statues of athletes and of gods, we shall have the more salient features of the sacred enclosure down through the great period immediately following the Persian Wars. To the beginning of the 4th century is attributed the little temple of the Mother of the Gods east of the Herrium. Running in a line from this up to the very entrance of the stadium is a long row of pedestals. Upon these stood the Zanes, or bronze statues of Zeus, which were erected from fines imposed upon offenders against the rules of the games. They stood where the contestants must see them, just as they passed from the Altis into the stadium. It is significant that the first recorded serious violation of athletic honor did not occur until 3-888 BC, only a half-century before Free Greece was crushed at Chaeronea, and that the next occasion was in the 112th Olympiad, 6 years after Macedonian rule was established. This second time it was an Athenian who had bribed his competitors, and the Athenians, like some modern sympathizers with athletic criminals, were shameless enough to press the Hellenes to remit the fine. But the god at Delphi compelled the Athenians to submit. Standing before the Opisthodomus, the rear porch of the Zeus temple, from which poet, historian, and philosopher were wont to utter high words on noble themes, the crowd may have looked up at the great Apollo with his hand outstretched, and imagined him dictating the inscription placed, on a similar occasion, upon the base of one of the Zanes. An Olympic victory is to be gained not by money, but by fleetness of foot and strength of body. Macedon also left its records. When Philip had defeated the Greeks at Chaeronea in 338 BC, his first care was to prove that he was Hellene, and not the barbarian that Demosthenes considered him. The Philippum was dedicated, and in it were erected gold ivory statues of Philip's father Amyntas, of Philip, of the mother and grandmother of Alexander, and of Alexander himself. Alexander's right to contend at the games was vindicated. In this period also was added on the eastern side of the Altis the beautiful Echo colonnade with its sevenfold echo. When Greece came under Roman rule, no longer could freeborn Greeks boast of exclusive right to participate at Olympia. Champions from all parts of the empire, Tiberius and Nero among them, took part in the games. Pausanias speaks of a statue of Augustus, made of amber, and a statue of Trajan, dedicated by the Greek nation, and also of one of Hadrian set up by the Achaean Confederacy. Nero, who contended both in the Olympic and Pythian Games, dedicated 4 crowns in the Zeus temple. Under the Antonines, the external splendor of the Altis and the comfort of the visiting throngs were enhanced by the public-spirited Herodes Atticus, a Greek from Marathon and the preceptor of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Lucian, who was repeatedly at the games, gives in his Life is End of Peregrinus a vivid picture of one of the quadrennial celebrations in the time of the Antonines. In place of the deserted ruins of today, we can see the temples, statues, marble exra, the echo colonnade, the athletes, and the thronging crowds gossiping, wrangling, gaping after novelty. As the cynic partisan harangues the people from the pulpit of the Opisthodomus, we realize how for centuries Greek life had focused in these gatherings. The festival had become a Greek exchange. Here, if we are to believe Lucian, Herodotus first gave to the public his history, the great Epinician epic that recounted the triumphs of the Greek over the barbarian. Among his audience would be some whose brothers or fathers had fought at Thermopylae, and all would hear with pride how Xerxes asked, "What are the Greeks doing?" and how he was answered, "They are holding the Olympic Games, seeing the athletic sports and the chariot races." And then, when Xerxes was told that the prize was a mere olive wreath, how a Persian exclaimed, "What manner of men are these who contend with one another not for money, but for honor?" Brain and brawn were alike praised at Olympia. The sophist Hippias was Elis born, and the statue of Gorgias from Sicily was erected among those of the athletes. And here rhetoricians from Gorgias to Lucian delivered their epidictic speeches. Artists, painters, and musicians appealed to the eye or the ear. Philosophies new or old were hotly debated. But no Roman patronage could galvanize into real life the dying spirit of freedom. Professionalism grew apace. Christianity, established in the Eastern Empire, extinguished the fire on the ancient altar of Zeus. The fitful return to polytheism under Julian the Apostate only served to show its decadence, and in 393 A.D., the Emperor Theodosius finally suppressed the Olympic Games. When the truce of the Olympic god no longer interposed a defense, the Altis itself became a Byzantine fortress, and the monuments were partially destroyed to build its walls. Amongst the ruins of the Palestra and the workshop of Phidias can be seen the remains of a Byzantine church. Earthquakes in the 6th century threw down the Zeus temple, and in this and the following century the Claudius and the Alphas, the only gods who still retained their power, united in preserving under deep layers of earth the mutilated monuments for a kindlier age to uncover and to honor. After this destruction and burial, for more than 1,000 years the summer moons waxed and waned above the desolated valley, disturbed only by the hoofbeats of the horses ridden by the vassal bands of the Dukes of the Morea. Here, as elsewhere in Greece, temples robbed of their acolytes and statues, no longer symbols of a living religion, forgot the incense of a happy past and could look forward to no festal renaissance. Sterling, in his Daedalus, pictures these orphaned children of Olympus in a loneliness only less pathetic than their irksome imprisonment within unsympathetic museum walls. Statues, bend your heads in sorrow, ye that glance mid ruins old, that know not a past nor expect a morrow, on many a moonlit Grecian wold. In 1875, the German government subsidized the systematic excavations that restored to the modern world some of its most valued treasures and laid bare the greater part of the ruined Altis, the adjacent buildings, and the entrance to the stadium. The remains excavated outside the Altis bring us to the contests themselves. Close to the western wall of the Altis were the elaborate palestra and gymnasium, where the athletes could keep themselves in form for the contests. From the northeastern corner of the sacred enclosure leads the covered way into the stadium, which has been only partially excavated at the two ends. To the south, or possibly east, of the stadium lay the hippodrome by the bank of the Alphus. Fraser, contrary to the usual belief, thinks it possible that it may still be intact north of the new bed of the river. From Pausanias, who fortunately described the hippodrome minutely, we can in imagination reconstruct the scene, the rising tiers of spectators, the bronze turning posts, on which respectively stood statues of Pelops and of Hippodamia, at each end of the course around which the chariots drove 12 times, the umpires at the goal, the chariots waiting ready for the signal given at the hoisting of the bronze eagle and the dropping of the dolphin. For a typical chariot race of the best period we may turn to the Electra of Sophocles, although the scene of the race is laid at Delphi, not at Olympia. Sophocles, who himself embodied the Greek perfection of manly beauty, knew how to give essential details to critical hearers. The danger involved and the skill required on the race track made the owner of the victorious team, provided he was his own charioteer, a worthy recipient of Olympic honors. There are 10 contestants in all, 2 of them Libyan Greeks. They draw lots for the assignment of inner and outer tracks and take their stations at command of the judges, and then, at the bronze trumpet's signal forth they shot. The men urged on their horses, and with both hands loosed the reins. Now on a sudden all the race course filled with din of rattling chariots. Up aloft the dust cloud flew, enwrapping all together. Spared they not the goad that one might pass the other's horses, snorting foam for horses, breathing neck and neck, now smote with flecks, blown backwards, rivals' flanks and fellies of the wheels. But he, just grazing past the post each time, would urge the trace horse on the right and curb the left inside. Now thus far all the chariots had fared upright, but here the Aenians' colts the curb refused, ran off with violence and, swerving from the course, 'twas now the 6th round ended or the 7th. Now, full on the frontlets of the Libyans' team they crashed. From this mischancing first another, and then one fooled with his neighbor, crushing him, till all the course Chrysian filled with wreckage of the chariot teams. This noticing, the skilled Athenian charioteer held in and swerved to safer offing to pass by, the surge of chariot billows wallowing in the midst. Last came Orestes driving, holding back his colts, placing his confidence upon the final heat. But when he sees the man from Athens left alone, he stings his swift colt's ears and whistled shrill the whip pursuing. Now abreast the chariots twain drove on, first one team, then the other leading by a neck. Now he through all the other laps unscathed had come ill-fated, upright on the upright chariot board, but as the horses doubled now the final turn he loosed the left rein, recked not of the columns edge, and struck upon it full the shivering axle-nave. Over the chariot rim he lurched, the severing straps coiled round him. As he fell to earth the colts ran wild along the race course wide. The people, seeing him thus fallen from the team, raise outcries loud and high, at what the youth had done and then this evil hap. Now borne along the ground, now high again upflung his legs gleam white, until the charioteers the colts had checked, no easy task, and disentangled him, so covered o'er with blood that never had a friend, seeing that ruined form, have known him as his own. Both the Olympic and Pythian games were held every 4 years. The Nemean and Isthmian came every 2 years. In all 4 the prize was similar, the wreath of wild olive at Olympia, of mountain bay at Delphi, of parsley or of native pine at Nemea, of parsley at Corinth. We are, indeed, justified in emphasizing, until the period of decadence, the absence of professionalism. The athlete, after undergoing the severest training, contested, with no degradation of gate money, merely to win the honor of a simple wreath. But we need not shut our eyes to the fact that the honor did not fade with the wreath. It belonged to the athlete's native place and to all his fellow citizens. Thinking of the evanescent glory of the Isthmian parsley, and with the long race in the stadium of eternity in mind, the Apostle Paul might indeed point the contrast for his hearers between a corruptible crown and one that fadeth not away. Yet for the shorter race course of life the emoluments of honor and preferment were secure. And in addition to all these honors, an Olympian victor had a post-mortem value. He might be worshipped as a divinity, and his statue might heal diseases, like the bones of a medieval saint. Thus Lucian's Momus, the god of critics, reminds Zeus that their own prestige is endangered by these new faith cures. Actually, he says, the statues of the athlete Polydamas at Olympia and of Thegenes at Thasus are curing fever-stricken patients. The athlete's ambition might issue in a selfish opportunism, or it might be of the nobler kind to which Pindar, thinking perhaps of the altar dedicated in the Altis to the god Opportunity, Keros, would lift the contestant's ideal in his second Olympian. Winning the contest setteth free the essayer from its care and pain, and wealth embroidered o'er with virtues bringeth opportunity for this and that, inspiring mood that broodeth deeply upon earnest themes. There was a sacred truce from hostilities amongst all Greeks for a month, to allow time for distant competitors and visitors to go and come in safety. The games were held in summer at the time of a full moon. Whether in July or August is uncertain. The September full moon, in fact, has been suggested as the date in the even Olympiads. At this later moon, the heat might be almost as great as at the summer solstice, but it may be that the earlier date, with the longer day, was in vogue as long as the contests were all held upon one day. At any rate, the longest midsummer day was too short for the increasing number of events, and after 472 B.C. we hear of 5 days. The order of contests is uncertain. At first it would appear the foot races had been the only event. Later it seems probable that the foot races, the long race, the short race, and the double course came upon one day. On a second day, the wrestling, boxing, and pancratium. The chariot races and the pentathlon came on one and the same day. The pentathlon was justly popular as calculated to secure an all-round development of the human form. It included leaping, the foot race, discus throwing, javelin throwing, and wrestling. The Spartans, who were never charged with being effeminate, were said to favor it while discountenancing the more brutal pancratium. We certainly are not much attracted by the license of the latter, evidently considered legitimate, as we read of 2 athletes habitually winning this event by bending back their antagonists' fingers. One of them, Sostratus, was surnamed Fingerbender, but the judges presided with absolute authority and enforced severe penalties against violations of the rules. Women were prohibited under pain of death from even crossing the river and entering the sacred precinct during the time of the games. Pausanias records one violation. Calopatira, or Pherenike, Victoria, the daughter of Diagoras, the Rhodian victor immortalized by Pindar, anxious to see her son compete, disguised herself as a trainer. In her exultation at her son's success, she betrayed her sex. The penalty attached was to be hurled from the Typium rock on a mountain south of the Alpheus. In deference to the victories won by her father, her brothers, and her son, she was pardoned, but thereafter the trainers were compelled to enter naked like the athletes themselves. The priestess of Demeter, however, was present ex officio, and Pausanias expressly states that virgins also were admitted as spectators. This statement is usually rejected, but it may have been true for certain times under the influence of Sparta, whose customs threw the sanction of public sentiment around the athletic contests. Their maidens, the future mothers of their fighting men. Although the modern reader is apt to think of the chariot races in connection with Sicilian tyrants, they were, as we have seen from Sophocles, an integral part of Greek life. Herodotus, in the midst of his account of the Battle of Marathon, calmly suspends hostilities while he tells how Cimon, father of Miltiades, won 3 successive Olympic victories with the same mares. And as fitting climax, adds that the mares were buried on the stately avenue of Athenian tombs, facing the grave of Seaman himself. If Herodotus really read this at Olympia, the incident would not have seemed to his audience an intrusive digression. In addition to the 4-horse and 2-horse chariot races, there was the race with mules, no mean animals, in Greece and the Orient. Pindar repeatedly celebrates them in his Olympian odes. There was also the single racehorse ridden by a jockey. One horse from Syracuse, Pherenicus, Victor, was celebrated in song both by Pindar and Bacchylides. Pindar tells how he ran the course, his body by the goad unurged, and brought victory to Hieron. Bacchylides, reminding us that the horse races opened the events of the day, exclaims, "The dawn, he touches earth with gold, saw Pherenicus, wind-swift sorrel steed, victorious beside Alphas eddying wide, and saw him too, victorious at Pytho the divine. And I lay hand on earth and swear, not yet has dust cloud raised by horses in the lead ere touched him in the race course as he hastened to the goal. Now sing of Zeus, the Cronos' son, Olympian ruler of the gods and of unwearied Alpheus. Sing of mighty Pelops and of Pisa too, where famed Pherenicus won with hurrying feet the victory, and came back to the ramparts firm of Syracuse, and brought to Hieron the olive leaf of fortune fair." Pausanias tells of a Corinthian racehorse, Ora, Breeze, perhaps one of the famous Kappa breed, sired by Pegasus. The jockey was thrown at the beginning of the race, but the mare continued without breaking form, rounded the turning stake, quickened her pace at the sound of the trumpet, reached the umpires first, knew that she had won, and stopped. The owner of the riderless horse was proclaimed victor. It would be very unsafe to assert that the eager Greeks, if called back to our own age of ingenious mechanisms, would turn uninterested from the vicarious competition by motor cars, or feel nothing. But disgust at human forms crooked into the semblance of brutes over a flying bicycle, but it is safe to emphasize that all their contests, whether exhibiting the development of the perfect human body or the beauty of the horse, ministered to that sure sense of form and proportion which they demanded and obtained from poet, painter, and musician, sculptor, architect, and athlete. But horse and chariot racing involved certain special temptations. As time went on, the anything-to-win spirit was sure, now and then, to assert itself. The legend of the linchpin withdrawn from the chariot of Ennomos by the bribery of Pelops must have called for strenuous casuistry from the priests of Zeus when it was necessary to punish offenders for shady practices towards rivals. Pindar magnificently ignores the thought of treachery. With him it is a god that glorified him with the gift of golden chariot and winged untiring steeds. Mighty Ennomos he overtook and won the maiden for his bride. Although in later times the peripatetic professional developed and could claim as precedent the victories repeatedly won at various centers by the athletes of old, yet, at least for their own times, Pindar and Bacchylides were justified in assuming, alike for their Sicilian princes or for their boyish winners in the foot race, the genuine amateur spirit of athletic rivalry. In the 4th century B.C., a Cretan, victor in the long race, was bribed to transfer his citizenship to Ephesus. The Olympian athlete had not then become, like the modern baseball pitcher, a legitimate commodity of interstate commerce, and the Cretans with justifiable indignation pronounced the sentence of perpetual exile against Sotedes the offender. For Pindar, indeed, it was necessary that every song should rise above the sordid, either in belief or practice. He was at once a supreme artist and a herald of the ideal. He even expurgates canonical mythology to infuse into his odes some deeper, nobler lesson suggested by the external and physical victory. And this, although several of his odes were addressed to rich tyrants like Hieron of Syracuse, at whose court were welcomed and honored Aeschylus, Simonides, Pindar, Bacchylides, and many more. He was to them in some measure what Augustus was to Virgil and Horace, what Lorenzo de Medici was to the members of the Florentine Academy. Pindar honestly regarded him as the patron of letters and as a bulwark against the barbarians. He had fought under Gilon against the Carthaginians, and soon after the battles of Himera and Salamis, the Etruscans, who were also threatening Greek supremacy, were, in 474 BC, defeated by him. Early in the 19th century, from a partial excavation at Olympia, a bronze helmet of Etruscan make found its way to the British Museum. On it is the inscription, Hieron, son of Dinomenes and the Syracusans, dedicated to Zeus these Tyrrhene spoils from Cumae. It tantalizes with the sequence of historic associations. From lips within this helmet came words of war in the dead Etruscan tongue that still baffles linguistic classification. On it were inscribed Greek words in the dialect of the proud Greek colonists in Sicily. Mingled Greek dialects greeted it when dedicated in the sacred center of the motherland, and now it is again held as spoils by another and mightier island folk. Pindar could not prophesy the fatal conflict between the tyrants of the West and the greedy imperialism of Athenian demagogues. He could not peer into the stone quarries at Syracuse and see the legatees of Salamis scorched under the lidless eye of a Sicilian sun. He could not foresee a Macedonian ruling over Hellas nor forecast the Greek world under Roman sway. He could not have understood how even Plato, with the additional perspective of another half-century, crowded with disturbing shifts of value both in literature and government, would seek relief from the specter of tyranny not in democracy, but by converting the baser metal of the despot into the pure gold of the philosophic king. Yet Pindar is not without his misgivings. In words none too vague he warns the ruler, whose gold called forth his songs, of the dangers inherent in power. In the first Olympian he tells Hieron, "A man erreth if he thinketh that in doing aught he shall escape God's eyes. Man's greatness is of many kinds. The highest is to be achieved by kings. Crane not thy neck for more. And be it thine to walk life's path with lofty tread. With better right and greater force Aeschylus, himself warrior of Marathon and Salamis, in the Agamemnon covertly warns his Athenian contemporaries, then engaged in imperial schemes of expansion in Egypt and elsewhere, against the haughty spirit that goeth before a fall. His words easily connect themselves with this Pindaric ode, because the return of the Greek host from Troy brings out on Clytemnestra's lips the metaphor drawn from the double racecourse the Viaphlos. Ilium is but the turning post at the farther end. Argos is both the starting point and the goal. The stadium is the Aegean Sea. But beware lest some desire may fall upon our men, succumbing to their greed, to ravage what they should not. They for safe return unto their homes must bend them back again, adown the double. Racetrack's other leg. To make selections from Pindar is to pry out jewels from an antique setting, but his Olympic odes give the best interpretation of the best meaning of the games. Some were impromptu odes crystallized under the stress of the victory, and sung in the altus, while the full moon shone upon the hero of the day. Some were longer and written at leisure for the supplementary celebration at the victor's home, but in any case the thought was not impromptu. The Theban eagle soared habitually and paused for a moment only at Olympia, sent by the hours, circling in the dance to music of the lyre's changing notes, to be a witness to the greatest of all games. Yet with all his soaring Pindar never forgot the gracious beauty of human life. The graces are ever near. Victory, he tells us, by the grace's aid is won, and the charioteers. Charis transfigures with the beauty of their fame as they drive foremost in the 12th round of the race. Pindar calls his song a writing tally of the muses. Not he that runs may read, but whoever will be at pains to wrap the Greek scroll around the tally stick can read the cipher and can find the clue. To lead him safely through the sounding labyrinths of song. Pindar could presuppose an acquaintance with mythology, at least as familiar as was to every child of a generation ago the knowledge of the Old Testament. Conflicting myths lived side by side in the popular consciousness. The sculptor and the poet could choose or reject at will. However recondite may seem at times the application of the myth to the Olympic victor in question, the pages of Pindar are constantly illuminated by some flashlight that photographs upon the particular a glimpse of the universal. From Olympia in Elis we are transported to Olympus. Heracles brought from Olympus the charter for the games. There, too, is both the starting line and finish of the poet's courser. Pegasus is stabled in Olympus. Pindar does not belittle the mysteries of the unseen. When the fame of Theron of Acragas, Girgenti, is said to overpass Sicily and to touch the pillars of Heracles, the thought of the pathless ocean suggests a wider and uncharted cosmos. His searchlight projects for a moment its stare into infinity, but it is forthwith checked with characteristic restraint. What lies beyond nor foot of wise man nor unwise has ever trod, I will not follow on, my quest were vain. Pindar's description of the ancient consecration of the Altis may serve to justify the labors of Heracles carved upon the Zeus temple. Heracles there measured off a sacred grove unto the sovereign father, and he ordained the plain around for rest and feasting. He honored the Alphas streamed together with the 12 Lord gods, and he gave utterance to the name of Cronos Hill, till then unnamed. His praise of the discus victor comes to mind when we see a copy of Myron's Discobolus, or the graceful throw of a contemporary Greek in the stadium of modern Athens. In distance passing all, Enychius hurled the stone with circling hand, and from his warrior mates a mighty cheer swept by. And we seem ourselves to share in the evening celebration in the Altis when the lovely shining of the fair-faced moon illumined it, and all the precinct rang with song and festal mirth. We can share, too, in the undertone of pathos in Pindar's reference to the dead father of a young athlete. Asopicus is winner in the boy's foot race, and the news of his victory is sent to his father in Hades. The Arcadian nymph Echo is the messenger. Fly, Echo, to the dark-walled palace of Persephone, and to his father bear the tidings glorious. Seek Cleodamus, tell him how for him his son hath crowned his boyish hair with wreaths of the ennobling games in famous Pisa's vale. Perhaps the most radiant picture of festal mirth is called up by Pindar's 7th Olympian, written for Diagoras of Rhodes. Diagoras' 2 sons and his grandson were also Olympic victors. This acted, on at least 2 occasions, as a family prophylactic. His daughter, as we have seen, was pardoned by reason of this for her intrusion in disguise at the Olympic Games, and Dorius, his son, when captured by the Athenians in a sea fight, escaped the only alternatives usual in the case of a prisoner of war. He was neither put to death nor forced to pay a ransom, but set free, just as Belostion, the Rhodian girl, was set free by the Syracusans because she delighted her captors by repeating a new drama of Euripides. And the Rhodians wrote up Pindar's ode in letters of gold in the Athena temple on the Acropolis of Lindus. The modern visitor to this enchanting island climbs up the lofty headland that rises abruptly between the shining water of the 2 indenting bays and, before he passes through the ruins of the ancient propylaea, and the still imposing portals of the fortress of the Knights of St. John, he sees upon the solid rock the afterpart of a huge trireme with the steering oar and the rippling water, carved in stone. He can imagine a trireme of a former day entering the harbor below with triumphal sweep of oars, bringing Diagoras and his victory back to his townsfolk in this far-off corner of the Greek world. He can picture the procession of Lindians to Athena's temple, the brilliant coloring of robes and chitons, the choral music, the exultation in their townsmen's physical prowess and their intoxication of delight because the greatest of lyric poets is reaching out to them, as to the bridegroom at a wedding feast, a chalice of pure gold resplendent, brimming with the distilled nectar of his song. But Pindar soars beyond the pride of life even as he universalizes the individual experience. It was not only St. Paul's idealism that perceived the great contest in which humanity is forever engaged. In Pindar's second Olympian, the athlete's triumph suggests the victory over death, and the Kronos hill becomes the Tower of Kronos, to which the victor travels over, the highway of Olympian Zeus. So, the arch-idealist Plato, in closing his great constructive vision of the ideal state, can find no more fitting comparison for him that overcometh than by likening him to the victors in the games. If we take my advice, believing that the soul is immortal, we shall ever hold to that upward pathway, and at every turn shall practice justice joined to intelligence, that we may be at once friends of ourselves and of the gods, and may fare well, both while we abide here and when, like the prize winners, we come to gather in the prizes of the games. But aside from lofty thoughts like these, native to the greater interpretative intelligences of Greece, the recently discovered poems of Bacchylides tell us much of the actual spirit of the games. Bacchylides was nephew of Simonides, the poet laureate of the nation from Thermopylae to Plataea, and he was also the grandson and namesake of a famous athlete. He was qualified to sing both the games and the graces. And the native of the little island of Chios did not hesitate to enter the contest with the splendidly arrogant Theban, who could compare his inferior rivals to crows that chatter against the divine bird of Zeus. Of the 12 Epinician odes of Bacchylides, 3 were addressed to Hieron, at whose court he enjoyed a special favor. 2 Olympic odes were written for Lacan, a young athlete from the poet's native island. One of these is a short serenade sung before the victor's own house by his fellow citizens. Nothing could better illustrate the intensity of local pride and enthusiasm. Now the victorious athlete is praised. Now his very identity is merged in the personification of his native land. It is Chios herself that has won the boxing and the foot race. Lacan, as the ode reminds us, has already been greeted by the impromptu choral sung at Olympia on the evening of his triumph. Now he is welcomed at home by another choral for which there has been ample time to make ready. Bacchylides may well have written this little serenade not as a paid commission, but as a spontaneous outburst of patriotic pride and affection for his country and his fellow countrymen. We should prefer to have it so. In any case, feel a human interest in the young athlete whose strong body and swift feet have won the prize. Lacan has lot of such renown from Zeus Most High has yet had none, enhancing fame with feet that run beside Alpheus flowing down. For which year this with hair wreath-bound Olympic youth sang songs around Halcyo's, with her vineyards crowned, the boxing and the foot race won. The now song Queen Urania's hymn ennobles, O thou wind fleet one, of Aristomenes the sun, thy praise as victor homeward bringing, and here before thy lintel singing, how thou thy course through staid race winging, brought Chios fame no time shall dim. From little Chios, the second in order of those bright stepping stones that dot the Aegean from Attica to Rhodes, we may quickly cross to the mainland and find our way to Marathon. From there to Athens we trace that greatest of all ancient racecourses over which the Greek runner ran in full armor to give with his dying breath the warning and the news of victory, and to win a memorial beside which the olive wreath might well turn pale. When the modern Athenians revived the Olympic Games, the chariot races were beyond their resources. Contests of personal, physical strength and skill constitute the fitting nucleus of the games held in the old stadium, now newly covered with marble from the mountain that looks on Marathon, and it was a happy and natural thought to add as the closing event the great marathon race. While perpetuating the glory of the Athenians, it reinforces the loyalty of all the Greeks to their national capital. In this race centers the chief ambition of the Greeks. The other events are of secondary importance. If fanciful critics demand any further excuse for the change of venue from Olympia to Athens, it may be enough to remind them that Heracles, according to one tradition, brought in the first place from the banks of the Allinson the original graft of the sacred olive tree from which, at Olympia, the victor's crown was cut with the golden sickle. With graceful sentiment, however, the olive sprigs are now in turn brought to Athens from Olympia. Despite all the modern barnacles that encrust the ancient torso, the student of old Greek life can find much to stimulate him in the revival of contests inherited or directly developed from ancient times, such as the foot race, short and long distance, javelin throwing, leaping, and, chief of all, the discus throw in the ancient style. The interest of the Greeks today in this latter event is second only to that in the marathon race. A modern seated in the stadium at Athens has cause for meditation. Behind the gaudy hats and parasols of women, the more somber clothing of men, or the brilliant uniforms of officials gleams Pentelic marble. Over many tens of thousands of spectators, gathered from all Greece and Europe and from beyond the Atlantic, float the flags of powerful nations, of Turkey, of the lands that look upon the northern seas, of the mighty spawn of the Anglo-Roman and of the new Atlantis. None of these nations had emerged from barbarism when this same choir of encircling hills sang together the triumph song of Salamis. Prometheus, the incarnation of human self-assertion, rebel to the rule of Zeus, pinioned on a crag overlooking those same northern seas, is made by the Greek prophet to utter the pessimistic cry, "New gods rule Olympus." Now, as a modern Greek remarked to an American visitor, the old gods have migrated to a new Olympus. But although the gold ivory statue of Zeus cannot reappear from the ruins of Olympia, yet the godhead of supernal song remains in the literature of the Greeks, interpreting and interpreted by contributions of the archaeologists. Swinburne's words are not mere poetic license. Dead the great chryselephantine god, as dew last evening shed, dust of earth and foam of ocean is the symbol of his head. Earth and ocean shall be shadows when Prometheus shall be dead. Chapter 6. Messenia. A land where fruit trees blossom, myriad fountains flow, and flocks and herds are grazing in the meadows fair. Nor wintry are the winds of winter, nor too near the flaming sun comes driving in his four-horse car, Eurypylus, fragment of the Chrysofontes. Telemachus, in search of his father, sailed down the western coast of the Peloponnesus, landed at sandy Pylos, the home of Nestor, and by this old friend was sent across country to Menelaus. Lacedaemon. The long drive was broken by a night at Pheræ. According to a tradition that still has its supporters, the modern site of Pylos is Navarino, in the center of the western coast of Messenia, while Pheræ is represented by Kalamata, on the northeastern shore of the Messenian Gulf. a growing tendency to push Nestor's realm further up the coast out of Messenia, and to place Pherae in Arcadia is due, in part, to the discrepancy between the lot of modern travelers on their way from Kalamata to Sparta, and that of the two young princes of the Homeric story. Telemachus and the son of Nestor mounted an inlaid chariot at early dawn. Their two horses, touched lightly by the whip, flew eagerly onward, and at sunset, as all the ways were darkening, the wheat-bearing plain of Lacedaemon opened before their eyes. Moderns, whether merchants or sightseers, must spend an equally long or longer day in riding on mules or plodding horses over the difficult paths of Mount Taygetus, whose massive bulk forms an almost impenetrable barrier between Messenia and Laconia. The narrow bridle paths of the gorge of the Nidun, which is the trade route, and the savage beauty of the Langata Gorge exclude highways for royal cars and onrushing steeds. Whether or no Kalamata was once an insignificant way station between two princely domains, it is now one of the most prosperous towns of the new nation, separated from Athens only by a day's ride in an express train and the natural starting point for excursions in Messenia. From this rich southern plain it is easy to reach the confines of the more northern plain, which was the country's heart. Here was the capital of its prehistoric kings, and here about the mountain fortresses of Ithome and Ira occurred the chief events of its pitchable historic life. Ithome is one of the highest fortified mountains in Greece, but can be ascended by roadways which only below the fortress peaks change to rocky paths, insecure even for mountain horses. From this summit, by the favor of Zeus of the open sky, whose sanctuary it once was, all Messenia can be overlooked. It is indeed a lovely country. The mountain ranges to the north and east have reserved their sterner influences for other peoples, while the open sea along the western and southern coasts bestows the largesse of a perfect climate. The country between Kalamata and Ithome is one of great fertility and beauty. Orchards of gray-green olives are broken by dark cypresses, while lemon and orange groves, unknown to Euripides, add their peculiar radiance to the landscape. In the spring, almond trees delicately lift their pink blossoms above long hedges of glistening green cactus, and the green grass of the wayside fields nurses buttercups and scarlet anemones, purple, and yellow irises and thick clusters of deep blue flowers. The loveliness of Messenia decided her history, which was one of passionate and futile resistance to foreign greed. The Spartan poet Tertius said that the soil of Messenia was good to plow and good to plant. Long before his day, the Spartans had stretched out their hands for it, and from the 8th century to the 4th they never relinquished their grasp. During the more important epochs of Greek history, Messenia was but a province of Laconia, but it was a province capable at any time of revolt. The two early Messenian wars, of the 8th and 7th centuries, were the stepping stones by which Sparta rose to a place of power in the Peloponnesus. Beset by agrarian difficulties, she needed more land, and the most fertile land of Greece was to be had for a little blood. Of the Second War we have a few fragmentary memorials in the contemporaneous martial verses of Tertius. But in general both wars would be almost obliterated from history were it not for the fact that Pausanias, having access to some late prose and poetry which repeated the native legends in an unwonted mood of imaginative sympathy, gave himself up to recounting the pathetic efforts of Messenia toward freedom. There is the usual material: heroes and fortresses, Aristodemus and Ithome in the first war, Aristomenes and Ira in the second, oracles and portents, fair maidens and faithless wives, kings and coward lovers, storms and marvelous escapes, courage and despair. Aristomenes, as Pausanias says, shines out like Achilles in the Iliad, the first and greatest glory of the Messenian name. But in spite of his heroic and prolonged defense of Era, the Messenians by the 6th century were serfs of the Spartans, paying to their masters a half of all the produce raised by their own hands from their own farms, asses, Tertius called them, worn by intolerable loads. In the 5th century, they took advantage of an earthquake and an insurrection of slaves at Sparta to rise once more and encamp on Ithome. They were defeated and obliged to choose between serfdom and exile, but by this time their petty rebellions had become important in the affairs of the greater powers of Greece. Ithome was the rock on which the political life of Simon of Athens suffered shipwreck. During the next 90 years, the nationalism of Messenia was a homeless and restless force, seeking, wherever it might, to harm Sparta and to glorify itself. During the Peloponnesian War, the Messenians, by their knowledge of the country, materially aided the Athenians in the dramatic battle of Sphacteria off the Messenian Pylos, and the surrender of the Spartans, Thucydides says, amazed all Hellas. At last, about 370 B.C., the Poland of Greece found a friend in the man whose practical idealism was dominating the period. Epaminondas, in pursuance of his policy of weakening Sparta by reviving other Peloponnesian states, determined to found a new capital of Messenia, Messon by name, on the slopes of Ithome. Ruins of this city still exist, and the most imposing of them, the fortification known as the Arcadian Gateway, is famous as an example of skillful Greek engineering. Lying toward Megalopolis, also a beneficiary of Epaminondas, it seemed to reunite in a new hope the old Arcadia and the old Messenia whose friendship had been so futile. Today, still a strangely impressive monument, it may serve as a symbol of Messenia's share in the spirit of Greece. Impotent in literature and art and unsuccessful even in war, the men of this country conserved through many generations and vicissitudes that intense national feeling which existed at the core of every Greek state, shaping Greek history and penetrating Greek literature. Wherever history became large and literature became universal, the force of national consciousness was likely to become diffused, but in a state like Messenia, it was obscured neither by other national gifts nor by its own success. The Messenians, Pausanias tells us, wandered for nearly 300 years far from Peloponnese, and in all that time they are known to have dropped none of their native customs, nor did they unlearn their Doric tongue. After the victory at Leuctra, the Thebans sent messengers to Italy, Sicily, and the Euspiritae, inviting all Messenians in any part of the world, whither they had strayed, to return to Peloponnese. They assembled faster than could have been expected, for they yearned towards the land of their fathers, and hatred of Sparta still rankled in their breasts, and for them Epaminondas made a new city, sending men who were skilled in laying out streets, building houses and sanctuaries, and erecting city walls. The Arcadians sent victims for the sacrifices. The exiles, home at last, prayed to their ancient gods and called upon their ancient heroes to come and dwell among them. But loudest of all was the cry for Aristomenes, and the whole people joined in it. This call from his own people has been, we may hope, full compensation to his dead ears for the dumb, or sneering, lips of history. Chapter Ex Sparta. Lacedaemon's hollowed vale by mounting gorges pent, Homer, Odyssey. In the Spartans' theory of life, adventures abroad, or the welcome of strangers into their own territory had no place. Perhaps nothing more sharply differentiated them from the Athenians, whose love of roving was equaled only by their delight in seeing the rest of the world drawn to their city. The instinctive and reasoned reserve of the Spartans was reinforced by the physical conditions of their country. Laconia is bulwarked on 3 sides by mountains, through which, in antiquity, all entrances but one were difficult, and its southern boundary is the open and stormy sea. The Laconian Gulf splits the country into 2 peninsulas, ending in the famous promontories of Tenorum and Malea, in rounding which so many sailors, from the days of Menelaus and Agamemnon and Odysseus, have looked for violent winds. Far inland, within the rifts of the northern hills, lies the plain of Sparta. By those to whom the sea is not an essential element in Greek landscape, this city is held to be more beautifully situated than any other in Greece. The brilliant luxuriousness of a southern lowland is combined with the austere grandeur of mountain scenery. Some 20 miles in length, the plain is only 5 miles broad between the ranges of Taygetus and of Parnon, whose bases show extraordinary caverns and fissures. Taygetus stretches along the whole western side of Laconia, but rears the highest of its long line of summits just over Sparta. These magnificent summits, covered with snow for 2/3 of the year, ennoble many a landscape outside of Laconia. Below them extend the wide tracts of forest where Artemis once took her pleasure, and Spartan hunters tracked the wild boar with dogs that shared their bravery and love of toil and won a guerdon of praise from Pindar and Sophocles. In front of these woodlands rise the 5 peaks which have given to the mountain the modern name of Pentadactylon. It is characteristic of the Greek attitude toward nature that the mountain is not praised in poetry as much as is the beautiful plain, richly fertilized by the river Eurotas on its way from Arcadia to the sea. Telemachus, in spite of his greater affection for the rough goat pastures of his native Ithaca, appreciated the wide courses and the meadowland of Sparta, where aboundeth the clover, the marsh grass, the wheat and the rye, and the broad white ears of the barley. Euripides knew that the reedy bed of the Eurotas, the trees and meadow flowers of its banks, its hungry foam in the season of heavy rain, and the lovely gleam of its calmer waters would haunt the homesick hearts of Helen and the Spartan maidens who shared Iphigenia's exile among the Taurians. Modern Sparta, founded after the War of Independence, lies in the southern district of the Sparta of antiquity. Medieval Sparta, called Mistra, lay some distance west of the old site, very near the entrance to the Langata Pass. Homeric Sparta lay to the southeast, across the Eurotas at Therapon, later a suburb of the Doric city. Here flourished that noble court which amazed the young Ithacan, and the tale of which is still to us, a fountain of immortal drink. Telemachus arrived just as Menelaus was marrying his son to a native princess and his daughter, the inheritor of her mother's loveliness, to the Salian Neoptolemus, Achilles' son. Never could the great vaulted hall of the palace have displayed a gayer splendor. The son of Odysseus has grown up in no mean castle, but this gleam of gold and silver, like sun and moon, this flashing bronze and shining ivory and glowing amber make him feel as if he were on Olympus at the court of Zeus. Tumblers perform wonderful tricks. A divine minstrel sings. Silver basins and golden ewers are passed around. Supper is served on a polished table in dishes of gold. Menelaus, noticing the boy's charming admiration, tells him how he has gathered his wealth in Cyprus and Phoenicia and Egypt, but how it means little to him over against the loss of his old comrades and friends. And as they talk, Helen comes in, like Artemis of the golden arrows, and her willing servants bring her a carved chair and cover it with a rug of soft wool. And sitting there, her white hands busied with the deep blue wool wound about her golden distaff, and with the dressed yarn heaped in her silver basket that runs on little wheels and is rimmed with gold, she talks with them of what happened once in Troy, and of Odysseus of the hardy heart, and quite easily of how she had wanted to come home again to her own country and her child and to her Lord, who was lacking in naught, nor wisdom, nor beauty of manhood. And into their drinking cups she put a drug and drank of it, quenching all anger and pain and all of their sorrows forgetting. The memory of the royal pair never died in Sparta. Their Appen contained a sanctuary called the Menelaean, where prayers were offered for the physical beauty which was keenly desired by an athletic people. Helen sometimes walked abroad to bestow in turn the gift she had received from Aphrodite. At least, Herodotus tells a story of a nurse taking a very ugly girl baby to the temple and meeting a strange woman who insisted upon seeing the child and who then gently stroked its head. One day this child shall be the fairest lady in Sparta. And from that very day her looks began to change, and the ugly baby became the beauty of the town and married the king. It is not difficult to prolong the associations with Homeric Laconia by following Helen on her guilty flight southward, lingering to see Amyclae, a rich city in Homeric times, and the beehive tomb of Vaphio, which in 1889 yielded up 2 incomparable vessels of gold now in the museum at Athens, and going on to the busy seaport town of Gythion, from whose docks Paris took his stolen bride, Tui. Little island of Cranea, now Marathonici, before spreading his defiant sails for the longer voyage. But sooner or later the fact of the Dorian invasion must be reckoned with, and the resultant birth at Sparta of a civilization totally at odds with that which it displaced. In Laconia the invasion was one of conquest and subjection, and the victors prided themselves on keeping their blood pure, much as the Laconian Maniotes of modern times have clung fiercely to their Spartan descent. Sparta became the Dorian city par excellence, the protagonist of Dorian ideals, the natural leader of the forces which both in war and peace were in opposition to the Ionic elements in Greek life. The historical events in this development are so interwoven with the history of the other states of Greece, especially with that of Athens, that they will already have become familiar to travelers who visit Sparta last. The conquest of Messenia first increased her resources. By the middle of the 6th century she won signal victories over Tegea and Argos, and became the head of the Peloponnesian Confederacy, which included every state in the Peloponnesus except Achaea and Argos. Before the end of the century she was the leading state of Greece, for Thessaly was losing ground and Athens had not yet risen. In the first part of the 5th century Sparta was the natural leader of the Greek allies against Persia, and in the autumn of 481 B.C. was the head of the Congress at the Isthmus. To her generals was given the command of both the army and the navy. But her conduct of the wars at best did not increase her prestige, nor did she afterwards exhibit any skill in using new conditions. This was the opportunity of Ionic Athens to create the greatest period of Greek history. But Sparta was also strong and possessed in Brasidas, a general unparalleled among the Laconians for eager enterprise, trustworthiness, and personal popularity. A final struggle was inevitable. The Dorians won, at the end of the 5th century, once more for a generation held the balance of power in Greece. But Sparta's despotism within the Peloponnesus and her desire for foreign aggrandizement created new hostilities. Early in the 4th century, Persia undermined her maritime power, and Greek friendships as strange as the Aeschylean truce between fire and water were formed to her detriment. Athens and Thebes, Corinth and Argos forgot old enmities in hatred of Sparta, but she maintained her supremacy and forced upon Greece the arbitration of the Persian king. For 15 years Greek politics veered hither and thither, and then at Leuctra Epaminondas conquered Sparta and won the leadership of Greece for Thebes. His death gave one more opportunity to Athens, but before she could use it, Macedon arose and at Chaeronea united her with Sparta in a common humiliation. Never again did either Dorian or Ionian state have power to alarm the other. Thucydides described Sparta as a straggling village like the ancient towns of Hellas. Polybius added that it was roughly circular in shape and level, although it enclosed certain uneven and hilly places. It had no real acropolis, but the highest of its several hills received this conventional name, and it was not fortified by walls until long after the greatest days of its history. 4 districts or wards, Paidain, apparently the aristocratic quarter, Limne, Cynosura, and Meso, perhaps represented an early group of villages which later were united in one city. This city was extraordinarily barren of artistic adornment. The citizens of no other leading state in the whole of Greece were so indifferent to the value of architecture and sculpture, nor is it likely that they were perturbed by the prophecy of Thucydides. If the community of Lacedaemon should become a desert with only the temples and ground foundations remaining, I think that, after the lapse of much time, men of the future would be very slow to believe that the power of the Lacedaemonians was equal to their fame. And yet they possess 2 of the 5 divisions of the Peloponnesus and hold the hegemony of the whole and of many outside allies. But this community is not a city regularly built with costly temples and edifices and would seem rather insignificant. Temples and edifices, of course, there were for the business of life and of religion, but the need for them was not, as in Athens, or even in certain cities of rude Arcadia, identified with the larger need of inspiring or importing the genius of architect, sculptor, and painter. Sparta had an early school of sculpture, influenced by Cretan teachers, specimens of whose work may be seen in the museum, but the impulse shriveled and died in an uncongenial atmosphere. Nor do we find the Spartans in the great artistic centuries clamoring for the work of foreign artists as did the towns of stupid Boeotia. The British School of Archaeology is successfully engaged in the exploration of Sparta, but we cannot anticipate the discovery of statues like the Herms of Olympia or the restoration of buildings like the treasury of the Athenians at Delphi. With this chastening of his imagination, the traveler may turn his attention to the few discoveries which up to this time have been made. By far the most significant of these are fragmentary remains of the temple of Athena Chalkieikos and of the sanctuary of Artemis Orthia. Athena's brazen house, existing in some form from a very early epoch, was so associated with the public life of the city that it became known to foreigners as an object of peculiar national sentiment. Euripides makes the Trojan women attribute to Helen a desire to see it once more when, praying to die at sea before the consummation of their captivity, they seek to involve her in their own fate. And God, may Helen be there, with mirrors of gold, decking her face so fair, girl-like, and hear and stare, and turn death cold, never, nevermore, the hearth of her home to see, nor sand of the Spartan shore, nor tombs where her fathers be, nor Athena's brazen dwelling, nor the towers of Paidan. The discovery of the temple of Artemis is of great importance, not only because it was the pivot of the religious life of Sparta, but because its 8th century foundations, excavated beneath the traces of a 6th century structure, may belong to the earliest temple in Greece. The image, called Orthia because it had been found upright in a thicket of willows, was believed by the Spartans to be the ancient wooden one brought by Orestes and Iphigenia from the land of the Taurians, where Iphigenia, rescued by Artemis from the sacrificial altar at Aulis, had been its priestess and guardian. Euripides naturally preserves the Athenian tradition that the image was brought to Broron. But Pausanias presses the Spartan claim and explains the hoary custom of annually scourging the boys in front of the image by the relish for blood that it had acquired in the days when human sacrifices were offered to it in a barbarian land. The brutality in the training of Spartan youth has bulked so large in tradition that local associations with it perhaps impress the traveler more sharply than any others. In the southwestern region of the town, near the large ruins of a Roman bath, lay, it is thought, the dromos or racecourse, and the platanistas or plane tree grove, surrounded by a moat and entered by two bridges, where the boys, as a part of their education, fought very savage battles. This grove is an excellent illustration of the danger of claiming too much for the influence on the mind of external forms. Plato held that even the shapes of trees might influence the spirit of those who walked among them, and Walter Pater, in his study of Lacedaemon, compresses the idea into a definite application by describing the plane tree, the characteristic tree of Sparta, as a very tranquil and tranquilizing object, regally spreading its level or gravely curved masses on the air, yet within a circle of these tranquilizing objects. Cicero, and later Lucian and Pausanias, saw the Spartan boys fighting with incredible fury, kicking, scratching, biting, and dying rather than confess themselves beaten. In literature as well as in the plastic arts, the Spartans failed to express themselves. Only 4 poets of any widespread fame had their homes in Sparta, and no one of these was a native born. Significantly, too, they all lived at least as early as the 7th century, at the only period when Spartan life showed any pliability. Individual freedom was not wholly repressed, and an acknowledgement of the graces of life was at times permitted. Only under these conditions could art live at all, and poetry outrun sculpture in permanent achievement. This was, perhaps, due to its immediate connection with music, including dancing, the only art which the later Spartans, although they did not give it a place in their educational curriculum, seem to have appreciated. According to tradition, Sparta's poets all came to her in response to a call for foreign aid in her domestic broils. Terpander of Lesbos and Thalitas of Crete successively founded 2 musical epochs in a city that was intent upon controlling its serfs and developing its soil. Terpander's service was almost incalculable, for he modified the existing lyre into an instrument which was universally used until the 5th century and which gave the first great impulse to vocal music. But the strings he fingered are all gone, and of the verses that he wrote we have only a few fragments to recall his life in Sparta, his invocations at public festivals of Apollo, the chief god of the city, and of Castor and Polydeuces, the city's heroes, and his praise of the city herself. Bursts into bloom there the warrior's ardor, clear lifts the note of the shrill-voiced muse. Justice walks down the wide highways as warder, ever their helper glory to choose. Thalitas, coming from an island where the dance had been important from prehistoric times, and finding in Sparta the same friendly atmosphere of open Dorian life, introduced the festival of the Gymnopaedia, in which boys displayed the perfected beauty of their naked bodies in athletic dances and, by means of formal songs in unison, began the choral lyric, this poetic form passing far beyond its birthplace, became everywhere in Greece the chief expression of public worship of gods and heroes, and stimulated the powers of such poets as Semonides and Pindar and Bacchylides. Thalitas was lost sight of in his greater successor Alcman, who not only was credited with the creation as well as with the cultivation of the choral lyric, but also was adjudged so successful in all his work that Alexandrian scholars included him in their canon of the Melic poets, with Pindar and Sappho. Terpander and Thalitas are little more than names, familiar only to those who study origins. Alcman and Tertius, the poet of the Messenian War, are representatives of the vital poetry which Sparta cherished in her supple youth before her ideals had matured and her life had irreparably settled into its narrow grooves. Tertius was probably an Athenian, even if it is mere legend that he was a lame schoolmaster sent by Athens in derision when Sparta appealed for help in the Second Messenian War. Alcman was born in Sardis, though probably of Hellenic blood. If our traditional dates are correct, some years at least of their lives must have coincided. Their poetry in general represented different modes, Tertius being the earliest master, outside of Ionia, of the flute-accompanied elegiac distich, the lusty hair of the Homeric hexameter, while Alcman established many of the more delicate measures permitted by the versatile lyre. Their poetic purposes, however, were influenced in common by the Dorian atmosphere in which they lived. In Tertius, this showed itself in the creation of martial verse, which seems to have been powerfully influential in arousing into active service, at a time of need, the courage and the perseverance ingrained in the Doric character. But his own racial gift made it impossible that his poetry should be confined to one country. In all parts of Greece, through many centuries, it expressed the ideal of courage. One of his anapestic songs, intended to be sung by Spartan soldiers as they marched to battle, has been called the Marseillaise of Greece. A fragment of it still stirs the blood. Up, youths of the Spartan nobles, ye citizens, sons of the elders, with the left hold out your targes, and fling your spears with boldness. Spare not your lives. To spare them was never known in Sparta. The Dorian element that appealed to Alcman was the publicity of the daily life. Men lived in common, ate at large public tables, trained their children in groups, and believed always in the sacrifice of the individual to the necessities of the state. Hence they took kindly to public festivals where choruses of men and women, boys and girls could sing hymns that gave expression to common and national sentiments. These hymns Alcman wrote in great numbers. Especially famous and never displaced by later poets were his Parthenaea, written for the choruses of Spartan maidens, whose share in the athletic training of their brothers made them the most beautiful in Greece. Travelers in Sparta who look at the lifeless ruins of the Temple of Artemis will rejoice that among the broken fragments of Alcman's poetry exist 7 complete strophes of a Parthenaean which probably was sung before the temple at one of the festivals of the goddess. Helen as a child had danced at such a festival, and doubtless many a girl in Alcman's chorus was pointed out by the surrounding crowd as her fit successor. In his vigor, the poet must often himself have led the dances of these tall, straight maidens. In his old age, too stiff to keep pace with their lithe movements, he added to a song he wrote for them, des images aimables of gallant regret. Nay, now no longer, ye sweet-voiced maidens, lovely in singing, can my limbs bear me. Would to God, that a halcyon were I, who with his married mates over the flowering meadows of ocean fluttereth, heart free of trouble, the sea-purple bird of the springtime. Verses like these betray an un-Dorian element in Alcman's genius which came from his Aeolian ancestry. It crept into his choral lyrics and claimed its own in his lighter verses. Love and feasting and Bacchic joy furnished him with subjects. No other set of lyric fragments contains so many traces of the consciousness of natural beauties. If all his poetry were preserved, it would not surprise us to find in it a complete and sensitive response to the extraordinary loveliness amid which he lived. We know already that by night in the valley of the Eurotas he watched sleep descend upon the crests and crags of Taygetus and the waiting earth, was aware of the dew of moonlit evenings and the songs of birds, and felt the charms of the alternating seasons, especially the invigorating bloom of spring. After the 7th century, Sparta entered the Greek world with an offering that excluded art and the consciousness of external beauty. This was her mode of life, dedicated to one austere end. The citizens of Sparta were a small body of men, of pure Dorian blood, freed from the cares of self-support by the serfs, or helots who were descendants of the original possessors of the soil they tilled. The whole time of the masters could be devoted to the state, and the pivotal demand of the state was for strong, brave, and skillful soldiers. All life was a vast system of education directed toward the end of military efficiency. This explains each one of their customs: the exposure of sickly infants on the slopes of Mount Taygetus, the savage training of their boys, and the severe training of their girls, who were to be the mothers of soldiers, the repression of personal luxury, the equalizing of rich and poor, the detailed elimination of individual pursuits. Conservatism was the breath of their life. Their institutions were of very ancient origin, although Lycurgus is now regarded as merely a legendary designer, and once in possession of their imaginations, could not be shaken off or essentially modified. At the crucial period following the Peloponnesian War, their inability to use new conditions played havoc with their political opportunities. Exclusiveness and reserve were corollaries of their single purpose. Indifference to the arts of peace was inevitable in a nation consecrated to preparation for war. The spectacle presented by the Spartans never failed to excite the lively interest of the other Greeks. Men as diverse as Xenophon and Aristotle wrote about their institutions, and popular judgments were always in evidence. An opinion which was probably held by many just before the Peloponnesian War is contained in Thucydides' rehearsal of a speech made in Sparta by a Corinthian delegate to the conference which the allies had forced upon her. Impatiently he tells the Spartans that they do not know how utterly unlike them the Athenians are. They are revolutionary and swift to plan and to execute whatever they conceive, but you are all for conserving the existing state of things, inventing no new policy, and in action not even coming up to what necessity demands. Again, they are daring beyond their strength and run risks contrary to their judgment, and in the midst of terrors they are full of hope. Whereas your way is to act within your strength, to have confidence not even in your best secured plans, when terrors threaten, to think that you will never be set free from them. Nay, they are energetic and you are laggards. They go abroad while you cling to home. The Spartan king, Archidamus, justified his nation in a speech made in a private session. We have ever dwelt in a free and most illustrious state, and this policy of conservative self-control may well be equivalent to sound reason. We have become good warriors and wise in counsel by our careful discipline. Good warriors, because self-control best quickens the sense of honor, and from this noble sense of shame springs courage. Wise in counsel, because we are too unlettered to be superior to the laws, too severely self-controlled to disobey them. A generation earlier, Herodotus had paid his tribute to the Spartan loyalty to law in his story of the conversation between Xerxes, meditating his attack on Greece, and Demaratus, the ruined Spartan king who had fled to the court of Darius. Want, the exile tells the monarch, had always been a fellow dweller in his land, but courage was an ally they had gained by wisdom and laws. The Lacedaemonians, even when fighting man for man, are inferior to none, but in a body they are the best of all. For although they are free, they are not wholly free, for over them there is a master, law, whom they fear far more than thine fear thee. At any rate, they always do his bidding, and that the Athenians, with their reverence for law, were by no means unwilling to attribute to the law-abiding Spartans a love of liberty as passionate as their own is seen in another story of Herodotus. Two young nobles volunteered to go to Xerxes and offer their lives in atonement for the murder of his father's heralds. On their way to Persia, they were entertained by the governor Hydarnes, who, calling attention to his own prosperity, urged them to make their submission to the king. Hydarnes, they answered, thy advice to us is one-sided. Thou hast tried the one side, but art inexperienced in the other. For thou knowest how to be a slave, but liberty thou hast not tried as yet, whether it be sweet or no. Shouldst thou taste it, thou wouldst urge us to fight for it not only with the spear, but also with the battle-axe. One base alloy historians and poets alike found in the character of the Spartans. This was their corruptibility, their sordid greed of gain, as Aristophanes called it when angered by their rejection of peace. To the same political period belong savage attacks of Euripides on Spartan treachery and dishonesty. He also takes occasion to question the chastity of the daughters of Sparta. No Spartan maiden, even wishing it, were chaste, not they. Their homes deserting, with their chitons slit along the thigh, with robes loose-girdled, they with youth's share in the foot race and a thing I can't endure, in wrestling bouts. Probably this exactly expressed the sentiment of the average Athenian theater-goer, accustomed to identify the virtue of women with their obedience to conventional restrictions, which men in the 5th century insisted upon as well as the husband in Menander's play. You're overstepping, wife, a married woman's bounds, the front door passing, for to ladies of good birth the house door is the limit by convention set. This chasing and this running out into the street, your Billingsgate still snapping, road, is for dogs. Men possessed of these ideas could not appreciate that in Sparta, in the great periods, freedom and sobriety went hand in hand. Aristotle, in his arraignment of the license and luxury of the Spartan women as one of the defects of the Spartan system, may have been dealing with some special facts of his own day. In the 4th century, Sparta had in certain ways deteriorated. But this deterioration could not do more than blur the outlines of a system of life which for 3 centuries had stood before the world, a whole serene creation. Comic writers might show up the boorishness of the unlearned Spartans, and irritable tragic poets might vent their spleen on their country's enemy. But in the end, Spartan institutions had to be respected and admired. Indeed, many Athenians affected a special predilection for qualities unlike their own and laconized in dress, manner, and speech. Philosophy flourished in Sparta, Plato tells us, and with it a rare skill in conversation. The typical Spartan, after pretending that he could not talk, would throw into the discussion, like a clever javelin thrower, a remark worth listening, brief, compressed. Thinkers as well as laconomaniacs displayed enthusiasm for Spartan ideas. Aristotle, to be sure, while praising the love of education among the Lacedaemonians, deplored their absorption in one object and also complained that they preferred the good they gained to the virtue, by means of which they gained it. But, true as this may be, the nobility of the effort, the flawless harmony of details, the perfect adjustment of the system to the use for which it was intended, resulted in a product as truly Greek as is a Doric temple or an Attic trilogy. It is not strange that its apotheosis is found in the ideal state of the great visionary of Athens. Plato's Republic is Sparta idealized and interpreted by an Athenian. A state combining the character of the Dorians, and the genius of the Ionians' history has failed to produce. Isocrates cherished a hope that Athens and Sparta might divide the headship of a gloriously united Greece. After Chaeronea, he was even far-sighted enough to plead for the willing union of Hellas under Philip of Macedon. Hopes like these proved either futile or too mean. But his pride in the spiritual achievements of his own city has been approved by time, the inspector general of men's deeds. The institutions of Sparta, like every other product of the Greek mind, went into the crucible of Athens, and this city, triumphing beyond the orator's boast, has caused the name of Hellene to seem to be matter no longer of birth but of intellect, and has made them bear it whose claim is that of culture rather than of origins.